Naruto fanfiction, reverse. Author, blackkat. Summary. To make a tragedy, you break something beautiful and frame the pieces. To make a victory, you break something mighty and rebuild it piece by piece. To make a life, you glue the pieces together and hope for the best. Kurama's still getting the hang of this human thing, but given that he's 30 years back in time with catastrophes to prevent and a blonde brat to save, he'll have to figure things out on the fly. Luckily, living with Naruto's been good for his ability to improvise, if nothing else. Chapter 1, Pyrrhic. Chapter text. Pyrrhic achieved at excessive cost, a victory in which the victor's losses are as great as those defeated. From Pyrrhus, the name of the Epirot king who defeated the Romans at Asculum in 279 BC but suffered heavy losses. Fire and ash and screaming, a wave of malevolent chakra grasping and tearing an. Naruto surges forward, Kurama rising to the surface, and black twisted violet explodes before them, shattering the ground and tearing a vast crater in front of the approaching army. Grr! Naruto shouts, halfway distorted with Kurama's own growl, and they've been working in harmony for so long that Kurama can't tell whether it's truly both of them acting with one mind or they are just familiar enough with each other that it doesn't matter. Behind them, an earthen wall sinks back down, and Kurama can hear Sakura shouting orders to retreat and regroup. He doesn't spare a glance around to see how many shinobi in the scouting party survived the first attack, though all of his attention is on the twisted forms staggering upright around the edges of the Bajdame's devastation. Got enough chakra for another one of those? Naruto asks, dropping into a ready crouch. Clones shimmer into existence around him, a mere handful. Even Naruto's energy reserves are boundless, and they've pushed the limits far too many times in the past 5 years. Kurama scoffs, half in wounded pride and half in answering challenge. Hell yeah. Let's fry these bastards. They interrupted my nap. Naruto laughs at him, wild and reckless, and channels his chakra. Kurama feels the blond's inner world bleed and shift, and opens his eyes in the bloody twilight of the physical world, earth foam beneath his paws. Come on then, old man, Naruto mocks lightly. You need all the beauty rest you can get. Kurama huffs, offended. Least I can't hide a baby in the bags under my eyes, unlike some people, he retorts, but crouches down, calling up his own power and exhaling it in a twister of fire. In the tornado's wake he lunges, not giving the enemy any time to recover, and Naruto charges with him, sage chakra flaring like a loose tempest. A breath, a blaze of power bright enough to blind, and the mingled attack detonates like a sun exploding, sweeping out across the mountaintop and leaving nothing but ashes behind. The shaky edge of inexorable fatigue isn't something Kurama was ever familiar with before a few years ago, but by now he knows it well. It sinks its claws into him, pulls him down and makes him stagger as he comes to a halt. Beside him, Naruto is a little better. They've learned not to leave the others without at least one defender strong enough to hold Kaguya, but he still reaches up to lean against Kurama's leg, chest heaving as he pants for breath. Fakes, Kurama, he manages, patting orange fur lightly. Go back to your nap. I'll wake you up if anything happens. There's no arguing with the brat, especially when Kurama feels like he's very close to falling right over. He doesn't, because the Naruto would just laugh himself sick, and as much as everyone needs a laugh or two at times like these, Kurama's not going to let it be at his expense. He grumbles, pretty much just for sure, but lets his physical form fade away. When he opens his eyes again, he's in a darkened clearing, a campfire flickering in the center, and even though there's no wise sage, no familiar bijou gathered around him, it feels enough like home that Kurama can close his eyes again without worry, curling up against the trunk of a vast oak and settling himself comfortably. A slow breath easing down from the tension of battle, and then there's a touch to his side, a gentle murmur that's less words than it is safety, contentment, trust. I'm here, don't worry, Naruto's chakra sense whispers around him, and Kurama breathes out and lets himself slide into darkness. A creeping sense of change brings with it the first stirrings of awareness. Slowly, Kurama rises from the depths of an exhausted sleep, reluctantly opening his eyes and shifting his tails away from where they cover his face. He expects the strange double vision that is his overlapping sense of Naruto's world outside and his own surroundings of forest and firelight. What he gets instead is darkness. There is no noise. There is no light. There's not even the faintest hint of anything around him, and for the first time in a very long while Kurama feels a trickle of apprehension warm up his spine. He rises to his feet, but doesn't quite dare a step into the nothingness surrounding him. Naruto, he tries instead. Naruto, what the hell? No answer. Somehow Kurama can't bring himself to feel surprised. He calls for his chakra and crimson cuts through the darkness, sweeping around him and then rising in a tightening spiral as he reaches for the outside world. There's no sense of hatred near them, no malice, nothing but the deep undercurrent of grief that he's grown accustomed to over the last year. He stretches, reaches, chakra rising like a cloak, and a feeling very much like having a door slammed right in his face. Kurama recoils with a yelp, somewhere between alarmed and affronted. The little brat just blocked him, shut him out completely, the way he hasn't in a good 20 years. Knowing Naruto, that either means the brat is dying or nothing's wrong, is just being stupid and secretive. Honestly, Kurama isn't sure which he'd rather it was. Because he's nothing if not stubborn, Kurama braces himself, digs his claws into the ground, and tries again. This time the lash of power is closer to a windstorm than a testing gust, and he can feel something shake in the distance, as though it's about to give. Instead of a closing door, this time he gets a swat with a newspaper. Stop it, Kurama. Naruto snaps, shimmering into existence between his front feet. I'm trying to concentrate. That's why it's called concentration, brat. Stop letting yourself get distracted, he retorts automatically, before his eyes narrow sharply. Something's different with the man, something's changed, even though it can't have been more than a few hours since Kurama saw him last. If he didn't know better, Kurama might even call the look hiding behind Naruto's normal enthusiasm, well, desolation is just about the only word that comes to mind. Wait a minute, he growls. Just what is it you're trying to do? Did Kaguya? Naruto dismisses that with a wave of one hand. Everything's fine, so stop worrying. It'll just be another minute or two. But keep your chakra to yourself, got it? Without so much as another word, he vanishes again, and Kurama snarls impotently, glaring at the spot where he'd been standing. Little brat, he huffs, but does as asked, pulling his chakra back in around him. His surroundings are a bit lighter, if still featureless, a frightening thought, if Naruto can't even spare the trickle of chakra to make his headspace look the way it normally does, but beyond it, Kurama can sense the very faintest touch of other. Sakura, he decides after a moment of carefully study. That's her, but amplified to the brilliance of a star gone nova, which can only mean she's using her strength of 100 seal. The power is calm, though, so it's clearly not a fight, and there'd be no reason to make Kurama sit out if it was. But still, Sakura has been saving that power for years, hoarding it for some desperate situation that won't escape any other way. People have died so that the survivors can maintain this last, desperate ace. Between that and Naruto's sudden, complete lack of extra power right now, it's more than just suspicious. Still, Kurama trusts Naruto more than he ever has another soul. He'd even doubt the sage of 6 paths before he would Naruto. If Naruto says to wait, he'll wait, even if it makes him twitchy with nervous tension. Only an idiot wouldn't be nervous, with Sakura and Naruto so clearly working on something together. Just one missing now, Kurama thinks a little grimly, sinking down on his haunches and wrapping his tails around himself. Just one, but is not coming back anytime soon. Kurama has no fondness for any Uchiha, but even he can mourn what Sasuke's loss means for Naruto personally. Even he can feel the sheer depth of pain that Naruto hides behind a smile. It is, he thinks, probably very similar to what drove Obito mad the first time, though Naruto doesn't have a Sharingan to push him further down the road to insanity. Sasuke isn't the only loss, of course, isn't the only death to push Naruto closer and closer to the edge of despair, even if he'll never allow himself to go over. Too many, these last 5 years, all of them Naruto's precious people, all of them lost as Kaguya stretches her malevolent influence across the elemental countries. Like a tide she swept away all before her, and now only a scattered handful of shinobi are left, trying to halt the flood. Kurama is stubborn to the point of being pig-headed, but even he sometimes can't understand just why they all keep fighting. Except it's Naruto. It's Naruto rallying them, pushing them on, keeping their spirits up and their thoughts on victory. And in the face of that, who would ever be able to give up halfway through? The tight tension-sharp ache of nervousness drives him back to his feet, sends him pacing 10 long strides forward, then back again, senses trained on the outside world. He can't quite make anything out, can't see or feel the way he normally would, but there's enough chakra building that even shut away and more than half blinded he can't miss it. Naruto and Sakura are doing something, and that alone would be enough to make him twitchy. The twin Sakura's seal invoked and all of Naruto's power. Kurama wonders a little viciously if this is it, if this is the blow that will end the war. It would be just Naruto style, coming with no warning and entirely out of left field, overwhelming even Kaguya in her insanity and leaving everyone gaping at their sudden victory. But why leave Kurama out of it if that's the case? Naruto isn't so much as touching the Bizu's chakra right now, even though they've long since combined their reserves. In fact, the extent to which is not touching Kurama's chakra means that Sakura, with her more comprehensive grasp of chakra control, likely has some hand in helping him separate the two. Even now, with the world crumbling away beneath their feet, Kurama is still one of the most powerful forces in existence. The other Bizu are gone, recaptured and eaten alive to satisfy Kaguya's madness, and Kurama is the last one left. Both his yin and yang halves have been reunited, and is proven time and again that he is more than able to withstand the goddess long enough to let their companions get to safety. There's absolutely no reason, if this is a victory blow, to leave him out of things. In fact, doing so reaches a level of stupidity he'd thought Naruto had left behind with his 12-year-old self. If it's not a final shot at destroying Kaguya, though, what could it possibly? The world blurs. Kurama yelps without meaning to, claws scrambling madly for poachers as everything around twists, shifts, and contorts as if he's caught in some sort of darkened kaleidoscope. There's a gut-wrenching pull, like a vacuum opening up right in front of him and dragging him in, and for the life of him Kurama can't even begin to resist. Even as he goes sliding forward, the edges of his self blurring and shifting, he shapes his chakra into a vast lifeline and grabs desperately for his Jinchuriki. This time there's no door, no swat to the nose. Things shudder and shake as Naruto reaches back, catching the metaphorical hand in one of his own, but something's wrong. Naruto burns like a volcano at the very worst of times, no matter what. He's strong and vivid and so very much present that sometimes it's hard for Kurama to see anything else at all. Right now, however, it's different. Horrifyingly, Kurama is reminded of Obito's final death, a strong figure crumbling away to ash without so much as a glancing touch. Naruto, he manages, and then again, sharper, Naruto. What is this? Stop it. For one brief moment, all he can see is Naruto, standing in front of him, not tiny, the way Kurama usually sees him, but exactly eye level. He's smiling, but there's heartbreak behind it as he stretches out a hand. Still smiling, always smiling, and the look in his eyes is love and apology and that impossible, boundless faith that first shocked Kurama out of his seething hatred and made him think. Sorry, Kurama, he says, and his voice is warm. But this was the only way, and you wouldn't have agreed if you'd known. Agreed to what? Kurama cries, struggling against the pull still dragging him backwards. Naruto, what did you do? We are going to fix things, he says, blue eyes burning, and his fingers brush Kurama's cheek. There's no sense of fur, no fox's snout, and Kurama goes still, too shocked to fight. He slides back another foot before he can regain control of himself. Naruto takes a step to match him and reaches out to grab Kurama by the shoulder. The drag of darkness eases, and on instinct Kurama reaches up, curling his fingers around Naruto's wrist in return. A human hand, he notices with bewilderment. Long fingers with familiar scars, dark brown skin a sharp contrast to Naruto's deep tan. Claws, still, but far smaller, more like sharpened fingernails than his normal talons. What, he whispers, dazed and panicky all at once. Naruto. Sorry, Naruto repeats, and like everything he says, he truly means it. Sorry, Kurama, but we couldn't think of another way. Kaguya's winning. We can't let her. We can beat her, Kurama tries, because he's heard Naruto say it enough times that it's rote by now. We can. She's mad, and we are protecting everyone, so there's no way. Naruto's hand on his shoulder tightens, and for a moment grief bleeds into the blue of his eyes. But we haven't, he says, and his voice doesn't quite break, but somehow Kurama would feel better if it did. Never, ever has Naruto allowed himself to grieve, not for his personal loss. Kurama's never really had anyone to lose, beyond the sage and this man in front of him, but he doubts that such a thing is healthy. Kurama, there's no one left to save. Kurama goes still, the pieces falling together with a horrible shiver of foreboding. Oh. Oh. Naruto's expression earlier, the look in his eyes now, the way his smile is faltering around the edges and held by nothing but dogged will. The camp, Kurama says, just above a whisper. There. The last of the shinobi, the last few people left alive. The camp he and Naruto had left when they received Sakura's distress call, knowing that a small team of scouts wouldn't be able to hold Kaguya's forces back for more than a few minutes at best. They'd run to reach her in time, leaving the people they'd gathered hidden safely away in a deep cave with plenty of exits. Because Sakura's messenger had told them how many they had faced on the mountaintop. Told them how many, and Kaguya only has so many twisted undead soldiers scavenged from the corpses of those deer. Only a few hundred, and with all of them accounted for. She must have made more, Naruto says, and his smile fades away, replaced with exhausted resignation. There weren't, no one made it out. And 3 of Sakura's scouts died, so. He doesn't finish, but he doesn't need to. 9 shinobi remaining, plus Sakura and Naruto. 11 left out of the thousands that once populated the world. It's clear enough that with this final blow, Kaguya has won. And this? Kurama asks. What is this supposed to be, then? The devastations is wiped clean from Naruto's expression, replaced with the implacable determination Kurama is so familiar with. Blue eyes turn to steel, and his smile is the one that makes Kurama impossibly, unwaveringly certain that there's no way things could end without some sort of victory. This? Naruto laughs, so very much the trickster that it makes Kurama smile too. This is you saving the world, Kurama. A seal blooms beneath their feet, like a flower's petals unfurling in the dawn. Lines both familiar and foreign, massive in their complexity, traced with power that makes the very air vibrate. Bits and pieces Kurama can recognize, the basis is the Hiraishin, he thinks, but it's been expanded, amplified. The Hiraishin puts all of its emphasis on movement across space, even though there's a component to deal with time, while this space has been written out, and time is the only thing left. No, he says, knee-jerk reaction to Naruto's insanity. Are you crazy? This won't work. No human could survive. Oh no. Naruto just smiles at him, even as Kurama redoubles his struggles, unfamiliar human hand locking around Naruto's wrist as he tries to wrench himself forward. Sorry, he says again. I'm sorry, Kurama. You're going to be. Kurama snarls, throwing himself forward with all the force he can muster. His free hand locks in Naruto's shirt front, but the fabric tears, and he cries out in dismay. No. Don't do this, please. Naruto, we'll find another way. The seal, with enough adjustments. Naruto shakes his head. Sakura and I have been working on this for a long time, he says. We wanted to send all of the bijou back, because there's no way to survive the trip unless you're a construct made completely of chakra. Human minds can't handle the strain. But now you're the only bijou, and Sasuke's gone, so we don't even have as much power as we were planning on. Grief rises again, but Kurama can see him push it down and keep smiling. You're our last chance, Kurama, everyone's last chance. So you'll do it, right? You'll go back and save all of us. It's blackmail, pure and simple, playing on the emotions that Naruto gave Kurama to begin with. He pauses, staring into Naruto's eyes, and can't see anything except faith and conviction and a burning, searing hope the likes of which he hasn't encountered in far too long. Naruto, he says, and can't manage another word. You can do it, Kurama, Naruto tells him, stepping closer. He doesn't hesitate, but throws his arms around Kurama and hugs him, impossibly tight. It feels different than the casual or fond hugs Naruto has given him before, more like he's being fully wrapped in comfort and reassurance and love, and Kurama returns the gesture without thinking, burying his face in bright blonde hair. Against his ear, he can hear Naruto whisper, "You've always been a hero, Kurama. Now everyone will be able to see it. I'll miss you, but you need to do this." Like you're giving me a choice, Kurama manages, and his voice breaks. He pulls back just enough to meet Naruto's eyes and says, "You were my first friend, Naruto. I couldn't give a damn about most of the world, but for you. I'll save you. You have my word, you manipulative little brat." For a moment, Naruto looks about to argue. Then he huffs and reaches up, rapping his knuckles against the side of Kurama's head. "I wouldn't be me without my precious people," he reminds Kurama, "so you'd better save them too, bastard fox, got it?" Kurama laughs before he can help it, and Naruto grins back, and they both pretend that their faces are dry instead of wet with tears. A pause, and then Naruto lunges forward again, wrapping Kurama up in another tight hug that steals the breath from his lungs and leaves his heart aching. Then he loosens his grip, steps back, and Kurama forces himself to untwist his claws from orange fabric and let him go. "Bye, Kurama," Naruto manages, raising one hand in a half-hearted wave. "Kick some ass for me, okay?" A hint of a smirk, and he adds, "And look in a mirror as soon as you can, got it?" Kurama doesn't even want to know. He just shakes his head, turning to stare at the twisting darkness behind him, and answers, careful not to let his voice shake, "See you soon, kid." He gets a laugh for that, warm and startled, and is smiling when he lets himself be dragged headfirst towards an impossibly long fall. And then, behind him, there's a flicker of power, a vast surge of crawl chakra, and a scream. Kurama jerks around, lunges back before he can stop himself, and the world blurs into the sharpness of reality. He sees Kaguya, looming and deadly, Sakura collapsed and lifeless before her, Naruto pale and shaking but standing firm. He raises his hands, but all of his power is wrapped up with Kurama, being sucked away into the seal painted across his skin, and there's nothing left. Black chakra rods stab through flesh, bright blood splattering across the grass, and Kurama screams, grief and fury and red-edged rage overwhelming him to block out the pain. One last glimpse of a familiar body falling, empty-eyed, and then everything is lost to darkness. Chapter 2 Harbinger. Harbinger, HA with Sasabi and Jaya, a person or thing that announces or signals the approach of another. Middle English, from the Old French herberdier, via Old Saxon hereboda, shelter for an army, lodging, i.e. the person who traveled ahead to find lodging for an army. He crashes to earth in a surge of dust and shattered stone, appearing out of the darkness with a thunder crack of impact and a burst of chakra like a detonation. Half an instant of light is his only warning, and Kurama throws up his own chakra automatically, cushioning his fall as much as possible. It still burns, hurts like skin scraped raw as he hits the snowy ground hard enough to leave a crater behind. For a long moment, the only sound is the gentle rain of stone clattering down around him, and the slow, groaning creak of a tree overbalancing and then falling with a crash. Kurama stays where he is for another moment, shocked by the sudden reassertion of reality, and then slowly pushes himself up. He's shaking, he realizes distantly. Trembling, puny human form shivering with what he distractedly thinks might be shock. He can't pay attention to that, though, because the only thing before his eyes is crimson spilling over green, a head of blonde head bouncing carelessly against the dirt as Kaguya just dropped Naruto. Dropped him like garbage. Like trash. Maybe his shaking isn't all shock, actually. Kurama takes a breath and lets it out, and it gusts in a cloud of white around him. It's only then that he recognizes the cold for what it is, sharp, far sharper than he's ever felt before, especially against the wetness on his chest. He presses one hand over it and feels a twinge, but doesn't look down, already knowing what he'll say. Blood. Blood on an orange shirt, a cluster of small holes stabbed through the fabric, because this is Naruto's body, Naruto's form, and human minds can't handle the strain, Naruto had said. His skull had bounced off hard-packed earth with a sound like a ripe fruit carelessly dropped, bounced once before Kurama had lost his senses to the darkness, but he knows there wasn't enough chakra left for Naruto to let him manifest. Not a scrap to spare, so Naruto had locked Kurama into his own body and used that as a vessel, propelling them back in time even as he died. If there was any chance of him surviving the wounds Kaguya inflicted, he spent it all to send Kurama here. Grief tears at Kurama's chest, aches like an open wound. He presses one clawed, earth-brown hand over it, rakes his nails over smooth skin instead of fur, and snarls. It sits wrong in his throat, not nearly deep enough, without the edge of power he should be able to give it. It's a human sound, for all that he can still feel every inch of a Biju's chakra wrapped up inside of him. "Damn you," he whispers, tipping forward. His hands strike on earth, and long nails dig furrows there as he tries to wrestle himself back under control. Another flash of that smile, that last laugh ringing in his ears, and he screams again, anguished and furious. His breath clouds white, like smoke, like ash, like the ash that will be all that's left when Kurama finishes grinding Kaguya into nothingness for what she did. He bows his head, hair falling around his face, red as blood, instead of the blonde he hoped to say. Not even that much of Naruto left to him, and he snarls again, slamming a fist into the ground because he can't drive it into Naruto's damn self-sacrificing face. Damn you, he shouts, and it echoes eerily over the snow-covered mountaintop, ringing with grief. Damn you. Not like this. Anyway but this, Kurama alone, lost, decades out of time without anyone to rely on, trapped in the body of the human he loved above all others, with a promise to save everyone on his shoulders and a goddess stretching out her mad, grasping hands, ready to devour the world. Kurama is the most powerful of the Bija, ancient and aged and impossibly strong, but he can't be any more than that. He's never been a hero, no matter what Naruto might have wanted to think. Never a hero, never good without Naruto to push him forward, urge him on. And he's fought for years at Naruto's side, helped him and saved lives and protected as many as he possibly could, but it was because of Naruto. A sudden though, and it sends threads of horror twisting down Kurama's spine. What if Naruto isn't even alive yet? What if he's so far back that Naruto hasn't been born, and he'll have to spend years, maybe even decades waiting for that spark of light to come into being, waiting for his first friend to be anything close to what he once was? What if Naruto is never what he once was? What if changing Naruto so completely is the only way to save him? Kurama isn't a fool. People are shaped by their experiences, by every little thing in their pasts. The Naruto who grew up with parents and friends, the son of the Ondame Hokage, would be nothing like the Naruto Kurama knew. Change one event and that Naruto ceases to exist. It's entirely selfish, but Kurama doesn't want that to happen. He wants his Naruto, the boy with the bright blue eyes who laughs in the face of death, who never gives up and never gives in and will do anything for those he loves. Any other version of Naruto will be different, wrong, and Kurama thinks that he'll hate that person, that pretender, because his version was the greatest possible and there's no other that can match him. The anger is a simmer now, locked away and buried. He breathes out, long and slow, and then gets his feet under himself and rises carefully. Being bipedal is something familiar, but the balance is different now, off. He is to stand upright instead of bent forward, and his range of sight is strange, narrowed. The cold wind raises goosebumps on his skin and prickles over his cheeks, making him uncomfortable when before he wouldn't even have noticed, and he wraps his arms around himself for the bare bit of warmth it provides. The bloodstains on his shirt, on Naruto's shirt, are already freezing, but he tries not to think about it. Physically, he thinks he hasn't moved far from where he was in the future. This is still Earth country, in the mountains near the border. At the edge of his range of vision, if he squints through the snow that's starting to fall, he can make out the looming shape of the peak where Sakura was attacked. But that was the height of summer, with all the snow melted, and this feels like true winter, fierce and biting. There's no use calling out, because no one will answer. They chose this place to hide because it was always empty. Not even the IWAnen like to come here, if Kurama really has traveled far enough back that a Wagakure exists once more. Instead, he scales the edge of the crater, pauses to get his bearings, and then heads southeast. 3 steps in and a flare of familiar chakra holds him in his tracks. Kurama whips around towards the west, eyes scanning the sheer drop-off a few yards ahead of him and then dropping to study the forest of rocky outcroppings below. A moment, and then it comes again, superheated chakra melting the surrounding snow in a surge of vapor before the stain is whirled away by the wind. The flood of renewed rage takes Kurama by surprise. Corrosive red chakra flares. He's moving before the decision is even consciously reached, clawed feet digging into snow as he leaps forward in 5 long bounds, launching himself off the edge of the mountain and skidding down the side. The cold burns his bare skin, but Kurama's thoughts are filled with bloody red fury, and he dodges stands of snowy pines without pause, heading for where terror and power are mingling. The air is already getting warmer, and under his feet the snow shifts to slush, then bare earth. One final leap and Kurama alights on an outcropping of boulders, as warm as if they've been baking in the sun, and looks down. Between the close-set arms of the mountain, a man in red and black armor is facing down a man in a familiar black cloak decorated with clouds. Koku's chakra is whirling, angry and frightened even as his Jinchuriki channels it into creating more steam, but Kurama barely pauses to notice his fellow Bija. Lips pulling back from blunted human teeth, he snarls fiercely and leaps from his perch, landing squarely between the Akatsuki member and the IWA shinobi. One glance and he remembers the man, remembers that he nearly killed Naruto once before, and Kurama growls, "Kakuzu." Pupilless green eyes flicker over him, then away, dismissive and bored. "I don't know you, so you've got no bounty," the man says indifferently. "Get lost. I'm busy." Kurama laughs, rough enough that it tears at his throat, hurts, but he ignores the stinging ache. Where's your partner? He jeers and sees Koku's Jinchuriki twitch nervously. Hiding in the bushes. You Akatsuki dods wouldn't know how to fight honorably if your lives depended on it, would you? That gets him another glance, sharper this time, and Kakuzu shifts his attention fully to Kurama. His eyes narrow warily, and he demands, "How do you know that name?" Giving the man a smirk that's more malice than anything, Kurama takes a step closer, then starts circling, and is vindictively satisfied when Kakuzu turns to follow him, ignoring Koku. What, Akatsuki? How about pain, or Nagata? Maybe you'd be interested in how I know it's Uchiha Madara pulling your strings. But you didn't know that. Judging by the faint widening of those wary eyes, Kakuzu didn't. Well, Kurama hardly plans to let him escape and make use of that knowledge. His heart is thudding in his ears, making it hard to think beyond getting his claws into Kakuzu and just tearing, but it's enough to know that no matter how immortal Akatsuki's treasurer is, he won't be leaving this place alive. Kakuzu might be good at planning, good at tricking his opponents, might use his age to his advantage, but Kurama is older still and angry. One of Kaguya's puppets is standing in front of him, and if he can't take his revenge on the goddess right now, her pawn will at least make for a convenient distraction. Where's your partner? He asked again. I might as well leave my little brother to deal with him while I put you down like the mad dog you are. Kakuzu shifts, settling into a stance Kurama saw through Naruto's eyes a long time ago. Dead, he says carelessly. The fool gambled away 3 of my bounties, so I killed him. Not hiding, then. That's a decent mark for judging how far in the past he is, and Kurama lets his smirk deepen a little. Well then, I guess there's no helping it. Koku will just have to sit this one out. 2 confused looks for that, but the chakra around the Jinchuriki flickers, and Kurama lets his own unfurl an answer, rising like a tide around him. It burns in the grey darkness like a shroud of red, and Kurama laughs cruelly when Kakuzu takes a quick step back. I could, he says lazily, circling Kakuzu like the bounty hunter is prey, just kill you once, really thoroughly, and be done with it. But I think that sounds boring, don't you? He shouldn't play with his food. Naruto's chided him more than once for talking too much when he gets his enemy's attention on him, and pots and kettles there, but Kurama doesn't care. He's a fox, first and foremost. If he wants to toy with an opponent before he kills them, he's cat-like enough to justify it. Foxes are closer to feline than canine, after all, even if they are far superior to both. Still, it seems Kakuzu's patience, at least, is at its end. He twists his fingers into the snake's seal, making his skin darken and harden, and then moves forward in a fast lunge. Kurama digs his toes into the bare earth and dodges, sliding under the first strike and coming up with a hard kick. Usually he'd use a tail, slam the bounty hunter into the side of the mountain and then roast him, but this form is weaker. His claws scrape but don't penetrate, and his kick barely slows Kakuzu down. With a curse, Kurama leaps back, then up, flipping over in midair and coming down on Kakuzu's back. He rakes his fingers across the man's cloak, tearing the fabric, and grabs for a mask only to have Kakuzu hurl him off with a furious cry. Kurama's laughing again when he disentangles himself from the cedar he landed in and drops to the ground. Touchy, touchy, he mocks, and the rage is a bright-edged, knife-sharp bubble in his gut. What? I'm not allowed to play with those. Kakuzu growls, then steps back. He shrugs off his tattered cloak and turns, and Kurama watches with barely contained anticipation as the 4 masks rip themselves free of his body. He drops into a crouch, scraping his claws over stone, and lets his chakra build. It's probably stupid, throwing himself headlong at Kakuzu like this, but Naruto is dead, and Kurama feels rather like he'll never care about anything again. The masks move towards him, somewhere between a lumber and a stalk, and Kurama tenses, evaluating his options. The fire and wind masks are the most dangerous, since they can attack together, so he needs to take one of them out first. Or, well, both would work. With a low, rumbling laugh, Kurama throws himself forward, right at the wind mask. The creature falters, thin wings flaring, but before it can so much as start its attack, Kurama lashes out with one clawed hand. From this close, the shockwave is devastating, tearing through the construct as if it's made of rasped paper, and Kurama leaps right through the shards as they fall, aiming for Kakuzu. With a curse, the bounty hunter darts back, even as the thick gray threads of his earth grudge fear slide out of his body and stab forward. It's only fitting that I take your heart to replace the one you've destroyed, he snarls. Die. Ha! Kurama slits to the side, then whirls before Kakuzu can catch him and breathes out a gout of flame. The threads twitch away, and Kurama uses the opening to go low, rolling underneath them and coming up with his claws bared, aiming for a gut wound. His nails catch on stony skin and scrape without leaving a mark. Kurama growls even as Kakuzu strikes at his throat and slides around the blow. With this little warning, summoning another shockwave is difficult, but he tries regardless, swiping downward right as Kakuzu turns to face him. It's comparatively weak, and Kakuzu manages to bring his threads up in time to block, but it still hurtles him back into the stone outcropping with a cry that's mixed anger and pain. A sudden shriek of steam exploding makes Kurama spin, distracted, and he has to duck as the shards of the fire mask go flying. Koku's Jinchuriki doesn't look at him, but keeps moving, whirling towards the lightning mask with another steam-enhanced kick. Kurama snorts at the showy move, but mirrors the Jinchuriki and aims for the earth mask. This time, he has enough warning to summon the precise ratios of positive black chakra and negative white chakra, then set it spinning in his hand. It's easy. So easy. How many times has he seen and felt Naruto do this over the years? How many times did they combine attacks, Rasengan and Bichdama tearing through enemy ranks? How painful is it to think that it will never happen again? The Bichdama detonates the moment it strikes, and even without the size it would have in Kurama's old form, it's still enough to tear straight through the earth mask and then continue on, clipping Kakuzu before he can fully avoid it and tearing through the trees and stone behind him. The bounty hunter curses, then lashes out, and Kurama doesn't even try to dodge. He slashes down again, nothing more than claws this time, and Kurama laughs as they cut through the strange, rubbery flesh of Kakuzu's reaching threads. No more earth spear to harden his skin. Kakuzu can use it without the earth mask, but hardly enough to count. Hardly at all when he's facing a Bijou and a determined Jinchuriki. The smell of ozone is his only warning. It sears and burns and hurts, and Kurama screams, tumbling to the side. He lands hard on his front shoulder, one hot bright mass of pain, and hears the Jinchuriki call out but can't answer. There's another cry, the sound of the lightning mask shattering, and then the man advancing on Kakuzu, but Kurama can't focus on anything but the pain. It's already fading, starting to heal, but he can't remember ever feeling pain like that before. Not for a Naruto, not on his own. It's only very, very rarely that something has managed to hurt him, and the sheer unexpectedness of the pain is almost as staggering as the hurt itself. Even as the skin knits itself back up beneath his fingers, the raw ache easing, Kurama slumps forward. It was a glancing blow. The mask's false darkness just managed to clip him, not strike him fully, but Kurama has a new respect for Naruto, taking Sasuke's Kaidari through the heart and surviving. Weighted footsteps, heavy and loud, make him look up. The armored man is approaching, steam fading from the device on his back, and he crouches down beside Kurama. He got away. "Are you all right?" he asked carefully. "Fine," Kurama huffs, dropping his hand to show the new, unmarred skin as he sinks back on his heels. It would be best to go after Kakuzu now, before he can get any hearts to replace those they destroyed, but Kurama can sense the bounty hunter moving rapidly towards the east, already at the edge of his range and about to disappear. Between that and the fate tremors of cinched nerves, Kurama doubts he'll be able to catch the man before he can vanish. Damn it, he thinks, claws slicing through the fabric of his pants as he curls his hands into fists. Damn it all to hell. That was my chance. A lost chance now, and worse yet, Akatsuki will know that someone has learned their secrets. Kurama wants to think that Kakuzu won't tell them, but that's stupidly optimistic. Far more likely he'll keep a few bits of information to himself, but tell them the rest, and that means they'll be prepared for someone hunting them. Fuck. He shouldn't have jumped into the fight. It was stupid and reckless and dumb, and Naruto would have done it. To save Koko, Naruto would have sacrificed the advantage of surprise in a heartbeat and not mourned the loss. Here and now, Kurama supposes he can't do any less. With a sigh, he rakes one hand through his hair, pushing it out of his face, and then rolls his eyes. "Tell your Bijou to stop thrashing," he orders sharply. "He's gonna give me a headache." The man stiffens, but doesn't flinch away despite the worry look he gives Kurama. "You know a lot of things you shouldn't," he allows after a moment. "Who are you?" Kurama's never actually given his name to anyone but Naruto. He hesitates for a long moment, debating it, and then gives in with a soft sigh. Humans share their names freely. He's human now, at least in appearances, so he might as well get used to the custom. Kurama, he answers and then snorts as Koku shifts in agitation. Yeah, you dolphin-headed freak, it's me. Stop thrashing like a landed carp, it's unbecoming of a bijou. The Jinchuriki is eyeing him like he's the freak in this equation. You're familiar with the Godi, then? Kurama shrugs, carefully looking away. He wipes his bloody hand on a patch of grass and shoves his hair out of his face again with a flicker of annoyance and answers, "We've met." "Who you?" There's a pause as the Jinchuriki apparently processes this, and then he inclines his head. "I'm Han, formerly of the Wagakure. Thank you for your help. I'm not sure I could have survived him alone." Kurama pauses, reluctantly looking up at the tall man, and then sighs. He closes his eyes and rubs at his brow in irritation, because it's complete madness, sheer stupidity, but he keeps looking up into pale brown eyes and resenting them for not being blow. Resenting Han's polite, careful speech because it's not a cheerful and exuberant flood, interspersed with a bright believe it. This isn't his Jinchuriki, could never be, and petty as it is, he's more than willing to hate the man for it. Naruto's loss hurts more sharply than his physical wound, and Kurama already knows it won't heal half as easily. Judging by the way it hurts right now, it might never heal at all. "Akatsuki lead to my best friend's death," he says, and the words feel raw in his throat, burn like acid on his tongue as he speaks them. "If you know any of the other Jinchuriki, pass the word on. They're being hunted, and the bastards won't stop until they've captured every last Jinchuriki and ripped the bijou right out of them." Han stills, studying Kurama for a moment, and then nods. "I'll tell Rushi," he offers quietly. "I believe he's met several of the others, so he can let them know." "Thank you, Kurama." "It's not like we managed to kill the bastard anyway," Kurama dismisses, rising to his feet. Several nerves spasm painfully, making his arm jerk as he grits his teeth, but the feeling subsides a moment later. "You'd have figured it out without me." Except he wouldn't have. Koko was one of the first bijou captured, if not the first. In intervening when he did, it's likely Kurama has already changed history, changed the past. It's too distant, too small a change to have affected Naruto already, but suddenly the only thought in Kurama's head is to go and find the boy and see for himself, to make sure. He won't let his Naruto be destroyed, not by his own actions and not by anyone else's. He'll die first and burn the world down with him. Decided, Kurama straightens. Konoha is several days' travel southeast, so he might as well start now. "Good luck," he says, offering Han and Koku a careless wave as he turns towards the forest of stone spires. "Wait." Han calls, and when Kurama looks back with an impatient frown, the man is drawing out a sealing scroll. "An extra uniform," he explains, catching Kurama's slightly worried glance. "I carry spares, and you don't seem to have any supplies. It's a long walk to anywhere like that." Kurama gives the man's armor a skeptical glance. "Thanks, but I'm not a fan of clanking when I walk," he says dryly. Han blinks at him for a moment, clearly startled, and then chuckles. "Oh, no," he offers reassuringly, unsealing a small pack and flipping the top open. A moment later, he tosses a few folded pieces of cloth to Kurama, who catches them automatically. "Take them with my thanks," he murmurs. Pride makes Kurama want to argue. The chill of the wind and the sting of the snow under his bare feet convinces him otherwise. "Thanks," he says gruffly, tucking them under his arms. Don't get caught." Han inclines his head formally. "Your little brother will be safe," he promises, the words clearly leaving a strange taste in his mouth, and Kurama laughs roughly. "He'd better," he says, then turns away again. "And, Koku, if there's anything redeemable about him, don't let it go to waste. A good Jinchuriki's hard to find and hard to keep." Without waiting for a response, he takes 3 long, bounding steps and leaps up, alighting on the branch of a pine. It quivers and shakes, not as sturdy as the fire country trees Kurama, through Naruto, is used to, but he keeps his balance on the swaying bough long enough to leap to the next, and then the one beyond that. In moments, he's moving southward quickly, aiming for the closest break in the stone forest. Going to Konoha is stupid, especially when he should be chasing Kakuzu. It's Naruto levels of stupid, shoving blindly through all logic and reason just because someone precious is far away, just because they might be in need of him. But Kurama couldn't care any less if he tried. All he wants is his Jinchuriki back, his best friend returned to him. And if he can't have that, then he just wants to see Naruto to prove to himself that the boy is alive, existing. The blood on his shirt is frozen, cold against his skin. Even so, Kurama presses his hand over it, this macabre reminder of Naruto's last sacrifice, and forces his numbed limbs to move faster. All he wants is Naruto, and Kaguya herself isn't going to stop him from getting to the boy. Chapter 3, Sucker. Traveling as a human is stupid. Likely Kurama should already be used to the tedium of having to walk everywhere when a single stride covers a yard, if that, but the thing about spending a good chunk of his existence in another's body is that it means he could tune out whenever things went interesting. A lot of his time was spent sleeping. Or, before Naruto got to him, seething. Plotting and planning, recovering, drowsing, remembering the sage's final words, things like that. None of it has prepared him for the fact that he now moves at the equivalent of a slug crawl when compared to a beast's usual strides. It's disconcerting, too, to see actual people everywhere. Well, not everywhere, because it's clearly winter, and most people are smart enough to stay indoors when faced with Earth Country's snow and Fire Country's biting cold, but there are still more of them than Kurama is used to. Kaguya never cared about collateral damage, and civilians were wiped out quickly. She couldn't use them the way she could shinobi corpses, no chakra systems, or systems that were severely underdeveloped. Sakura had theorized once, but she hadn't wanted to chance those capable of molding her chakra being born somewhere along the line. It's strange enough to see movement on the roads that Kurama gives plenty of odd looks in addition to those being directed at him. Those he ignores for the most part, it's easy enough to put down to the fact that Han is a huge man, easily the largest of the Jinchuriki, and Kurama feels rather like he's swimming in the borrowed uniform. It probably looks like he mugged a giant for his clothes or something. It's annoying, but so is practically everything about this situation. He thinks of Naruto again, of what Naruto would say or do in this position. He'd probably be laughing, bright and amused, walking along with his arms crossed behind his head and no plan to speak of, but every assurance that things would work out. Kurama can almost see Naruto out of the corner of his eye, walking beside him, and has to shake his head sharply to banish the vision. His Naruto is dead. The little boy he's going to see isn't anything close to his Naruto yet, and while Kurama will make every effort to be sure he becomes that person eventually, there are no guarantees. To honor his Naruto's last wishes, there's every chance Kurama will have to destroy all likelihood of the man coming to be. Because he's here to stop Kaguya, and to do that he needs to cut off all her ways of coming back. Zetsu needs to die, to disappear, and that means Kurama will likely have to take the rest of Akatsuki out as well. It's not exactly a hardship, given their aims and what they did the first time around. A threat to the Jinchuriki is a threat to Naruto, and Kurama's hardly about to let that stand. Anger simmers just below the surface of his aggravation, a touch of rage twisted up with the iron control Kurama loaned over decades of imprisonment. There's no jailer this time, no red-headed woman clinging to his chains, no blonde boy determined never to hurt anyone with Kurama's power, but still. Kurama looks human. He's not the vast harbinger of disaster anymore, that's the creature still sealed and seething in Naruto's soul. Kurama as he is now can't afford to let his anger out, not until he's fully used to being human. Kakuzu defeated him. If Han hadn't been fighting as well, it's possible Kurama would have died there in the snow, rendering Naruto's sacrifice absolutely meaningless. He doesn't know this body's healing capabilities and doesn't want to test them. The wounds from Kaguya's chakra control rods vanished, but how much of that was Naruto's body and how much was it the seal? Does Kurama's chakra make any difference, even when Naruto's system is so used to having both it and an Uzumaki's resilience? The Uzumaki part is gone now. There's no trace of Naruto's chakra remaining, and Kurama has looked, searched every last cell of this new familiar body looking for even a hint of the former occupant. It might as well be an empty vessel, though, a jar with every last ounce of its contents emptied out, wiped clean and left for Kurama alone. Damn the brat for being so good at seals, anyway. Why couldn't he have turned that to finding a way for both of them to come back? Why couldn't their positions have been reversed? Kurama knows the limits of his empathy, his abilities, and Naruto had none. Naruto would have saved everyone, brought every last enemy crashing down to stand alone in victory. With or without Kurama, he's always been a hero. Kurama is a natural disaster trapped in physical form and little else. He remembers, again, the scene just before Naruto held them back in time, blood and darkness and matte black metal, Sakura's body crumpled like a dropped doll. Remembers Naruto falling, the dull, flat sound as his body hit the earth, too late to stop the seal from working even as the light slid out of his eyes. Tries not to think about the mad rush of chakra, the snap of reality twisting and breaking around him as whatever specks of Naruto were left inside him burned away, the human soul too fragile for such a shift. What does it mean for Kurama that he survived intact? Kurama knows he's not a demon, no matter what the fools living now would term him. He knows little of evil, little of good, either, of course, because as a creature of malice and hatred, but what he is comes from the humans themselves. He is what the sage made him, and if the humans want to call him evil, so be it. He's simply a reflection of their darkness, but Naruto has shown in time and again that being so doesn't mean he can't reflect their light as well. This world might mean little to him, all its souls passing by like ants, but Naruto was never like that. And for Naruto, he'll save them. That it means he'll be able to take his revenge as well is simply a nice bonus, for all that Kurama relishes that fact. The temperature is dropping rapidly as night falls and Kurama grimaces, casting a glance up at the deep grey clouds sliding across the horizon. Snow is rare in Fire Country as long as one stays out of the mountains, but with Kurama's truly magnificent luck it seems he's just in time for a storm. He has no money, so finding an inn is out of the question, and as generous as Han was providing him with UN-rigged clothes, they are hardly thick enough to keep him warm in a blizzard. Given that he's passing through farmland right now, there aren't even any nice caves to hole up in. It's either sleep in the bushes at the edge of the road or break into someone's house, and Kurama doesn't want to deal with all the possible problems that could come with the latter. Still, there are lights ahead of him, a small, tight cluster of them, and Kurama decides he might as well check the inn regardless if there is one. As much as it irks his pride, the innkeeper may be willing to take pity on him, or let him do manual labor to make up for a night's stay. A little indignity is worth not freezing to death, Kurama decides reluctantly. Besides, his feet are still bare. He's starting to lose the feeling in his toes, and as inexperienced as he is in listening to a human body's warning signs, he knows that can't be a good one. At least moving is coming more easily now, Kurama thinks a touch sourly as he makes it to the outskirts of the tiny town. Getting into a fight was good for that at least, even if Kikuzu did almost fry him in the end. It's not like it's the first time he's been in control of Naruto's body, either, but the emptiness is unnerving. For more than 100 years, Kurama has shared a form with a human, cat to the back of their thoughts whenever he couldn't fight his way to the front, and being without the submerging hum is like gravity suddenly shifting so that things fall sideways rather than down. It knocks him off balance, and he finds himself so aware of the lack of noise that it's very close to maddening. Naruto was always doing, even when he wasn't in control. Always thinking, always feeling, and now there's just nothing. The inn isn't hard to find, at least, and Kurama forces himself from his thoughts, lifting his eyes to study the sign. There's no notice that those who can't pay will be thrown out, so Kurama supposes that's a step in the right direction, though he doesn't have much hope of the owner being accommodating. Maybe he's been jaded by his own experiences and Naruto's as a child, but he's seen a whole lot of the worst humanity has to offer, and most of the good has been inspired by Naruto alone. In all likelihood, it's simply the world they live in. Hard to keep a positive outlook when you're little more than a mercenary for hire. Even Naruto could be pragmatic about it, to a degree, shinobi a shinobi, and people buying their services keeps the villages running. There's only so much room for ideology, and while Naruto managed to walk that line in the years he was Hokage, Kurama can't imagine many other people would be able to. Sighing softly, Kurama rakes a hand through his hair to get it out of his face, then approaches the inn. The interior is brightly lit, and as he pushes open the door he can see a small bar and dining area off to the side. The smell of food makes his stomach rumble disconcertingly, and Kurama grimaces, pressing a hand over it. These reactions are weird. He's still not used to having them, no matter how long he's spent as someone's ghostly passenger. Having them happen to him firsthand is a lot different than distantly knowing they're occurring. His entrance gets him a few sharp, wary looks, but otherwise nothing, and that's weird too. Kurama is still used to those who don't know him through Naruto running screaming at the side of him, and for all that is now a normal human size, slightly below average, even, thanks to the brat never quite managing to outgrow his shrimp phase, the lack of reaction to his presence just feels strange. Shaking it off, Kurama glances around to get his bearings, then heads for the small desk at the bottom of the stairs. The older woman working the glances up as he approaches, looks back down, and then does a double take. One brow arches skeptically, but she puts her pen down and asked politely, "Can I help you?" Kurama hates this. The damn brat would be so much better at everything, he thinks, and it stings enough to make him twitch. Taking a breath, he forces himself not to growl the way he wants to and instead answers, "Yeah. Any chance you'd be willing to trade a night stay and a meal for some work?" The weariness changes to a considering expression and the woman looks him over. "We have firewood that needs cutting and moving," she says after a moment. "My son would do it, but he was injured by bandits on the southern road." Kurama tries not to grimace. From night-tailed demon fox, scourge of humanity's darkest places, to woodcutter. Gaiki would laugh himself sick. Not to mention Shukako would actually die laughing. "How about I take care of those bandits instead," he suggests, smiling. Not his fault if the expression has a few too many teeth in it. That gets him another look, even sharper this time. "You're a shinobi?" the woman asks, clearly searching for a Hatayate. It makes things both easier and harder that Kurama doesn't have Naruto's, either the old one with Konoha's symbol or the alliance one shinobi started defaulting to once Kaguya wiped out the first few villages. Either would raise questions, but they would answer them, too. As it is, both of them were lost years ago, so Kurama simply nods and says, unaffiliated. "I probably should have guessed, the way you look," the innkeeper says shrewdly. "If I have your word you'll hunt them down tomorrow, you can stay. Room 5 is empty, and it comes with dinner." It takes effort not to bristle a little at the remark, and it reminds Kurama of Naruto's parting comment that he should look in a mirror, which between the ache of grief and the bite of irritation just puts him in a foul mood all around. "Fine. Good," he manages. "I'll go after them as soon as I wake up." A fight sounds like a good idea anyway, and he'd likely have gone after them whether she agreed to the trade or not. Bandits generally set up camp, so Kurama could have slept there after he killed them. Still, a warm meal beats scavenged scraps or stolen rations, and this way he's assured of a soft bed. There have been too few of those the last 5 years. For the sake of all of Naruto's complaining about the lack, if nothing else, Kurama will take advantage. "We have a deal," she agrees and passes over a key. Again, room 5. "I'll have one of the girls bring your dinner if you want to find a seat." Awkwardly, Kurama nods his thanks, then turns to look for an open table. There's one in the corner, tapped back against the wall, and he heads for it with some relief, instinct telling him to find somewhere dark and stay there. He's hurting, even if his physical wounds are already gone, and there's enough of the real fox in him to want to hide until the pain is gone, even if the more rational part of his brain knows it won't work. He remembers Naruto's grief after Kaguya killed Sasuke. It ebbed, sometimes, but it never fully eased, and even though Naruto was a best friend rather than a lover to Kurama, he doesn't expect his own pain to be any different. Some things heal with time. Loss scads over, but never seems to go away. The nightmares come as a surprise. Kurama gasps awake some time before dawn, sweat-soaked and shaking again, this time with the image of Naruto's slack, empty face before him, twisted with the corrupted grey lines that always marked Kaguya's controlled corpses. There's nothing else, no danger, no threat, but that alone is enough to make Kurama hunch forward, fisting his hands in his hair and ignoring the prickle of claws too close to his scalp. He takes a breath, lets it out in a rough, shaky cry, and clamps his eyes shut, fighting to hang on to that last smile Naruto gave him rather than that horrible creation of his subconscious. It's not real. He knows that, logically, because what he saw was this body falling, and since Kurama is wearing it right now there's no way Kaguya in that time could have animated it like some macabre puppet. But Kurama heard it, the sound of Naruto's body striking the ground, dropped, discarded, meaningless without the real Naruto inside it. And now Kurama will have to live with the reminder every day, every time his heart beats, every time he moves. Because this is Naruto's body, but Kurama's stolen it, taken it over. Maybe he wanted this once, but not for 20 years at least. He's the pretender here, the fake, and he hates himself as he never, ever has before. Always, always his loathing has turned outwards, been directed at others, but now. Now he might as well have killed Naruto himself. For all that this wasn't his choice, he might as well have cut the Jinchuriki's throat with his own hand. A sound tears out of him, rough and choking and as sharp as knives, and Kurama's body shakes with the force of it. Another, and then again, and there are tears on his cheeks, and Kurama can't understand how, but is crying. crying for the loss of the first person since the sage to bring light to his world, crying for the loss of his best friend, his partner, the one creature in all of creation who looked upon his soul and loved him regardless. Naruto is gone, and Kurama is all that's left. It hurts. The world feels empty and gaping and so terribly open, as if it's about to fall away beneath his feet and leave him spinning out into nothingness. The anger filled him up before, the anger and the petty bits of irritation, but in the spill of cold moonlight falling through the window, all of that has been burned away. Grief rises in its place, too much for his tiny human body to contain, and Kurama feels like it should wash him away, drown him completely. But instead it builds and builds, and there's no release, no deliverance. Just grief. Just sorrow. Just loss, and the burning, twisting knowledge seared right into the heart of him that nothing will ever be the same again. For so long, they fought. For survival, for revenge, for protection of those left. There was always a thread of hope, though, that someday, somehow, they would get their world back. Naruto had so very much to do with that, pushed them all forward towards that vision of peace and home and family when they won. Only with that last, final strike did they lose it, and even then Naruto still clung to his hope that Kurama would make it back, would fix things and let everyone be happy. But here and now, Kurama has none of that. His world will never, ever be what it was, and from now until this body crumbles away, he's going to have to live with this unfamiliar grief, these human emotions, and remember every second of every day just what it is he lost. Damn you, he whispers around the edges of a sub, pressing his forehead against his raised knees and wrapping his arms around his head. Damn you. But it doesn't have the edge of anger to it that it did just hours before. There's only the ache, and even though Kurama knows himself well enough to realize the fury isn't gone forever, he hates this. Hates this weakness, hates the fact that he can't ride the hard edges the way he always did his malice and anger. Hates that he wishes he could have been the one to make the sacrifice instead of Naruto, because he shouldn't. For anyone else he wouldn't even dream of it, but a world without Naruto isn't one he wants to live in. There's nothing romantic about the sentiment. Nothing of lust or desire or anything like that. But Naruto was the first human to earn his name, to earn the free use of his power, to earn his trust and his friendship and his love. Naruto was the one person in existence for whom he would have done absolutely anything, and to be without that is like severing half his soul and trying to move on without it. Enough, he tells himself, tells this small, weak body, but it doesn't work. If anything, the tears come faster, hot and uncontrollable, and Kurama lashes out in frustration and pain, slashing futilely at the air. Enough, he cries, but it breaks partway through, and he can't bring himself to say it again. Surely he can't cry forever. Surely there's an end to this somewhere. It's still hours until dawn, but Kurama can't stay here any longer, inactive, mired in unfamiliar emotion. He felt as a bijou, but not like this. Not to these intensities, not with such pain. It's new and he loads it, the shakiness of his limbs and the hollow emptiness in his chest, the dry sting of his eyes and the raw rasp of his throat. So vulnerable, with so many weaknesses, so many places where even a hard touch can kill. But he doesn't hate humans blindly, not anymore. Maybe Naruto is the best of them, but through him Kurama has come to know others, lust now, maybe, but he called them friends once, would have fought to his last breath to protect them. Their weaknesses give them strengths he's never quite been able to understand, and he wonders if, like this, he'll someday learn. Restlessness and the ache of the unfamiliar silence drives him up and out, still pulling the sash of his borrowed robe closed. The inn is deserted but echoing with snores, and the buzz of the noise against his ears makes Kurama grimace. Shinobi don't snore, as a rule, and is not used to the sound. It's enough that he's surprised he remained asleep as long as he did, and is quite happy to get away from it now as he moves quickly down the hall. The innkeeper from the night before is just turning on the lights as he enters the main room, and she gives him a look of fade surprise. "You're up early, Shinobi," she says, even as she turns away. Meaning to get an early start. "Best to hit them while they are still half asleep," Kurama says gruffly, eager to leave. The presence of other humans itches at him, like fur rubbed the wrong way. He doesn't want to look at them and remember the reason is here, the reason Naruto is dead. Because Naruto died for them, even if they'll never know it. And maybe that's actually part of the reason they don't know, can't know, will never be able to look at any version of Naruto and understand the lengths to which he'd go to save them. Kurama resents them for it, because he won't allow himself to envy them their ignorance. Naruto is worth more than that. For a long moment, the woman makes no acknowledgement. Then, slowly, she turns and studies him with an unreadable expression. You have no weapon, she points out. Kurama shrugs, half lifting one hand so the pointed tips of his nails catch the light. Don't need them, he counters and takes a step towards the door. The southern road, you said. This time, the woman lets him go and doesn't call him back. Yes, she agrees, and then, when Kurama is almost out the door, good luck. He doesn't answer, pulling the door shut behind him. There's a thick layer of snow on the ground, a chill wind sending ice crystals dancing up through the air, and Kurama wishes futilely for paws and fur to withstand the cold. Still, he made a promise and he'll keep it, so he grits his teeth and steps forward, ignoring the snow's bite. A breath, careful and steadying and slow, and he opens his senses as he starts south, seeking any feelings of malice or hatred. There are some here and there, scattered bits from drains or one or two people, but nothing beyond the ordinary. The malice it takes to prey on fellow humans is something deeper, more sinister, so Kurama keeps walking, passing out of the town and into a small wood. The shadows cast by the three-quarter moon are long and dark, but not oppressive to a Bisha's eyes, and he moves easily, silently through the darkness. Stealth, at least, comes easily after 5 years of hit-and-run fighting against a goddess, and Kurama is confident that he won't be seen unless he wants to be. Naruto would like this, he thinks, and the faint bitterness of the painful thought is undercut with the stirrings of anger once more. Helping people, trading services, defeating enemies, it should be Naruto here, not Kurama. Not Kurama, who keeps his word because that was Naruto's way, who does good because any less would leave Naruto disappointed in him. Not Kurama, who was reeling from this first true loss of someone close to him. His fellow Bisha were regrets because he couldn't save them, but the anger always overwhelmed the sorrow. Not so now, like this, because the absence of Naruto hurts worse than anything else he can imagine. But he can drown it out, he thinks. He hopes. Fighting Kakuzu left no room for anything else, only action and reaction and bubbling, bright-edged fury at this little reminder of Kaguya. Fury is better than grief. Anger is better than sorrow. Kurama can endure the former, he has no experience surviving the latter. He takes a breath and lets it out in a white gust, then closes his eyes, coming to a halt. Up ahead is a knot of malevolence and petty cruelty, exactly what Kurama once spent centuries hunting. At the edge of his hearing, there are people stirring and talking, sharp bits of an argument, and Kurama smiles thinly. Found you, he murmurs and goes forward, keeping crouched low to the ground. Firelight flickers through the trees, muted and shielded, but it's enough to see by. Kurama presses himself into the shadows of a gnarled oak and makes to slip around it to get a good look at the camp, but someone's already there. Kurama blinks, caught entirely off guard, and the shinobi in the painted mask blinks back. Chapter 4, Scintilla. Kurama's first instinct is to throw himself forward, claws leading, and rip the intruder open from stem to stern. His second is to dive for safety and set the forest on fire to cover his escape. His third, in contrast, is to twitch with tension, but otherwise stay where he is, because that lichen-like shock of grey hair is very, very familiar. Thankfully, the masked nin, A and BU, clearly doesn't make any hostile moves either. He eyes Kurama, who eyes him right back, and neither of them move. Very carefully and slowly, Kurama takes a half step away and then lifts his hands, palms facing out, to show they are empty of weapons. Honestly, it's an idiotic gesture, probably propagated by civilians. There's never been a single shinobi anywhere who stopped being a threat just because they weren't holding a weapon. Still, the meaning behind it is clear, and Kurama really doesn't want to start a fight with this particular ninja. Not because he thinks he'll lose, he's the Kyuubi no Kitsune, and after Kakuzu he'll be damned if he'll let himself lose to anyone ever again, but because if they do get in a fight, it will be to the death. Living in Kaguya's war-torn world means Kurama's very familiar with hoarding power. However, that's hardly the same thing as holding back. All it's taught him is how to win with as few blows possible, and he can't risk that here. Not with the changes to the timeline and to Naruto himself that would doubtless occur. If it comes down to it, he'll abort the mission and go chop the stupid firewood. He's not about to risk his Naruto never coming into being because of this man's death. Then the man's had tips, bird-like and curious, and he lifts gloved hands. Rapid-fire hand signs flicker in the firelight, and Kurama squints at him dubiously. He might have shared headspace with Naruto for almost 40 years, and as Hokage, Naruto had to learn A and BU signs, but like fuck he knows what the collection of gibberish means. A sharp gesture, clearly impatient, and then the A and BU repeats the signs more slowly. Now that he can actually see the damn things, Kurama can catch a few he remembers. That's captive, definitely, and that's either rescue or contain or possibly dinner. Kurama's pretty sketchy on that particular sequence, and maybe 6. Ah, fuck it. Kurama rolls his eyes, waves to get the man's attention, and then jerks his thumb at the camp. He holds up 8 fingers for the 8 bandits grouped around the fire or sleeping off to the side, then points at himself, at them again, and then drags a finger across his throat in a gesture that can't be mistaken. For a long moment, the A and BU stares flatly at him. Then he sighs softly and nods in agreement. Good enough. Giving him a toothy smile, Kurama digs his claws into the tree trunk and leaps upward, silently pulling himself onto a wide limb. From there it's easy enough to inch his way along the branch and out over the edge of the camp, and one look tells him just what the A and BU was trying to say. There's a girl. Young, small, delicate-looking, her hair up in buns and tears on her cheeks. Her dress is better quality than anything he's seen in a long time, and she looks too scared to be a shinobi. Civilian, then, and likely noble, probably a hostage of some sort. Kurama grimaces faintly to himself, because that just made everything more complicated, but it's salvageable. Probably. A quick glance shows that more than half of the rough-looking men are bedded down, either asleep or on the verge of it, with only 3 sitting awake around the fire. There's one on either side of the girl, but Kurama thinks he can work around that. Quickly, he shrugs out of the voluminous kimono shirt hand provided, reknots the sash around his waist, and looks for his temporary ally. From the shadows near the base of the tree, the A and BU looks back, mask-tipped questioningly. With an effort, Kurama dredges up a few of the very, very long-forgotten hand signs, which he honestly never paid any attention to, mostly because it was Sasuke teaching Naruto, and things had quickly devolved into sex, and signs carefully and awkwardly, I retrieve. Cover. A nod, sharp and quick, and the man crouches down, letting his body block the light as he draws his tent so that no one will notice its glint. Seeing that he's ready, Kurama takes a breath, gathers himself, and leaps. Black cloth drops right over the little girl's startled face, covering her completely even as Kurama lands on the man at her right. A shove puts the bandit on the ground, and a sharp twist breaks his neck before Kurama launches himself at the other guard, claws first. At the same moment, the A and BU explodes out of the shadows, appearing between 3 bandits as they scramble to their feet, but Kurama doesn't pause to watch. He tears out the guard's throat in a splatter of blood, ducks the swing of the third's long knife, and then gathers his chakra and swipes down hard. From this distance, with a bijou shockwave set against a normal human, Kurama his bones snapping as the bandit and the man behind him both go flying. Fighting hasn't been this easy in a long time. Kaguya's undead soldiers, pulled up like grisly puppets by their chakra networks and drawing power directly from the goddess herself, were never this easy to put down, and they always tended to get back up unless burned to ashes. But these are humans, civilian men who can't even mold chakra, and Kurama feels almost ridiculous pitting his strength against them. It's one thing for the Kyuubi to wipe out whole towns full of humanity's darkest members, but 8 of them, with assistance. It almost makes up for his stupidity against Kakuzu yesterday. The last of the A and BU's 3 opponents is just falling as Kurama straightens, the girl safely behind him. The last bandit is trapped between them, wild-eyed and pale, clutching a dulled sword. With a low laugh, Kurama takes a menacing step forward and man's eyes automatically dart to him. Too late he realizes the consequences of the action, his head snaps up, horror blooming, but at the same instant a taunt drives right through his back. For a long moment there's silence, and then with a short, choking gasp he crumples bonelessly. Kurama's seen enough death, he doesn't linger to watch this one. Leaving the A and BU to deal with the bodies, Kurama turns to where the bound little girl is still sitting, covered by his shirt. The fight was quiet, but for her sake he hoped she passed out rather than listening to it. The kid can't be more than 4, if that, and Kurama remembers the orphans Kaguya's forces left behind. He's dealt with enough traumatized kids for one lifetime, thanks. Feudally, Kurama wipes his gory left hand on a clump of grass, then gives it up as hopeless and simply tucks it a little behind him. With his clean hand he reaches out and pulls the dark cloth off the girl's head, and when wide, terrified eyes snap to him immediately he gives her the gentlest smile he can muster. What would the brat do? He thinks a little desperately. Damn it, how would Naruto handle this? Think. Hey, he says softly. You're okay now. They are never going to be able to scare you again. You're safe. No matter how many other duties Naruto and Sasuke had, they always made a point of it to spend time with the orphan children. Every day they were in camp or traveling, they helped care for the kids, played or taught or simply talked to them, and Kurama can't help but remember those pale, tired, grief-stricken faces right now. There's not really any use comparing kidnapping to seeing your entire world shattering around, because they are horrible in different ways, but they are both terrible. They are both things no child should ever have to face. Kurama is fond of kids, for the most part. He likes them well enough for being tiny larval stage humans, but has never really had to interact with them beyond just watching Naruto do it. Once or twice, before things got really bad and they had to conserve strength wherever possible, Naruto had let Kurama manifest a time or two so the brats could use him as a jungle djinn. It had been well beneath his dignity, but even so Kurama had never complained. They were wary of him for the first few minutes, but after Naruto had scaled his side and perched proudly between his ears, laughing his idiotic head off, they'd been more than willing to take advantage. Having humans accept him so easily, overcome their fear so quickly, that part Kurama had enjoyed. This, helping the girl, is something Naruto would have strongly approved of, even if he would have been saddened by Kurama's slaughter of the bandits. Kurama doesn't particularly care about the latter, he's still a Bija, after all, still a creation of chakra that feeds off malice and hatred, but for Naruto, he'll try to keep her spirits up. The terror in her face isn't quite disappearing, although it's easing a little. She blinks, sending more tears cascading down her cheeks, but she stopped whimpering. Kurama gives her another smile, trying to make it encouraging rather than scary, and reaches out slowly. I'm going to get that gad off, if you're okay with me touching you, he soothes. Once that's gone you might feel a bit better. Lifting his hand, he twists it to show her his nails and says, I don't want to cut you, but these are pretty sharp so try not to wiggle. It okay for me to take that off? A pause and then the girl nods emphatically, making muffled noises. Kurama chuckles a little, reaching out, and she goes determinedly still. He goes, he warns her, then tips her head slightly to the side, slides a claw up under the rough twine, and presses carefully. It takes a moment and a bit more pressure than he'd like, but with one or two cautious sawing motions the threads part. Kurama unwinds them from her head, then helps her get the wad of cloth out of her mouth. While she's busy spitting out stray threads and making disgusted faces, Kurama cuts through the ropes binding her hands and legs, and, remembering the few times Naruto got tied up, carefully starts to rub the chafed areas to get the blood flowing again. The girl hisses a little, and Kurama winces. Sorry, but we don't want your fingers falling off, right, he murmurs, glancing up, and finds that wide blue eyes are fixed on his face. His heart shudders and stumbles in his chest, even though they aren't quite the right shade of blue. One little hand comes up, reaching out, and Kurama warily holds still as the girl snags a handful of his hair. She pulls the locks towards her, studying them intently, and then looks up to tell Kurama very seriously, it's like my favorite red crayon. Kurama looks down, too, and supposes that of all the things she could have compared it to, blood, fire, anger, death, that's probably the nicest it's going to get. Thanks, he offers with a small smile. Your hair's very pretty too. Not blonde, and is glad of it. He doesn't think he could handle the combination again so soon, no matter how different she is from his Jinchuriki. Brown is good. Brown is safe right now. Did you get hurt anywhere? Almost instantly her eyes fill with tears again, and with a muffled whimper she throws herself forward. Kurama just barely manages to swallow a yelp as she collides with his chest, rocking him back on his heels. Tiny shoulders shake with what is clearly the beginnings of a sob, and Kurama feels panic building. Hey, he tries, soft and as comforting as he can manage. Hey there, what's this about? I know you were scared, but you're okay now. The bad men are dead, they can't hurt you ever again. That gets him a sniffle, and with absolutely no idea what else to do, Kurama wraps his arm around the girl and shifts back to sit in the dirt, pulling her more securely into his lap. Oh Sage, why me? He thinks, entirely, unbecomingly agitated, and tries to drown out the avalanche of alarm with the quiet shushing noises he's heard Naruto make when in this situation. And babbling. That always seemed to work for Naruto. Sure, everything's okay. You're fine, you've been saved, just like a princess, huh? A beautiful princess with big blue eyes, but you've got dozens of boys in love with you back home. You'll definitely have any boy you look at tripping over his own feet. Never seen a braver princess. Your dad must be so proud of you. The muffled sobbing is tapering off, replaced by quiet hiccups that manage to sound completely forlorn. I wanna see my daddy, she manages, barely understandable between the mucus and the way her face is smashed against Kurama's bare chest. I wanna see my daddy, but they wouldn't let me. Kurama casts a desperate glance at the ANBU, who is, like a damned coward, keeping a good 10 feet between them at all times, even as he warily checks the perimeter. The man seems to feel his look, because he glances back and answers the questioning jerk of Kurama's head with a single sign that's thankfully recognizable. Alive. Thank fuck. You going to see him really soon, princess, Kurama assures her, and is unspeakably relieved when she pulls away enough to look up at him. Except, Dan, those wide, watering eyes might as well qualify as a lethal weapon, and it takes effort not to flinch back. Instead, he strokes his clean hand over her hair and gives her what is hopefully more smile than grimace. I promise, he's waiting for you, and he misses you a lot. Look. He even hired a big, strong ANBU to find you and get you back from those bad man. The girl shifts just enough to stare dubiously at the ANBU, who holds his ground and stares right back, brightly painted mask eerie in the flickering firelight. The man takes a step forward, as if to join them, and the girl squeaks in fear, ducking back down into Kurama's hold. Oh no. Kurama's getting a bad feeling about this. Hey, he soothes, shooting the ANBU a nasty, pointed look over his shoulder before going back to trying to coax the girl shake off of him. None of that, now. He's one of the good guys and is going to take you back to your dad. That's what you want, right? Not only does the girl refuse to budge, her small arms come up to wrap around Kurama's neck, clinging so tightly he suspects he'll need a pry bar to get her off. He's scary, she protests. Like an oni. And there's that sniffle again. Oh no. Conceivably, Kurama could wrench her off, shove her at the ANBU, and go back to making tracks for Konoha as quickly as humanly possible. He's tempted to try it, if only because all his past interactions with children have had a time limit, and he has no clue how to interact with them for longer than a few hours. But Naruto wouldn't do that. And though he'd be unhappy about Kurama killing, which Kurama always tried to tone down for his sake, at least where basic humans were concerned, though he's never really seen the point of sparing those who feel truly wicked, he'd be furious if Kurama abandoned a child. Even now, the thought of Naruto angry with him is enough to make Kurama wince. He casts a look at the gray-haired ANBU, who tips his head questioningly in response. Rolling his eyes, Kurama gestures at the girl, then at himself, and then points at the man and waves a hand in the direction of Konoha. The ANBU hesitates, body language wary and cautious, and then slowly nods his head. Sure, Kurama urges the girl again, resigning himself to his fate. He's not an oni, I promise, but if it makes you feel better, I'll come too. We'll bring you back to your dad together. That way there's no chance of anything else happening. Now, what's your name, princess? The hands curled around his shoulders unclench a little, even though she's still gripping tightly, and she whispers, I know her. Your dad's brat purpose, huh? Kurama teases gently. That's a pretty name for a pretty girl. I'm Kurama, know her. It's very nice to meet you. Thank you for saving me, Kurama, Noho whispers. I was really scared. Despite himself, Kurama remembers a little blond boy in the woods calling on his power for the first time to save a teacher. Remembers a haze of terror and resolve, the drive to protect even if it cost him his life. A sob catches in his own throat, and he bows his head, pressing his cheek to Noho's dirty hair. That's okay, he whispers back. You were really brave anyway. I'm glad I could save you. It's true. He hadn't expected it to be, but it is. This isn't attacking Kakuzu in a haze of crimson fury and the choking need for revenge. This is just a little bit of good. One life made brighter, and even if she's not quite one of Naruto's precious people, he knows Naruto wouldn't mind this pause in his mission. Not when it helped rescue a little girl. An icy wind slides through the forest, rustling the treetops and making Kurama shiver. He eases back a little, stroking Noho's hair comfortingly, and clears his throat. Think you can let me get my shirt back on? He asks, patting her head. If I'm going to Konoha with you, I don't want to scare people. It's about a day and a half on foot, the ANBU says unexpectedly, making Noho flinch as he crouches down next to them. A sharp grey eye studies the girl, then flicks up to Kurama's face. More quietly, he says, I can put her to sleep and take her myself. It would make things easier. Unconsciously, Kurama's arm tightens around the little girl and he bares his teeth before he can stop it. Keep your danjutsus to yourself, he growls. She's just a kid and she's fine. I'll carry her. There's no need for that shit. The man snorts softly, even as Noho glances up at him with bright-eyed curiosity and says, my daddy told me those are bad words. Yeah, well, it was a bad suggestion, Kurama huffs, reaching for his shirt. The tacky blood on his finger smears a little, and he grimaces as he stands. That'll teach him to go for the throat with his bare hands. Thankfully, there's plenty of snow, and he settles Noho by the gnarled roots of a tree while he scrubs his skin clean. The ANBU follows, hovering like a shadow and making wary sweeps of their surroundings. Giving the man a roll of his eyes, Kurama shakes excess water from his hand, then reaches for his top. Call it, he orders. No one with ill intentions is within a mile of us. We'll be fine. He shrugs the fabric on, and maybe it isn't as warm as it could be, but the heavy cloth is still a relief against the bite of the wind. Quietly enough that the girl won't hear, he asks, her parents are in Konoha, right? Her father hired me, the ANBU answers. He was there when I left. Satisfied, Kurama nods and rises to his feet. Are you cold, Noho? He asks, figuring that she's not. Her roads look pretty warm, and she's got a shawl over her shoulders, but if she is, he has no compunctions raiding the bandits' supplies. It's not like they're going to be using the stuff, after all. I'm okay. The girl smiles at him, still a little worried but mostly just sweet. Are we going to see my daddy now? We are, Kurama assures her, crouching down to pick her up. She comes readily, and there are still tear tracks on her face. There's still a faint tremble in her voice, but she looks like a stubborn little thing, and despite the trauma, Kurama is willing to bet she'll be fine. Little kids are amazingly resilient. With a smile in return, he scoops her up, propping her on his hip, and turns to raise an expectant brow at his companion. The ANBU looks at him, looks at the girl, and steps back. I'll set up a perimeter, he mutters, and is gone in a blur. Coward, Kurama huffs, but when Noho glances at him he just shakes his head. It's nothing, princess. Some people are just silly. She gives him another faintly tremulous smile, then says, if I'm a princess, does that mean you're my knight? Naruto would be laughing his ass off right now, Kurama thinks with a sigh, and it hurts, like a crippling blow. But it's bearable, if gutting. I could be, he answers, glancing at the sun that's just starting to rise and then turning south. But I think I'd rather be a monster. He can't quite tell if that statement's a lie. This is Naruto's body, and as much as he'd prefer Naruto to still be the one in it, if that's out of the question, Kurama would rather it be in his own possession, and the irony of that statement makes him want to laugh bitterly than Kaguya's. Noho wrinkles her nose. Don't monsters eat princesses? She asked skeptically. Well, normally, but you're a special princess, Kurama counters, tapping her lightly on the tip of the nose. You've got powerful monster-taming abilities to make me your friend. Besides, I think the ANBU over there would be a lot better at the whole night thing than I would. There's a sound suspiciously like the ANBU missing a branch and having to lunge for another, and Kurama hides a smirk. The girl looks equally doubtful. Really? Kurama really shouldn't. He doesn't want to get dragged into tea, and at the moment they set foot in the village after all. But, well, Kitsune and all that. Sure, he says, just managing to smother the pure wickedness in his voice. ANBU are strong and brave, right? And at best so ANBU over there has a dark, tragic past he's trying to atone for. That's how most knights are, right? He's probably really handsome under that mask, too. I still like you better, Kurama, Noho declares after a moment of thought, apparently not convinced. You can be a monster if you want to, as long as you're still my friend. Blue eyes just aren't fair, Kurama thinks with an internal sigh and pats Noho's head. No worries, he tells her gently. I'll be your friend for as long as you need me. Satisfied, Noho puts her head down on his shoulder, one arm curled around his neck. The thumb on her other hand is inching towards her mouth, but Kurama isn't going to say anything. He's hardly going to deny her what small bits of comfort she can find. Gently rubbing her back, he makes for a small break in the trees and then towards the road beyond the woods. Originally, he'd been planning to sneak into Konoha, find Naruto to make sure that some version of his Jinchuriki was still alive and well, and then hightail it back out to hunt down Akatsuki. Still, as far as sneaking into an inter-village goes, walking through the front gate with an ANBU at his side will doubtless simplify things. Even if it puts him in the spotlight, Kurama's confident that he can slip a watcher if he needs to. He won't do anything to hurt Konoha. After all, there's never been a place Naruto loved more, but he won't let them hold him, either. He's got his mission, the one Naruto died for, and he'll never waver from it. With deadly silence, the ANBU leaps from the trees to land in the road beside him, then straightens easily and falls into step. Kurama gives him a sideways glance only to find that he's getting the same in return and has to look away again. Without the adrenaline, without the fight, it's easy to remember just who this man is, what he meant to Naruto. Dead, long dead, but still a pain that was second only to Sasuke's. So, he says gruffly, glancing down at Noho for want of a better place to aim his eyes. What should I call you? Names of power. Names of meaning. Kurama knows it better than anyone. Before, he only ever gave his name to one person, and only Naruto used it. Sasuke, Sakura, and the rest simply called him the Kyuubi, and Kurama preferred it that way. His name is his own, given to him by the Sage of Six Paths himself, and even now Kurama will never give it lightly. The rules are a bit different for humans, but Kurama thinks this man would agree with him. There's a long, long pause, and Kurama looks up again, half to check that the ANBU is still there. He is, gaze turned away, shoulders stiff and back straight. There's blood on his gloves, though he doesn't seem to have noticed. Or maybe he has. Kurama's not good at catching things like that, especially when he himself doesn't particularly care about the death they caused. Humans, and poor ones at that, and Naruto would yell and hit him for it, but Kurama will never mourn them. Then the man shifts, just a little, and his head lifts. One gray eye sharp and steady, and the other. Kurama feels his hackles rise at the sight of red and black, and has to strangle back the low, furious growl that wants to rumble out. The Sharingan, and that Sharingan in particular, is never going to hold good memories for him. A quick tip of the ANBU's head to check their surroundings, a glance at Noho, mostly asleep already, and then he says very quietly, "I'm Hound." Kurama inclines his head, but doesn't otherwise react. He already knew, after all, but is not about to use a name he hasn't been given. A moment, a sudden thought, and then his mouth quirks up in a small, faintly wistful smile. Another bad idea, but, well. They always seem to work out pretty well for Naruto. Not looking at the man, he offers, Uzumaki Kurama, and pretends he doesn't hear Hound's breath catch. Well. It's something, at least. Something to hold on to, Kurama thinks, burying his nose in Noho's hair and just missing. Missing Naruto. Soon, he promises himself, and it will be. Even if it's just a glimpse, just a moment, that's all he needs. Proof that Naruto, even if he's not quite his Naruto yet, is still alive. Then he can move forward. Then he can keep walking, and he tells himself he won't look back. Chapter 5, The Propinquity. Traveling as a human is still stupid and boring, but at least this time Kurama has something to occupy his attention. How's it this red? Did you paint it? Seated on Kurama's shoulder, one of his arms hooked over her legs to hold her in place, Noho pats at his hair, combing through the strands like she's looking for the real color hidden underneath. Kurama rolls his eyes a little where she can't see it, but answers as patiently as is able, "No. It's just like that." He does wonder, a little morbidly, why he doesn't simply look like Naruto, even though he's grateful for it. Just knowing this his Naruto body is bad enough. It would be an even worse hell, having to see his lust Jinchuriki staring back at him every time he looked in a mirror. Granted, he hasn't even done that much yet, regardless of it being Naruto's last suggestion, and despite the having the opportunity at the end. It will feel final, Kurama thinks sadly. As grateful as he is, looking in a mirror will show him without a doubt that he's the sole occupant of this form, that there's little to nothing of Naruto left to it. The basic shape, maybe, and the blood Kurama has claimed with his assumed last name, but everything else will be Kurama, and if the color of his skin and his hair is anything to go by, he'll look very little like his lust friend. Hound is watching them out of the corner of his eye, porcelain mask still concealing his face but body language worry. The fact that he's walking next to them again is an improvement, though he'd taken to the trees again the moment Nova woke up from her nap and started wanting to interact again. Kurama ignores the man as best he can, although he's uncomfortably aware that this is indeed one of Naruto's precious people, more or less. Maybe not quite, maybe not yet, but the framework is there. Surely Naruto would want him to help, despite Kurama only having the vaguest idea how. After all, this isn't Naruto's beloved perverted teacher, porn book fixed firmly in front of his face, ready with a disarming, deceptive smile the moment anyone tries to take him seriously. This is ANBU's Hound, alert but silent, with a weight of old, half-faded bleakness around him that sets Kurama's teeth on edge. He doesn't remember all that much of Hound's history beyond the parts where it intersected with Naruto's. A bit about ANBU, a passing recollection that the brat's other sensei, Yamato, once served under him, mention made of a Itachi once doing the same. There's little else he can use to judge where he is in the time period, and it would definitely be suspicious to randomly ask how long ago the Kyuubi attack happened, especially, Kurama thinks dully, if it hasn't happened yet. Kakuza's appearance was a clue, and at least means he's back sometime before Naruto's first Chunin exams. Haiden was a new member of Akatsuki when they started seriously hunting the Bija, and if he isn't there the organization is probably still gathering power. Maybe finding Han was a coincidence, or maybe they were starting with what they considered the weakest, least protected Jinchuriki, since Han's known more for his steam-enhanced taijutsu than any flashy ninjutsu, and most of the others are wary or locked away. Still not a concrete marker where the timeline is concerned, and Kurama's getting frustrated guessing. If... Hey. Noho chirps, yanking just a little too hard on Kurama's hair and making him swallow a yelp. Are you a daddy too, Kurama? What the hell? Kurama eyes the girl on his shoulder incredulously, but in the face of her wide-eyed enthusiasm can't quite muster the cutting retort he'd otherwise use. With a sigh, he rolls his eyes and says flatly, no. Her expression crumples a little, and with a wild surge of terror at the thought of more tears, Kurama blurts out, but I have siblings. Noho's expression brightens like he flipped a switch, more than quickly enough to send a trickle of suspicion sneaking through Kurama's mind, though it's rapidly forgotten when she says, you do. Oh. How many? I've always wanted a little sister. Kurama hesitates, considering, but what the hell? It's not like the Bijou are widely known by their true names, rather than their tails. Still, probably best to avoid mention of Shikaka. The damn Tanuki has a bad habit of introducing himself, or boasting about himself by name in the middle of his pages, and though it's unlikely Hound will make the connection, Kurama would rather not risk being ripped out of this body and sealed into another. If that would even work. He's a little curious, but definitely not enough to test it. Well, I'd give you mine, Kurama answers dryly, but I don't have a sister. I've got 8 brothers instead. He's wondered about that before, too, because as far as he knows gender is a voluntary choice for the Bija, but most of them use masculine pronouns or male names. Chmei is really the only one he'd paid as female, or maybe neither, but given how the Nanabi talks he's not going to make that call until he asks. For now, he'll stick with the default. Eh? Noho sounds awed. Kurama gives her a quick smile, ducking a little to keep her from whacking her head on a branch. The forests have been getting thicker as they move towards Konoha, and they've been walking through trees for at least 2 hours now. Yeah. I'm the oldest. By, like, 12 seconds, but it counts, and Shukaku can just go suck on a lemon. They are all really silly, even though they are powerful. Madataga likes to run up and down mountains for fun, and Saiken's always blowing bubbles. Well, his Jinchuriki is, but Kurama knows the Rokubi, Saiken is just as fond of them as his host. Besides, a little embellishment never hurt anyone, and it's not as if Noho is ever going to meet the other Bija. Noho giggles, finally abandoning Kurama's hair to reach up and snatch at pretty leaves. I bet you live in a big house, she says, stretching her arms out wide. You'd need 8 bedrooms and a big kitchen and a big table, and she trails off, face scrunching a little as she clearly tries to think of everything. Kurama can't fight a faint, mostly sad smile, though he doesn't let her see it. The last time he saw all of his fellow Bijou in one place, they were preparing to defeat Kaguya for the first time. After that, by the time they realized she'd managed to leave traces of herself scattered around the world and then come back through them, Chmei and Isobo had both been devoured. Koku had gone into hiding, though it hadn't helped him in the long run, and all the rest had tried to stand together and fight, but had been low out and overwhelmed instead. The only ones Kurama ever saw after that were Shikako and Gaiki, mostly because their Jinchuriki joined Naruto in spearheading the resistance. The Ichibi and Hachibai had also joined them, if briefly, but Kaguya had gotten to them in the end. She got to everyone in the end. Do they live in Konoha, too? Noho asks, bending down to peer at his face, and Kurama tries to wipe away all the melancholy that's gathered. No, he manages after a second of struggle. They live far, far away. I don't think I'm going to be able to see them again for a while. Hound casts him a sharp look that shades toward considering, and Kurama ignores it. He doesn't want to think about what is giving away, or what assumptions the ANBU might be making. It's none of his business. Besides, if he thinks too much about it, the lump in his throat, stupid, because it's not like he was ever close to the other Bisha, or friends with them, or anything, even though the ones he knew are as dead as creatures of chakra can be. That lump will choke off his breath, and that's definitely an ignoble way to die. There's a pause, and then small arms wrap around the top of his head as Noho hugs the only part of him that's within easy reach. I'm sorry, Kurama, she says, and she sounds sad. For him. Even though she was the one who just got kidnapped by bandits and held hostage for who knows how long. I'm sure they miss you lots and lots. You're a really good big brother. He's not. He wouldn't even count himself a good friend, but she can hardly know that. Thanks, princess, he murmurs and pats her knee gently. I'm sure you'll be a great sister if you ever get the chance. She smiles at that, entirely pleased, and starts chattering about dolls and dress-up and all the things she could do with a sister, and for the sake of his own sanity Kurama tunes most of it out, though he tries to make interested noises at the appropriate times. Hound, he notices Saoli, is edging away again, as if he's about to make for the branches and hide, but Kurama is onto him, the coward. The knowledge of how bad he seems to be with kids is tempered by the memory of Naruto's Genentane, and Kurama has to stifle a snicker. If ever a man deserves to get settled with Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura all at the same time, it's him. And Kurama means that in every conceivable way. It's slightly possible he still carries a grudge for that 1,000 years of pain incident, but Kurama is definitely not telling. Kakashi has been ANBU for 6 years already. He's seen plenty of killers and even more desperate souls. There have been traders and heroes and normal people struggling under the weight of their burdens, and with an effort is learned to read them all. The past leaves a mark, and Kakashi knows that better than anyone. It takes a certain kind of past, too, to make someone like himself, to create a man who can be a murderer in one instant and a friend in the next, with barely a heartbeat in between. There has to be darkness, pain, the kind of pain that you can turn on other people as easily as you can turn it on yourself, that you can swing like a sword even as you bleed crimson. An edge of viciousness, a touch of self-loathing, traces of this is all I'm good for, so I might as well as you watch the light fade from your victim's eyes. Burdens like that can be tempered, turned into a weapon to do what's right, but it's so terribly easy for them to fester. And when you lance the saw, the only thing it weeps is death. Or maybe that's just him projecting. Still, he saw Kurama tear out a man's throat with his bare hands, then coo nonsense at a little girl with gore all over his skin. Kakashi is a shinobi, has been one all this life, but that was an impressive shift in priorities. Though perhaps it wasn't. After all, the men were dead before Kurama allowed himself to be anything but a killer, and Kakashi knows that mindset intimately. Were he not on a mission, he might have done the same. The work was finished, the girl was rescued, and it was all right to go back to being human instead of a weapon. Box up the monster, wipe off the blood, paste on a smile, and no one will ever know anything's happened. Kurama isn't dressed like a shinobi, but that switch alone tells Kakashi that he is one, without a doubt. There's a squeal, a cheerful shriek, and it takes effort for Kakashi not to grab for his tant. The other man casts him a glance that's probably meant to be amused, but doesn't quite manage it thanks to the lines that pull tight around his eyes, lines that say he knows exactly why Kakashi reacted as he did, and would join him if he had an ounce less pride. Even so, he tosses the little girl up in the air again, then catches her and says, "Doing okay, Noho?" Yep, the girl laughs. Do it again, Kurama. Technically, he shouldn't be here. Kakashi should have killed him the moment they came face to face, or at the very least knocked him out. He should have put the girl to sleep, then taken her and headed for Konoha as fast as he could, because this is a mission. There's no allowance for delays, especially when they take the form of mysterious strangers appearing out of nowhere. For all Kakashi knows, Kurama could be one of the bandits or an enemy operative sent to capture the girl. But that first glimpse of him at the edge of the camp, wide startled eyes and then clear exasperation, didn't seem like the reaction of an enemy. Add to that the fact that he didn't understand basic shinobi science, but caught the handful of Konoha A and BU code Kakashi threw in as a test, and then his strange ability to call up waves of force without so much as a hand sign, and it makes for a confusing picture. Kakashi hasn't forgotten Ten's, hasn't forgotten Root and Danzo's desire for shinobi with unique bloodlines. And if that wasn't some sort of Kikei Genkai, Kakashi will eat his left sandal. After all, not only did he activate it without hand signs, but the redhead has claws. Small ones that look like fingernails, but even so. Kakashi saw them rip straight through unprotected flesh and is not about to underestimate them. Even though Kurama isn't carrying so much as a kunai, he's got the chakra reserves and agility to justify it. The little girl is talking again, but Kakashi doesn't bother to listen. After all, that's one of the reasons he allowed Kurama to come along. Let the redhead deal with the child. Even if he turns out to be an enemy, Kakashi is confident that he can handle the man, and even if he can't, he's certain he'll be able to hold him off long enough to grab the girl and get away. Besides, listening to her chatter reminds Kakashi of Naruto and the fact that it's been weeks since he was in the village long enough to take even a passing glance at his sensei's son. He doesn't mind the missions, but he misses being on Naruto's guard. Are you a shinobi like Sir A and BU? The girl asks, loudly enough to catch his attention, and he gives the pair a sideways glance. Noho has migrated to Kurama's hip again, looking very pleased and very curious, and the other man has his eyes fixed forward, apparently pretending that he hasn't got a 4-year-old clinging to him like he's her new favorite stuffed toy. Kakashi hides an amused snort, though judging by the faintly sour glance Kurama sends him, he didn't hide it well enough. Not really, Kurama answers and reaches up to tap his bare forehead. No hatayate, because I'm not working for any of the villages. That's how you can tell if a shinobi is your friend or not, princess. Unallied, then. It's strange, because even given just the handful of skills Kakashi has seen, Kurama would make a skilled jounin anywhere he wished to go. Some villagers, especially the smaller ones, are always looking for fresh blood, and there's a certain level of prestige to the job. Yet more scraps of uncertainty to join all the others, and Kakashi frowns, casting another glance at his unexpected companion. He remembers Kurama's reaction when the girl admitted to being scared, remembers the grief that showed for half a heartbeat before he shoved it away. Grief like that, Kakashi understands it all too well. Desolation, sorrow, aimless fury, my world ended, that expression says. I understand your fear. My world ended and I'm the only one left. Though maybe that's him projecting, too. Like the leaf, the girl chirps, drawing an exaggerated swirl in the air. The shinobi that came to get me had leaves on their headbands. Kurama blinks at her, brows lifting faintly in surprise, and then glances up at Kakashi questioningly. Kakashi ignores the look. If Kurama is an enemy, he already knows the girl's circumstances. If he isn't, there's no need to tell him. Mouth tightening with clear aggravation, Kurama drops his eyes back to his passenger and manages a faint smile. Kakashi wonders if the girl can see how awkward it is, if that's the reason she's asking distracting questions and rambling. It wouldn't be a surprise, given her mother's identity. Geisha are brilliant at that kind of thing. Yeah, Kurama allows, boosting her up a little higher on his side. Kakashi estimates just how long he's been carrying her without a break and adds above-average strength to the growing list of his abilities. A leaf means Konohaka cure. They are the ones your dad hired, so you can trust them. There are a lot of good people in Konoha. That's a very broad statement for an unaffiliated shinobi to make. Kakashi lifts a curious brow, half wishing he could ditch the mask, pull out his isha and use that to cover his sideways glances. A and BU masks are hell on the peripheral vision and is definitely wary of this stranger. Wary and interested, because bits keep showing through, between his skills and his knowledge and his name, and surely any cover story worth using wouldn't leave quite that many questions behind. From there, the logical belief would be that it's not a cover, but Kakashi has been a shinobi too long to simply let himself believe that. The name alone is jarring. Kakashi isn't certain that his heart has entirely recovered yet from hearing it fall so unexpectedly from the man's lips. This man especially, he thinks, casting Kurama another sideways glance. Because, the blood-red hair aside, Kakashi would mistake him for a Kumo native. He has the same dark skin, although the deep red eyes are more usual. It's not like villagers have never intermarried, but there aren't supposed to be many Uzumaki left to intermarry with. Uzushio the Cure is 25 years destroyed now, and thanks to scavengers has been almost completely stripped of all traces of what it was. The ruins are mostly rubble and bones, and the village's few remaining people are scattered. Uzushio was always a small village, hardly a fraction of Konoha's size, and the Uzumaki clan made up the bulk of its shinobi. When the village fell, so did they. Maybe one or two survived, lost in other countries, but to meet one is entirely unexpected. Too convenient as well, given who Kakashi is and who trained him. Given that, had things turned out differently, he might as well be an older brother to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Given who lives in the village they are headed for. Kurama's indignation when he suggested knocking the girl out was genuine. Kakashi could see it on his face, read it in his eyes as clear as day. The redhead isn't practiced hiding his emotions, or he just doesn't care to. Like with Kushina, everything he feels is reflected on his face, and Kakashi is skilled enough at reading people to know that it isn't faked. It's too awkward, too quick a reaction. The truth behind it is painfully obvious. And maybe it isn't a front, but it's certainly an odd coincidence. Kakashi has long since stopped believing in coincidences. Sir. Kurama's knowledge of Konoha's specific A and BU code, his presence here on Kakashi's mission, his odd ability, those all say root. Or dancer, at the very least. On the other hand, his hair, his emotional nature, and his chakra reserve say stray Uzumaki. To be honest, that fits better than the root theory. Danza takes care to stab every bit of sentimentality out of his operatives, and Kurama's reaction to the girl has been nothing but sentimentality. It's possible that Kurama is exactly who he says he is, even if it's not exactly likely. After all, he looks at least 10 years older than Kakashi, or maybe a little more. That would put him at around Minado's age, and 10 when Uzushio fell. Given the friendship between Uzushio and Konoha, it's conceivable that he learned A and BU signs there. It would also fit the claim that he's not exactly a shinobi, the loss of his village meaning he was never promoted, and his claim that Konoha is full of good people. Surely only an ally would say something like that. And they live far, far away. I don't think I'm going to be able to see them again for a while. Kakashi knows loss when he hears it, and that was clear. A whole family, 9 brothers, dead or so thoroughly scattered that there's little hope of reuniting. That certainly sounds like the aftermath of Uzushio's distraction. Of course, this is all speculation. Kakashi could be wildly off the mark and leading himself further astray with every conclusion. It makes sense, though, and while it doesn't quite quell Kakashi's suspicion, well, it gives him an excuse for dragging the man along with him that the Sandane will buy, beyond but small crying child, you. 60-40 odds, Kakashi thinks, somewhere between morbid and reluctantly amused, that Tsurutobi accepts it without booting him out the window. If, of course, Kurama doesn't turn out to actually be an enemy and try to slit his throat sometime in the night. You said Konoha was about a day and a half. Kurama asked suddenly, making Kakashi glance over. The girl is sacked out on his shoulder again, drilling a little, with one small hand fisted in black cloth. Ostensibly Kakashi should find the image cute, as it is, he's just glad she isn't drilling on him. About, he confirms after a moment. They've been walking the entire day, but given the child it's an easy, practically boring pace. On his own, Kakashi could have been in the village hours ago. Kurama huffs a little, mutters something that sounds close to like pulling goddamn teeth, and then raises his voice to add, "You good to keep walking." Kakashi calculates the distance. If they don't make camp, which, honestly, sits better with him than leaving himself vulnerable to an unknown shinobi for hours at a stretch, they can make it back to Konoha by midnight or a little after. Inconvenient timing, but Kakashi doesn't think the Sandane will be too put out to be dragged out of bed then. He was the one to assign Kakashi this mission and make it an errand despite the lack of real danger. Though, Kakashi supposes that's more or less required when Fire Country's daimyo asks you to take care of something personally. Sure, he agrees easily, then stiffens as an unpleasant thought occurs to him and casts Kurama a wary sideways glance. Apparently able to read his trepidation clearly despite the mask, Kurama blows out a short, aggrieved sigh, rolls his eyes, and says with exasperation, "Get that look off your face, Hound. I'm good to carry her, so you can stop looking like you're about to wet your pants at the thought of us trading." Kakashi protests a little of the ANBU composure he tries to keep finally slipping in the face of this grave offense. "I'm concerned about her comfort. She looks so much happier with you, that's all." "I'm sure," Kurama says dryly, entirely skeptical, but doesn't attempt to call him on it. Instead, he simply shifts Noho a little higher on his shoulder and picks up his pace. There's another faint mutter, more incomprehensible than the last one, and Kakashi glances at him curiously despite the fact that Kurama doesn't seem inclined to clarify. "You like children, then?" Kakashi finally offers, a poor attempt to break the silence but all he can really think of. It earns him another soft snort, and Kurama looks away. "No," he says flatly. They all turn into snot-nosed whiners eventually. "But she's been through a lot. Figure I can put up with her clinging to me for a bit, if that can make it better." Kakashi thinks without meaning to, turning his own gaze to the path ahead. That's probably a mark in the not root column, then. He remembers Kushina's kindness was much the same way, given offhand and with much indignation when anyone called her on it, but always there nevertheless. Maybe Kurama really isn't Uzumaki. Maybe he really is who he says. Kakashi thinks of Naruto, lonely outcast in a village that should love him, and feels a faint tremor of foreboding slip down his spine. If that's Kurama's aim, if getting close to Naruto is his goal, if he wants the chest to have influence over the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Kakashi will gut him without hesitation or regret. Naruto might never know who Kakashi is, might never understand what they could have been, but is Minato and Kushina's son. His family. Kakashi will be dead and buried before he ever abandons his family again. Chapter 6 Vespertine. Kurama's first sight of Konoha in years isn't the triumphant reclamation of a haunted ruin that Naruto always envisioned. It isn't even the clandestine mission far behind enemy lines to finally bury the dead that his Jinchuriki wanted. Instead, it's 2 hours after midnight, and Kurama's feet are sore and cold. Noho is asleep on his shoulder, bundled up in her wrap but leaving a wet patch of drool on his shirt. He's cranky, temper short but directionless, and just the knowledge that Naruto is somewhere nearby, practically close enough to touch, has every square centimeter of his skin itching with the urge to find the little blonde brat. Hound in ANBU means that Naruto is alive. In the pale light of the moon, Kurama can just make out the 4 faces on the mountain, but though he's not very good at telling humans' ages, he doesn't think Hound is just 14. So that means the Yondaime is dead, and Naruto is already a Jinchuriki. His Naruto didn't fling him back quite far enough to prevent everything that probably would have taken Sasuke's chakra as well, but despite losing the chance to stop Obada's accident, or even just kill Madara when he was a child and take care of Zetsu before he could twist the knowledge in the Uchiha Shrine, Kurama can't be anything but pleased. Doing this in a time when Naruto didn't exist, saving a world that was at Naruto's and possibly never would be, he doesn't know how well he'd be able to do something like that. The gates gleam silver in the darkness, painted by the moon. Closed after dark, and Kurama glances at them a little wearily, shifting Noho higher on his shoulder. Shinobi villagers don't stop working after nightfall, but people tend to be warier, and Kurama is an unknown. He doesn't have a past, an identity, not so much as a single person able to vouch for him. Well, Killer Bee might, knowing him, but is obnoxious, and Kurama would prefer to keep half a country between them whenever possible. If they let him in. Then again, Kurama thinks a little wryly, glancing sidelong at his companion, maybe he's not the most suspicious thing the ANBU has ever dragged home with him. The man certainly seemed eccentric enough when he was training Team 7. As if hearing the thought, Hound casts him a sideways glance and says, "You can use chakra, right?" Kurama only just manages not to splutter. He is an unsold construct of power and might, shaped by the sage of 6 paths himself. Use chakra. He is chakra. And if this skinny, scrawny, breakable human thinks that he can. Yes, he gets out through gritted teeth when it becomes obvious that Hound either doesn't notice or is ignoring his indignation. "Yes, I can fucking use chakra, thank you." Hound hums as though he's not convinced, and that's it. Future teacher or not, Kurama is going to murder him. He's going to string him up by his heels and... Because as a rude, inconsiderate bastard, Hound leaps up and forward before Kurama can take his revenge. He lands on the top of the wall, then tips over and out of sight, and Kurama gives an aggravated huff. Shoving his hair out of his eyes again, he makes sure Noho is steady, then crouches, shoves the barest trickle of chakra towards his feet, and leaps. The wall passes below him, easily cleared, and Kurama touches down lightly in the street, barely stirring the dust. It's a textbook perfect landing. Of course, Hound isn't even looking at him. He's half a block away, walking quickly, and as he turns the corner he glances back to give Kurama an impatient jerk of his head. Dead man. That is a dead man right there, and Kurama will be more than happy to remind him of that fact. With a low growl, not nearly as intimidating as it should be, and that still ticks Kurama off, because Naruto played around with his appearance easily enough, would it have been so damn hard to give him the vocal cords he was used to as well. Kurama stalks after the ANBU, reminding himself that no matter his irritation, no matter how much he wants to shove Noho at the other man and run to where Naruto is, he has to be patient. Patience is something Kurama knows. He's been trapped inside human bodies for over 100 years now, and a good portion of it was spent waiting for one of them to use too much of his chakra and let him out. Of course, it never happened, and then Naruto appeared and turned everything on its head, but the waiting still took place. Kurama knows how to bide his time, even when it's as important as this. You know, he says a little sourly as he catches up with the grey-haired ANBU, she's fast asleep. I'm sure you won't get hives if you just carry her wherever you need to go. Hound glances at him sideways, and even though it doesn't look like he took a step away, there's suddenly more room between them than there was a moment ago. Millimeter, he hums noncommittally, then tips his head in the direction they're heading. The lights are on in the Hokage's office. Only a few more minutes and you'll be free. Kurama rolls his eyes. So? I don't particularly want to see your Hokage, and if I'm going to find somewhere to sleep that's not the ground or a tree, I should go before the inns close. That gets him another sideways look, sharper than he'd like. If Hound gets too suspicious, it will make getting to Naruto, even just to look at him, far harder than it needs to be. Still, all Hound says is a lazy, you don't want recognition for your actions. What actions? Kurama asks grumpily. The innkeeper in the town said she'd let me stay the night if I took care of the bandits, so I did. I somehow doubt that you needed the help, even if you were an asshole who'd knock out a terrified little brat, so I pretty much muscled my way into your mission. There's a pause, and when Kurama warily glances up, Hound is watching him much more blatantly. 8-1, the ANBU points out after a moment. Those are heavy odds. Your ANBU, Kurama counters, confused as to why they are even arguing about this. If that's even what they are doing. If stacked odds were a problem, you wouldn't be. No, you going to take her or not? Not, Hound says calmly. We are here, and I don't want to wake her. You might as well keep carrying her. Then, casual as anything, he subtly quickens his steps and strides right into the administration building. Fuck, Kurama thinks tiredly, staring after Hound as he pauses on the threshold. He really doesn't want to do this. Really? Going to the Hokage's office, having to stand in front of that desk with the familiar view of Konoha at night beyond it. No. That's supposed to be Naruto's chair, his desk, his window. That's supposed to be Naruto in those robes, that stupid hat. And anyone else, they might as well be an imposter, a fake. No matter how much Naruto loved Tsurutobi, the man isn't Kurama's Hokage. He isn't Naruto. He just isn't. And no matter how easily Kurama gave himself away to Koku, he's not about to broadcast the news to anyone else. Koku would have recognized him by his chakra if nothing else, because the Gobi knew him when he wasn't completely consumed with rage and hatred. But the people of Konoha have never seen him another way, and Kurama doesn't want to risk them finding out. Resenting the Sandaime for his identity, being rude to the man called the God of Shinobi just because he's not the one Kurama wants to see, that's probably a good way to get their suspicions fixed squarely on him. And Kurama knows himself, it'll be damned hard not to be rude, given the twisting, rolling knot of emotion in his chest. Still, it's not like there's really much choice. If anyone can get him tossed out of Konoha on his ear, it's the Hokage, and getting in after that without alerting the barrier squads will take more work than Kurama would like. He's got power, definitely, but it's similar to Naruto's. Finesse isn't something that comes easily to him, and to slip in undetected. Well, Even Obito didn't manage it when he met with Itachi before the massacre, and he was trained by the sneaky bastard Madara. In comparison, Kurama might as well be a hurricane trying to pass itself off as a zephyr. With a heart that's nearly a groan, Kurama follows Hound, slipping through the darkened lower levels and up the stairs. There are more A and BU around him. He can feel their chakra, even though they are probably trying to hide, but he ignores them in favor of tracking Hound's voice, then Tsurutobi's. The office door is open when he reaches it, and Kurama steels himself, touches Noho's back to ground himself a little, and then steps through. Sharp, dark eyes land on him instantly as the Sandaime gracefully rises to his feet. The rogues and had gone, something Kurama is grateful for, but it doesn't do much to make Tsurutobi look any less dangerous. Maybe a civilian would write him off as an old man, but Kurama can feel the vast, perfectly controlled chakra coiled beneath his skin, just waiting to be used. This is the man who walks firmly in the gray of the shinobi's world, who survived 3 wars. Kurama will never see him as anything less than the serious threat he is. Hokage-sama, he says quietly, bowing as much as he can without waking Noho. The Sandaime smiles faintly, eyes crinkling. It's a warm expression, natural more than calculated, and that's one of the things that makes Tsurutobi so dangerous. Every move he makes, he means. His conviction is a terrifying thing. I hear that you owe Uzumaki Kurama, he says warmly. You're a long way from home, then. Kurama stiffens a little and has to force himself not to take a step back. For half a second, all he can see is Naruto falling, a dark sky with Kaguya looming before them, blood on the ground and the smell of rot in the air. That was home, Naruto was his home, and now... I have no home, Kurama growls, low and sharp. He carefully tugs Noho's arms from around his neck, settles her in the chair before the Hokage's desk, and then takes a step back. When he glances up, Tsurutobi is watching him with something unreadable on his face, and Kurama has to grit his teeth for fear of snarling at the man again. Once he has his mouth under control, he takes a breath and says, "Mission complete, right? Then if you don't need me for anything else, I have to find a place to sleep." One last jerky burr, and that's getting old fast, no matter how he knows that if he wants to blend in with the humans he is to follow their customs, and he turns on his heel, marching out of the room without waiting to be dismissed. It's idiotic, showing such clear disdain, but this place is getting to him. All of Konoha, the formerly dead faces once again appearing everywhere, buildings that Kurama saw collapsing into rubble steady and strong once more. There are only a handful of people on the streets, but they are mostly shinobi, and that makes it even worse. At one time, Naruto knew every last one of his shinobi by name. He knew their faces, their files, the stories that the official records left out. They loved him, and he loved them. He died for them, and they'll never know it. Whatever version of Naruto that exists is going to have to fight to get them to acknowledge him. He's going to have to struggle and strain and bleed, just so they'll stop calling him a monster, just so they'll see the hero instead of the Jinchuriki, and Kurama hates them for it. Hates every last one, from Naruto's future teammates to the oldest civilian, and Naruto wouldn't want that. Naruto loves Konoha, loves its people no matter how they hate him. The little bits of resentment festering in his soul are so much less than they would be in anyone else. Kurama had to dig, the first time, in order to find them. It was hard, and in any other person that resentment would have consumed them years earlier. But Naruto is special and never let other people's impressions rule him. Kurama needs to leave. He needs to see that Naruto is alive, prove it to himself, and then he needs to go. Akatsuki is aware that someone is hunting them, so he has to move quickly if he wants to catch them off guard. There's no time to waste. The sooner Akatsuki is gone, the sooner Kurama can deal with the Gedmaz, preferably by smashing it into tiny little bits and scattering the dust to the winds. His fists clench, and he has to push down the chakra that wants to rise, reacting to a threat that isn't present. Maybe he should take out the statue first. That would neatly negate the problem of Akatsuki catching the Bija. Without somewhere to seal them, it will be useless to capture them. And there wouldn't be a vessel for the Jubi, even if they did manage to resurrect it. Kurama likes this plan. He likes it even more because it means he gets to bring his full power to bear and break something really thoroughly. In this, at least, he'll need to be subtle. Barting into the Akatsuki base flat out is a bad idea, and while Kurama isn't entirely opposed to those, he is opposed to getting ripped out of his body and stuffed into a demonic stature. Again. So he'll have to make his move when the base is empty, or at least mostly unoccupied. Which means he'll have to wreak some sort of distraction, but what on earth would be important enough to get all 9 Akatsuki members out? A hand on his shoulder, sudden and startling. On instinct, half of it Naruto's well-remembered reflex and the other half driven by the memory of gray-veined hands dragging shinobi down to their deaths, Kurama spins, lashing out with claws. They scrape across porcelain, leaving long gouges before Kurama wrenches back, heart pounding in his throat. "Don't do that," he snarls. "Do you want to lose that empty head of yours?" He can't quite see the ANBU's expression, but he gets the feeling that there's a brow arched in his direction. "Whoops," Hound says blandly, raising a hand to finger the long score marks in his mask. Then he shrugs faintly and tosses Kurama the envelope he's carrying. Automatically, Kurama catches it, feeling the heft. It's thick, full of paper, by the weight, and with a faint frown Kurama opens it. "Ah, why, and a lot of them. If you were trading bandit extermination for a roan, I'm assuming you're low on funds," Hound says, calm and the next best thing to lazy. "That's half of the mission pay. The Hokage agreed that you earned it with your assistance." The flashfire surge of fury takes Kurama by surprise, and he clenches a hand around the envelope. "I don't need your pity," he growls, and the only reason he doesn't throw it straight back in Hound's face is because he knows the ANBU would dodge it. "I don't need anyone's pity. I've survived on my own, I can." "It's not pity," Hound cuts him off, still calm. "You were my comrade for this mission, and you took care of the girl. It's what's owed to you for that, and I have more than enough money. Splitting the pay is nothing to me, but it will help you get a room and a meal. Accept it." A tick of his head, faint in the moonlight, and then Hound leaps up onto the rooftops and is gone. Kurama can't move, frozen in the street with the man's words ringing in his ears. "You were my comrade," he said. "You were my comrade," so much like Naruto's words to him on the battlefield. So much like that first acknowledgement of him as something more than a mindless, malicious beast. So much like the words he's held dear for decades now. "You're not the monster fox anymore. You're one of my teammates from Konoha, Kurama." Naruto's first use of his name, and the memory of it makes Kurama's eyes burn, makes him press a hand over his face and concentrate on breathing. Comrades, and he hadn't thought he'd ever be called that again, because this is a mission, alone in what might as well be a foreign, hostile land, and Kurama can allow nothing to distract him, stall him. There's absolutely nothing that will stop him from rooting out Akatsuki and destroying all of Kaguya's paths back to existence, but it's nice to hear, nice to know that, even for a few hours, he was what he used to be, a part of something larger. A partner, even if it wasn't to Naruto. It will never happen again, of course, but Kurama can still appreciate that it did. Enough, he tells himself, and this time it works. He shakes off the thoughts, tucks the memory of Naruto's words and bright-edged conviction back down inside himself, and turns away. It's tempting to leave now, head for the Akatsuki base in the mountains graveyard, but he doesn't have a plan yet, doesn't even have the vaguest idea of one. One night to rest his feet, safe in a shinobi village and a warm bed, won't hurt. Tomorrow he'll find Naruto, even if all he can manage is passing him on the street. Tomorrow he'll make sure that his Jinchuriki is all right, and then he'll go. He tells himself yet again that once he does, he won't look back. Well, the Sandaime says a little wryly, if someone went looking for an actor who could play an Uzumaki, they certainly found their money's worth in Kurama. Kakashi doesn't look at his Hokage, eyes on the full-on scratches decorating the mask in his hands, but he nods in agreement. That was Kushina's reaction, almost exactly, the one time Minato tried to split his mission pay with her. Of course, she'd also beaten him over the head with her sheathed tant and kicked him in the ass so hard that he flew face-first into a mud puddle, and Kakashi is relieved that Kurama's temper doesn't quite seem to match hers, even if the rest of their actions are eerily similar. "You think he's an actor?" he asks, finally glancing up. Sarutobi's mouth tightens a little and he sighs, turning away towards the window. "I don't know," he says after a moment. "It could be a very clever trap, given who else bears the Uzumaki name, but there is grief in that man, Kakashi, and I don't think it's the type that could be faked." Kakashi thinks of Kurama's voice when he talked about his brothers, thinks about the small, sad smile he gave when he spoke his name. Remembers the moments of inattention on the road, touched with grimness, the way he looked at Konoha when it came into view. Uncertainty, weariness, resentment, longing, grief, all of it played over his face, then was firmly stuffed away and ignored. That's a reaction Kakashi is intimately familiar with. Yuzushiyo fell a long time ago, is what he finally says. Sarutobi hums, not quite agreement, but acknowledgement of a factual statement. It did. However, Kurama couldn't have been more than 12 at the time, and losses suffered as a child are hard to overcome. He gives Kakashi half a glance before turning away, and Kakashi grimaces, knowing that was pointedly aimed at him. Entirely true, but a little more blatant than the Hokage would normally allow himself to be. Then again, seeing a ghost is always unsettling. Even if it is just a ghost of a bloodline thought lust. Carefully, Kakashi sets his mask down on the desk between them, making sure the claw marks are completely visible, and offers what he used against the bandits. I've never seen an ability like that. It was like a shockwave. Not gravity, just force. Enough to break bones. As far as I'm aware, there were no Kikei Genkai unique to the Uzumaki, Sarutobi allows after a moment of thought. But then, Kurama hardly looks to be pure Uzumaki. Something from his other parent, perhaps. Given the state of our relations with Kuma, we can hardly expect a full accounting of their bloodlines. He touches the surface of the mask lightly, then glances up. Since you've already seen him fight, I want you to follow him, either as Hound or as yourself. Whoever he is, there are too many questions, and I don't want to be caught off guard. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi murmurs, dipping into a brief bow and then stepping away. As Shunshin carries him down to the street, and he pauses in the moonlight, casting a glance around the sleeping village. Kurama had faltered when Kakashi called him a comrade. His eyes had gone wide, his breathing stuttered, and he'd frozen as though Kakashi had stabbed him. Except that getting stabbed likely wouldn't have made him so much as blink, and Kakashi's words had practically cut his legs out from under him. It was the reaction of a man alone, a man with nothing and no expectations of that state ever changing. Kakashi knows that intimately, too, from the first lightless days after Rin's suicide, and then again after Minado's death. It speaks of a loss that gutted, that nearly killed. A loss that would have been kinder were it actually fatal, because what it leaves behind, a husk, a doll, a creature of grief and anger and aching, tearing loneliness, is worse than any sort of death could ever be. His suspicions haven't abated in the slightest. Kurama is still one half step above enemy and only captor by the genuineness of his response to Noha. One wrong twitch and Kakashi won't hesitate to kill him, to remove him as a threat to the village and Naruto. However, that doesn't mean he can't understand the man's grief. He understands it all too well. With a tired breath, Kakashi summons Baisuke, one of his ninkan who can be counted on to actually manage subtlety, unlike the majority of them, and sends him after the redhead, with orders to report when the man wakes. For his part, Kakashi heads towards his tiny apartment, more than ready to sleep. The mission was hardly strenuous, but an entire day walking next to a man who could possibly attack him at any moment or attempt to kidnap the daimyo's illegitimate daughter and only current heir has left him tense and eager for a few hours of mindlessness. Despite the draw of unconsciousness, however, he finds his feet carrying him right past his building, through the darkened training ground with its 3 familiar posts, and finally coming to a stop before an achingly familiar shape. It's too dark to read the names carved on the memorial stone, but even so, Kakashi's eyes unerringly fall on the correct lines, and he tucks his hands into the pockets of his flak jacket as he says his silent hellos. Obito. Rin. Minado. Kushina. 6 years now since those last 2 names were added. 6 years since Kakashi lost the closest thing he had to family since his father's suicide. 6 years since he threw himself headlong into ANBU, never quite expecting to survive. He's a genius, though, no matter how little good it's done him, and part of his genius is the ability to adapt. He's lasted, even if he didn't expect to. And now, looking back, he regrets it. Not his survival, but the decision as a whole. It's been years, and he's come to terms with the Sandame's actions, Minado's, Kushina's. He understands, too, that Minado's choice was the necessary one where the village was concerned, and while he'll always miss his sensei, is proud of him, too. The only one he really hates is himself. 6 years ago he buried himself in ANBU, half slow suicide and half a quest for forgetfulness, and it's only now that he's finally surfacing. Only now that he can see how his retreat has affected the one person he never wanted to hurt. Naruto has grown up alone, outcast, reviled. The only kindness he's ever experienced has come from the Sandaime, his academy teacher and the owner of Ichiraka. Kakashi himself has done nothing, and though he loves the boy, he can hardly bear to look at him sometimes. He's so much like his parents, and it hurts. How selfish, Kakashi thinks a little wryly, but really, when in his life hasn't he been selfish? Always protecting himself, always retreating, always holding himself apart until it's just a little too late. With his father, with Obada, with Ren, maybe, if he'd just tried harder, he could have saved all of them. Now he'll never know. And still his cowardice is keeping him from being anything to Naruto, even a distant friend. He could, if he wanted to. It's been long enough that a solitary ANBU befriending a lonely orphan won't raise too many brows, and Kakashi is already considered eccentric even among shinobi. Minado's enemies are no longer quite so interested in getting their revenge on anyone connected to the Ondaime, and the Sandaime has managed to keep Naruto's existence quiet until now, so very few people know Minado spawned. Kakashi could walk up to Naruto, buy him ramen, and gain a friend, and no one would look twice at it. He already knows he won't. It's cruel, craven, selfish. It's terrible and awful and despicable, but he won't. Maybe someday. Maybe then. But not today, not tomorrow. Kakashi is mired, stuck. Understanding and forgiveness don't do away with the hurt, and not even the thought of Naruto in need of a friend, of support, is enough to drag Kakashi forward. Chapter 7, Impetus. Chapter text. Impetus means the force or energy with which a body moves. From Latin, assault, force, from impetia assail, from in, toward, plus petia seek. Maybe it's the familiarity of Konoha, the well-remembered hum of chakra from hundreds of shinobi all gathered together and more or less at peace, but Kurama sleeps far more deeply and for far longer than he intends to. When he finally opens his eyes, there's sunlight slanting through the window, and the bustle of people is clear even from beyond the glass. Dreams are a fading tremor in his composure, bits of grief and horror already sliding away, and Kurama lets out a heavy breath, pushing his hair out of his face with one slightly shaky hand as he sits up. He's spent a good portion of his last 100 years of existence sleeping so far. Being locked up in a human's body is anything but riveting, but if this keeps happening, he thinks he might swear off on it altogether. At least when he's awake, he can distract himself. His unconscious mind isn't so forgiving. Hard on the heels of that thought comes another, and this one is thankfully far more heartening. Naruto is somewhere out in Konoha, a child with some bright hair and sky-blue eyes and a smile warmer than anything. Honestly, Kurama doesn't even need to be the target of that smile. All he wants is to know that it's real, it exists. Maybe it can never quite be his again, but he doesn't want to consider that. His determination is holding steady in the face of his Naruto's last smile, his last request, but too much and he might falter. Too many reminders and he thinks he'll just break. How can humans be so weak when he knows they can also be incredibly strong? But Kurama can't help a faint smile as he buries his face in his upraised knees. They can be strong. So strong. It was Naruto who taught him that, powering through every obstacle set before him with determination and willpower alone. Despite Naruto's parentage, despite his birth, he still had to pull himself up from nothing, from a mire of discrimination and hatred, and where anyone else would have been overwhelmed with darkness, Naruto emerged entirely untouched. With a true understanding of the darker sides of humanity, a unique sensitivity to others' troubles, but untainted. Kurama himself is so dark that he all but drips malice, because that's who and what he is. Naruto was the one to show him that he could be more. And he will be. In this he'll play the hero like Naruto wanted, though he suspects it will be closer to Itachi's version than Naruto's own. He's not cut out to be a center-stage hero, not really. Pride and arrogance and power can only carry him so far, and while Kurama has those in spades, he's lacking the other crucial bits. Like compassion and selflessness and the ability to love so freely. He loves Naruto. Loved the sage. No one else has ever quite managed to make the cut. But he does love Naruto. And today he'll finally see proof that the boy is still alive. That thought brings a lightness with it, a surge of determined happiness that Kurama hasn't felt in a very, very long time. It propels him out of bed without hesitation, even when the sunlight would otherwise tempt him to simply bask in it for a few hours. He isn't hoping for much, a glimpse, a glance, maybe the chance to catch sight of Naruto's smile if he's really lucky, but anything will be better than the nothingness that haunts him right now. Better than the luck that's eating away at his gut like a particularly vicious acid. Naruto was his first friend. The sage was a father, but Naruto won himself a place in Kurama's regard, wanted to, worked for it and didn't give up until Kurama had acknowledged him. For so long Kurama was the creature that everyone feared, a monster and a natural disaster and a mindless beast to chain up and lock away, but Naruto learned and realized and set him free, and maybe a large part of Kurama's love can be linked to gratitude, but he doesn't care. He loves Naruto, and so he'll save him. His stomach is growling again, but Kurama ignores it, slipping out of the inn and into the throng of people. The sun is high above him, more than halfway across the sky, and the realization that he slept for so long is a little unnerving. Almost 12 hours, if he had to guess, and while it's hardly a sleep of years the way he sometimes rested as a bijou, it's a long time. Time he could have spent near Naruto. The crowd is pushy, heading every direction, so Kurama keeps to the edges and picks his way around carts and little knots of stationary civilians. Several shinobi in the midst of things eye him carefully as they pass, but Kurama ignores them, letting his senses stretch. There's an overwhelming hum of chakra to Konoha when he'd honestly forgotten. He can't remember the last time he felt so many shinobi in one place, years, 3 of them at least, he thinks, and it's disconcerting now. Still, Naruto's chakra is unique, bright and strong no matter how old he happens to be, and intimately familiar. Kurama reaches out, spreads his senses over the village even as he walks, and concentrates. There, like the sudden flicker of a bonfire lit, flames climbing towards the sky and stray sparks leaping heavenward, and Kurama's Jinchuriki finally comes into focus. Yun. He's Yun, so Yun, the blaze of his chakra undiluted and barely touched, but Kurama comes to a halt at the edge of the street and closes his eyes regardless. Because just feeling it, just sensing it, is like emerging from darkness and turning his face to the summer sun. Because that's Naruto, so vivid and alive, and the mere touch of his chakra drives away the memory of a familiar body falling. One touch, and all Kurama can think is alive. Damn it all, but you're alive. You're here. His eyes are hot again, and there's a curious itchy ache in his chest, right near his heart. Kurama wraps his arms around himself, fingers and sharp nails digging into his elbows as he grips them, but the little bit of pain means nothing. Naruto is alive. He's halfway across the village, surrounded by equally familiar chakra signals, and though he's young, he's not that young. 6 years old, Kurama would guess, if his memory isn't failing him. Just starting the academy, just learning to use his chakra. The academy. Suddenly, Kurama wants to curse. There aren't any children on the street. Kurama hadn't really marked it before, because he's so unused to there being any people on the street, but he can't see or hear a single child above a certain age. The cluster of chakra signals around Naruto is tightly packed, closely grouped, and that can mean only one thing. Damn it. He'd forgotten that Naruto has classes. And, despite his frequent skipping, Naruto does actually end up in class more often than not. After all, Iruka is a terror and one of the few people Naruto respects enough to obey. With a low groan, Kurama drags a hand through his hair and leans back against the corner of the building behind him, sighing irritably when red strands simply tumble back over his eyes. This is not part of his plan. It's only about an hour after noon, and that means he still has at least 2 hours to wait until Naruto is released. He could just head to the academy and try to peer through the windows to see his Jinchuriki, but is fairly certain the Hokage would take that the wrong way. Not to mention he'd feeling like a fucking creeper loitering around the school to catch a glimpse of a 6-year-old boy. So, he's got several hours to kill, even though the urge to see Naruto is like an itch beneath his skin. Hours left in a village that holds only ghosts brought back to life through Naruto's sacrifice, with nothing to do and a restlessness growing inside him that would, in other circumstances, lead to him uprooting trees and breaking boulders just to burn off some frustration. Actually, that's not such a bad idea. Well, it kind of is. His trying to keep a low profile, and wrecking one of Konoha's training grounds isn't the best way to go about it, but Kurama's finding it hard to care at the moment. Decided, he turns and nearly crashes into the man standing right behind him. Kurama leaps back with a yelp, pulse suddenly rapiding in his veins and his heart in his throat. His shoulder slams painfully into the corner of the building, and the sudden lack of anything solid behind him almost puts him on his ass. At the last moment, though, he manages to get his feet under him and staggers to a stop. "Don't fucking do that," he snarls. "You musshead bastard, are you trying to give me a heart attack?" One grayer blinks innocently at him, almost hidden by the orange book held open in front of the man's face. Ma, I don't know what you're talking about," Hound protests, sounding vaguely wounded. He's dressed like a normal jammin again, clearly off A&BU duty, but his appearance here can't be a coincidence. "That lichen creeping into your brain, too." Kurama huffs, crossing his arms over his chest and glaring at the other man. "If you keep sneaking up on me, who?" "Hatake," he cuts in smoothly. "Hatake Kakashi." "Right. A&BU and their secret identities." Kurama can't help rolling his eyes. If they really want to keep their identities from other people, they should probably start wearing hoods or crap like that. Especially when their hairstyles are as unsubtle as Kakashi's. "Hatake," he allows gruffly. "Keep sneaking up on me and I won't be responsible for whatever holes get punched in you." "Sorry, have we met before?" Kakashi asks guilelessly. Kurama stares flatly at him for a long moment, then growls, turns on his heel, and plunges back into the crowd. He doesn't have much hope of losing the jounin, but, well, points for trying, right? And if he keeps standing there, he'll likely attempt to put a fist through the man's face. As entertaining as that would be, it definitely wouldn't keep him in the Hoku's good graces, questionable as those are right now. Before he can even consider the possibility of his escape being successful, a shoulder brushes his, and easy as he please, Kakashi falls into step beside him. The book is gone, but he's got his hands tucked into his pockets and his eyes crinkled, as if he's smiling lazily. He casts a sideways glance at Kurama, either not noticing or not caring that is being pointedly ignored, and says, "You know, some people might consider that rude. I gave you my name. Aren't you going to give me yours in return?" Kurama gives him another growl, but, knowing how stubborn the bastard can be, manages to unclench his jaw enough to get out, "Uzumaki Kurama." A passing shinobi who's vaguely familiar, and Inuzuka, given the pair of nindogs trailing after her, gives him a sharp look, but Kurama doubts she heard him over the sound of the crowd. Her dogs are giving him suspicious looks, too, and he bares his teeth at them. The dogs recoil and the woman bristles, but before she can approach, a hand closes around Kurama's elbow. "It's the blood," Kakashi says, almost cheerfully. "If you don't want everyone with a good noise jumping away from you, you might want to change." Kurama blinks at him, caught off guard, and then remembers the not quite neat way he dispatched several of the bandits. Han's robe is probably splattered with blood, but he hasn't cared enough to notice. Fur doesn't have these kinds of problems, after all. Lick it and it's clean, or brush it if it's really bad, and then you're good. Clothes seem inconvenient, what with how washing them takes so much time and effort. Well, that's one way to kill time, Kurama supposes. "There a river?" he asks gruffly. "I can." "Maybe you should just buy another set," Kakashi proposes, cheerfully steamrolling over his question as he steers Kurama down a side street. "And possibly shoes." Despite how cold his feet have been getting, Kurama gives Kakashi a skeptical look. He's about as much a part of nature as any tree, and he does just fine as he is. He can't see that strapping flimsy bits of wooden fabric to his feet will improve much. In return, Kakashi just gives him another smile. With an aggravated sigh, Kurama gives in for the moment. He supposes it will be nice not to drown in his clothes, and given the number of shinobi with sensitive noses in Konoha, foremost among which is his current escort, it's probably best not to waltz around smelling like dried blood unless he's trying to make a statement. Kakashi seems to notice the sudden lack of protest, because he lets go of Kurama's arm to simply walk next to him again. "I was under the impression that moss was green," he says, directing them towards a small shop. Kurama blinks, caught off guard. "What?" he demands, baffled. "What the hell are you talking about?" "You compared my hair to moss," Kakashi reminds him, and despite the statement his tone is still upbeat. "Moss is green. Ever seen an old oak?" Kurama counters waspishly. "That silvery moss that hangs down. That's what your hair looks like." As soon as they are through the door, he pulls away from the other man and heads for the nearest stack of folded uniforms. Most of them are Konoha's standard deep blue, but for all that Kurama's an ally, he's not a Konoha shinobi. He bypasses the blow, reaching instead for plain shades of brown. Better for blending in than black, after all, especially if he's heading northeast. The forests thin out through lightning country, and there are a lot of mountains between him and the mountain's graveyard. Dirt color can only help. In the end, he gets several of each, because knowing his opponents he's practically guaranteed to lose whatever he wears into a fight. Between that and a harem made of heavier cloth, it uses up a good chunk of the RY he is left, and Kurama frowns down at the much thinner envelope. Dan. Humans and their inconvenient currency. This would be a lot easier if he could just take what he needed. But Naruto would smack him over the head for thinking like that, Kurama knows, and he pockets the remainder with a sigh. At least with warmer clothes, he won't have to worry about getting lodging, and is perfectly happy hunting his own food if he needs to. The more he can avoid humans on his mission, the better. After all, who knows what the Akatsuki's response will be when Kakuza reports in. Maybe they'll turn to hunting him instead. It takes effort not to bare his teeth in a dangerous grin. Honestly, Kurama wouldn't be entirely opposed. That would make his job a lot easier. Ignoring the way Kakashi is positioned pointedly beside the Shirak, Kurama mutters a quick thank you to the man behind the counter and heads for the door, back slung over his shoulder. He'll have to find some ink and scrolls to seal it all away. There's no way he's going to burden himself down with a pack, not when he knows from experience how easy it is for such things to get left behind. A quick check of the sun proves that barely an hour has passed, and Kurama restrains a frustrated snarl, reaching out automatically. Naruto's chakra is still blazing, but there's an edge to it that Kurama knows to be frustration and is moving. Sparring, probably, Kurama thinks, pausing on the street corner and closing his eyes. He can't tell who Naruto is fighting against since the chakra signatures are so tightly packed, but frustration means it's someone better. It also means that Kurama wants nothing more than to swoop in and kick the little brat's ass on Naruto's behalf, although he knows that Naruto wouldn't take kindly to it. Still, it would mean seeing Naruto, speaking to Naruto, and that's more than enough to make the thought tempting. He wants to go to Naruto right now. Wants more than anything to just sweep in, snatch him up, and carry him away. But that would be too much interference. Kurama knows how this works. Each action is tiny, meaningless little bits of happenstance, like pebbles sliding down the side of a mountain range. But pebbles turn to stones, stones turn to rocks, rocks turn to boulders, and a single careless step can start an avalanche that will change the face of the entire range. He can't risk that, not when Naruto is the one at stake. You look like you're packing for somewhere cold, Kakashi points out, jolting Kurama from his thoughts as the Jounin meanders up beside him. Planning a trip. The man does have the ability to be subtle, Kurama's even seen him use it. That, however, was decidedly not subtle at all, and he gives Kakashi another doubtful glance. When he just gets a crinkle-eyed smile again, he grunts and looks away. The temptation to knock the man on his ass is nearly overwhelming. He's not entirely sure how Naruto ever resisted, especially given he spent a solid year training with him. Kurama would have committed homicide within the first week. Not like I'll always be able to find a town with a convenient bandit problem, he counters. Might as well be prepared to sleep outside most of the time. Kakashi hums Isha Isha book, making a reappearance as he causally flips it open and buries his face in the pages. I'm surprised a shinobi got caught without money or extra clothes, he says idly. Bad luck. Bad planning, more like, Kurama mutters before he can force himself to shut up. Catching the sharp look Kakashi gives him, though it's almost entirely hidden, he sighs and clarifies, I got angry and jumped into a fight. Bastard nearly fried me, and I woke up with nothing. It's true, if a little out of order. That doesn't make the sharpness go away, but the book comes up a little higher to hide Kakashi's expression fully. Must have been strong. Strong enough to give Kakashi himself pause the first time around, but Kurama can hardly say that. It leaves a sour taste in his mouth anyway, remembering the fight with Kakuza. Kurama spent the last 5 years fighting Kaguya herself. One of her little mindless minions should be nothing. But, in a new body with new limits, still completely off balance from Naruto's murder and his own trip through time, he'd been stupid. Stupid and reckless, and nearly cost them all their victory. Nearly wasted Naruto's sacrifice, and the very idea of it makes Kurama feel faintly sick. The stupid and reckless parts probably aren't going to change. Kurama's prone to the latter, and with Naruto in mind he keeps resorting to the former, but he won't let the chance that Naruto died to create be squandered so easily. Next time he faces the Akatsuki members, he's not going to let them win. Yeah, he agrees gruffly. Decently strong. But it won't save the bastard next time I see him. Kakashi's gaze lingers on him, thoughtful and considering, but Kurama ignores it. He starts walking again, letting his feet carry him forward blindly without any destination in mind, and pays no heed to Kakashi following him. The problem of the Akatsuki is still at the forefront of his mind, despite Kakashi's interruption yesterday, and he needs to come up with a way to get them out of their base so he can go crash the Jedmaz into really ugly gravel. It's not like he can duck and shout Jinchuriki over there and have them stampede out. It will, unfortunately, take planning and cunning and subtlety, and while Kurama's decent at all of those, he doesn't want to be. He'd much rather just wade in and start tearing up throats. Still, if Haydn isn't there yet, and likely won't be for a while, given that he can't be more than 13 right now, that means he won't have to deal with the Zealot. And there aren't that many missing men on the Akatsuki's level, so if he moves quickly enough, he won't have to deal with Kakuzu's newest partner, either. Pain and Konan, Kasame, Kakuzu, Sazori, Zetsu, and possibly Obada, that's who he's up against. Or Okamura too, he remembers with a faint grimace, because... well... that's an interesting thought. Itachi isn't a part of Akatsuki yet, the same way Deidara and Haydn aren't. And while Kurama has less than zero fondness for most Uchiha, with the possible exception of Sasuke, and even that Kurama would claim some sort of Stockholm syndrome or bleed through of Naruto's feelings before he'd admit to any sort of genuine affection, if he can spin it so that the Uchiha massacre never happens, it will remove an extremely powerful member from the Akatsuki, and Kurama's very much in favor of that. Itachi might have always been on their side, but without the massacre. Without the massacre, Sasuke might never have the same relationship with Naruto. Fuck, Kurama thinks, scowling down at the ground. There's no way to win this, is there? But maybe it can work. Maybe. Even without Sasuke as a blindly driven Avenger and stuck-up little shit, surely it will still work. Naruto will still be Naruto, even if he doesn't have his rivalry with Sasuke. Kurama's pretty fucking terrible at lying to himself, he's coming to realize. Huffing out an aggravated breath, Kurama halts and looks around, faintly surprised to find that it's darker than he had expected, the shadows longer. He's moved out of the village proper, too, and the road is hard-packed earth under his feet. The academy building looms in front of him, the last few students and parents just departing. A few give him smiles, a few give him wary looks, but Kurama doesn't even notice. His gaze is caught on a small figure with bright blonde hair, seated on a swing off to the side. Naruto, he thinks, and just that sears through every nerve, ending like Kakuzu's lightning, but 1,000 times more pleasant. Full of hope, relief, joy, gratitude, because that's Naruto sitting right there, barely 100 feet from him. Naruto's chakra, bonfire bright, Naruto with his shoulders hunched, his head bowed. Naruto, who all but reeks of grief and loneliness and pain, with the faintest thread of anger and resentment buried almost too deep for Kurama to sense. There's no smile on his face, just blank unhappiness, and it feels so wrong that it makes Kurama's skin crawl. He'd forgotten this, he thinks, a little horrified, but mostly stunned. He'd forgotten, overlooked, dismissed what he knew of Naruto's childhood. Because he hadn't wanted to see it, hadn't wanted to remember that Naruto, for all his cheer and determination, wasn't always happy. Those smiles that Kurama loved so much, the real, meaningful ones, those only started happening regularly when Naruto gained his precious people. Right now, Naruto doesn't even really have a Ruka, the man is still hovering at the edges, not quite a friend yet. There's only the Hokage whenever he can spare a moment. None of the other children will acknowledge Naruto, not with their parents' prejudice, and Naruto has nothing to smile about. He doesn't even have a reason to pretend he's happy, because no one will look past the mask. And that aches. It hurts almost as much as Naruto's death, because this is a slow death, for all that Naruto will recover. It's just a decay. A sickness leeching Naruto of joy, and that's so wrong that Kurama can't stand it. In an instant, everything shifts. Fuck not changing anything. Fuck not letting Naruto change. Fuck keeping things as they were, obviously that didn't work the first time around, so why should Kurama keep clinging to it? Let this be the stone that starts the avalanche, Kurama couldn't care less. His Naruto is dead, sacrificed to save those he loved, and Kurama will never get him back. It was stupid and blind and base foolishness to believe he would. But the very core of his Naruto's heart and soul and unbreakable will, still exists. It's 30 paces in front of Kurama, grieving and lonely, and Kurama won't let that continue. It was one thing to let Naruto suffer through an unhappy childhood when Kurama couldn't do anything to help and wouldn't have wanted to even if he could have. It's another entirely to stand by and watch while Naruto is in pain, and there's nothing at all in Kurama that's capable of doing that. He wouldn't get his Naruto back even if he kept the timeline exactly as it was. He can see that now. But surely he owes it to the boy, to the man, to give him even a small bit of joy. Surely, if he can bring even the smallest spark of light to Naruto's life right now, changing the past will be worth it. He takes a step forward, hardly even noticing Kakashi's stiffening posture beside him. One step and another, until he's standing right in front of the swing. Slowly, the blonde head lifts and Kurama is gutted by the sight of blue eyes, a dozen shades darker than they should be. Dark with unhappiness, with sadness, and Kurama hates it. Taking a breath, he drops to one knee in front of the boy and says quietly, "What's your name, kid?" Naruto blinks at him for a moment before his eyes widen faintly and he leans back. There's weariness in his gaze, even as he offers a bright and entirely fake smile and answers, "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the next Hokage." It's so utterly, achingly familiar that Kurama can't help but smile, and that smile just widens when Naruto's own face lights up. How few genuine smiles must he get, that Kurama's unpracticed one makes him so happy? Chuckling softly, he reaches out and lightly ruffles Naruto's spiky hair. It feels impossibly soft against his fingers, and in a heartbeat Kurama's eyes are hot again. Something wet slips down his cheek, but he ignores it and laughs, soft and rough. Another Uzumaki, huh? I thought so, he tells Naruto. You've got your mom's chakra. I can feel it. Shock suffuses Naruto's face, wondering and disbelieving in equal measure. His mouth opens, works, but nothing comes out. He closes it, swallows, and tries again, and this time manages to squeak, you knew my mom. Unable to resist for even one more second, Kurama reaches out, wraps his arms around Naruto, and drags him right off the swing. Pulls him into his lap, against his chest, and curls around him as much as he can, burying his face in blonde hair and trying not to break down completely. Yeah, he whispers to the boy, shocked stiff in his arms. I knew her when she was a little girl. She was, I'm your uncle. I'm Uzumaki Kurama. We are family, and I promise, Naruto, I'm never going to leave you alone again. Slowly, carefully, so very tentatively, small arms lift and slide around his neck. When nothing happens, when Kurama's only reactions is to clutch him tighter, Naruto returns the hug, and it's as awkward as if he's never done it before. That's fine, Kurama thinks. He'll have plenty of time to show him in the future. 5 seconds. 5 seconds of Naruto's arms tightening around him, 5 seconds for Kurama to feel as if finally, he's come home. 5 seconds for hope of a better future to blossom, painful and fragile, in his chest. Then a Stromhang snatches the back of his shirt and tears him away. Chapter 8, Degringolade. Degringolade to our Latin letter A.old, a rapid decline or deterioration, as in strength, position, or condition. From French degringoler to tumble down, from Middle French disgringoler, from Middle Dutch crinkelen to make curl, related to English crinkle and crack. In all honesty, Kurama should have expected it. He knows where he stands, knows how shinobi villages work, knows that there's no way the Hokage would be all right with a complete stranger getting so close to Konoha's only Jinchuriki. Even so, the second Kurama feels Naruto ripped from his arms, every reasonable bit of his brain simply shuts down. He flies through the air with the force of the wrench, landing several yards away on all fours, and fury burns through him. There's only anger, only the white-hot pulse of desperation like a sun going nova in his soul. They are taking him away from me, he thinks, and nothing else. In a blur, he moves. Kakashi is no longer anything but an impediment, an enemy, standing between Kurama and Naruto. He barely notices the kunai in the Jounen's hand, barely feels the crackle of chakra exploding out to meet his own. Anger is a fiery shroud pulled across his eyes, a mask that leaves only targets. Baring his teeth, he slashes down, and Kakashi only just manages to knock him aside with a sharp kick. How do you? Kurama roars even as he lands and staggers a step. Whirling, he takes a menacing stride towards the man, crouched and ready with a wide-eyed Naruto behind him. What the fuck do you think you're doing? He's my family. Blue eyes flicker from Kakashi back to Kurama, wary but worried. Kurama stares at him, desperation knotting up his guts, and takes another step. Stay back, Kakashi warns sharply. You have no proof of anything. The Hokage isn't about to allow a complete stranger. Restraint snapping, Kurama snarls and throws himself forward, claws slashing downward and just skimming cloth as Kakashi leaps to the side. He's fast and it's frustrating. Kurama lunges again, this time with a hard kick, but it doesn't connect. A dodge, another, and Kakashi leaps back again, but this time Kurama doesn't follow. It's a distraction, a diversion, and he won't fall for it. Instead, he lunges for Naruto, planning to snatch him up and run, but there's a blur. Kakashi appears directly in front of him, fist already swinging, and Kurama yelps as he goes reeling back from a haymaker to the jaw. Stranger, he echoes contemptuously when he gets his feet under him, and there's a cut on the inside of his cheek leaking blood. He spits it out, looking up to glare at the Kopinen. That little boy is the most precious thing to me in the entire world. If you try to keep me from him, Hatake, I'll have no problem burning this entire filthy village to the ground. Exaggeration, if only because Naruto loves this place so much, but Kurama isn't about to tell him that. Like this, balanced on the edge of overwhelming fury, his chakra surging and building like a volcano, Kurama honestly isn't sure what he would do to keep Naruto with him. There's no possible way he can leave Naruto. He won't. Baisuke, Kakashi says, low and sharp. Alert the Hokage. Go. From further back down the road, there's a flash of tan and blow, and a dog with a Konoha tied around its neck bolts out of cover and away. Kurama curses, because that means he is minutes at best before the Hokage arrives, before the Hokage takes Naruto away, and desperation wars with fury as he glances between Kakashi and Naruto. It doesn't help that Naruto stares back at him, confused but not running, and there's an edge of hope to blue eyes that makes Kurama ache right down to his bones. Move, Kurama wants, because this is one of Naruto's precious people, or will be, and he can't do any less. It won't stop him from acting if he's forced, but he can spare the breath for a warning. Hatake, move, and I won't kill you now. Just his Kushina's son. His family. Please. Kakashi's expression doesn't waver. He shifts, flipping the kunai around in his grip and centering his weight, and then reaches up. The slanted Hatayade is pushed straight again, revealing spinning red and black, and a growl bubbles up in the back of Kurama's throat. Skin crawling faintly, he steps back, but that Sharingan eye follows him. The thought of it recording his every movement, dissecting his chakra, memoizing all of his tells, hiding the potential to completely strip him of his will, Kurama hates it. Hates that eye and what it stands for, hates the man who originally owned it and all the grief he caused. Taking Obito down is definitely going to be a pleasure. Last chance, Hatake, he growls and glances past the man again to look at Naruto, trying to tell him silently that everything's all right. There's a blur of speed and motion, and Kurama only just manages to wrench his attention back to Kakashi in time to leap aside, ducking under a slicing overhand swing of that kunai. He kicks out in return, aiming the ball of his foot directly at Kakashi's gut, but isn't surprised when it misses. Kakashi twists around it, free hand slashing out, and Kurama knocks it aside, drops to avoid another slash from the weapon, and then leaps straight up. He gathers up chakra even as he twists in the air, landing lightly in front of Naruto, and then slashes out towards his opponent, aiming downwards as carefully as he can. The shockwave ripples outward, striking the ground and tearing a deep trench as it flings earth and stone into the air, but Kakashi is too fast to catch like that. He throws himself up and over, and though it makes Kurama snarl, he gives ground, retreating from Naruto and leading Kakashi away from the boy. You should surrender, Kakashi says coolly, even as his fingers flicker through the signs for a water jutsu. Naruto is a citizen of Konohagakure. I'm not about to let you threaten him. The Dragon of Water is exactly what Kurama expects of Kakashi, powerful, flashy, and nothing more than a distraction to cover the real attack. He snarls, fury twisting through him, and doesn't bother with signs as he grabs for his chakra and opens his mouth. A twister of fire strains out to meet the attack, and both jetsus explode as they collide. With a hissing shriek, steam fills the air, whirling out to cover both of them, but Kurama's is just as good as Kakashi's nose. He can hear the faintest scuff of a foot on the grass as the jounin charges and twists away from a stabbing lunge. Surrender, he taunts, ducking the following kick and slipping out of the path of a lash of fire. Never. Naruto is the only reason I'm still alive, you bastard, and if you want me to give up on him you'll have to see me dead and buried first. Earth explodes up underneath him, and Kurama swears viciously, just barely managing to get his feet under him enough to leap over the grasping hands that reach for him. A hard slash downward and a brief shockwave dispels the clown, but the distraction is enough for Kakashi to close in. The kunai stabs forward, aimed at the center of mass, and Kurama is too close to dodge it fully. He tries regardless, wrenches back and twists hard, but is only just landed and not quite steady on his feet. The short blade tears deep into the meat of his right bicep, scrapes bone, and is yanked away. Kurama traps a scream behind his teeth, only a muffled cry of pain escaping, but it throws him off balance enough that Kakashi's next kick connects hard with his gut and sends him reeling back. He doesn't want to kill Kakashi, he can't even imagine how the future will go without him there, but this is Naruto at stake. If he loses, they are going to lock him up, hide him away, and he'll never see Naruto again even if he manages to escape. The agony of that thought claws at him, and he imagines the future stretching out before him, completely devoid of his Jinchuriki's presence. Imagines Kaguya rising unhindered, Naruto dead as a sacrifice to her madness, with him unable to change anything. It can't be allowed. It can't be tolerated, and if Kurama has to put Kakashi in the hospital to buy enough time to get both himself and Naruto away, he'll do it. With a snarl that's equal parts rage, pain, and desperation, Kurama lets himself fall to gain distance, then rolls to his feet as Kakashi follows. The steam is dissipating quickly, bringing their battlefield back into view, and Kurama can feel more chakra signatures approaching. The Hokage back up, no doubt, and it makes him hiss in aggravation. His arm aches with a fiery pain, and Kurama can hardly move it, but for all the skin he's wearing, he's not a human. He's not even really a shinobi, and he certainly doesn't have their limits. He needs to end this quickly, and for that he can't show restraint. Finding the correct balance of negative and positive chakra is as simple as breathing, and just as familiar. Kurama summons the odds into the air around him, small pinpoints of glittering light, and doesn't bother compressing them down into their usual form. A flick of his hand and the miniature Bachdama whirl out like foxfire, leaving bright afterimages behind, and streak towards Kakashi with deadly intent. Mismatched eyes widen, and Kakashi throws himself back, just managing to avoid the first one as it strikes the ground and detonates like an exploding tad multiplied tenfold. The earth shakes as the rest follow, filling the air with chips of stone and debris, but Kurama doesn't wait. He lunges after the jounin, mouth filling with raw chakra, and exhales another surge of flame that roars across the ground like a burning tide. Kunai and shuriken blur out of the haze, but Kurama takes a twisting leap over them, bounces off the ground, and drives a kick into Kakashi's side as hard as he can. The jounin goes flying, slamming into the tree where Naruto had been sitting, and with a victorious cry Kurama lunges after him, claws out. Before he can reach the man, Kakashi plants his feet and brings his hand up. Chakra surges like a geyser, then steadies, and the sound of 1,000 birds fills the smoky air. Apparently Kakashi's done holding back as well. This time when Kurama summons his Bachdama, he doesn't hesitate. The balanced chakra swirls and compresses, spinning madly in his palm, and Kurama brings his hand lashing forward, ready to release it and end this fight. With a sudden burst of speed, Kakashi mirrors him, Rakira bright and deadly in one hand. Then a small voice cries, "No," and before Kurama can even blink there's a tiny, fragile body planted squarely between them, arms outstretched as if to hold them back. Sheer, mind-numbing terror gives Kurama the deceptive speed of his Biza form, able to match even Naruto in Sage mode. With a cry that tears at his throat, he flicks the Bachdama away and changes his lunge into a grab, dragging Naruto around behind him even as he turns to give Kakashi's back. Half a second too late, Kakashi comprehends what's happening and makes a desperate attempt to pull away, but for all his genius and reflexes, there's no time, no possibility of aborting the strike or doing anything more than diverting it slightly. On his own, Kurama could dodge it. He's fast enough, adrenaline humming and heart pounding, but Naruto is right there and Kurama can't grab him quickly enough. He can't move, because if he does, Naruto will be right in Kakashi's path, and not for anything will Kurama let harm come to this boy. Kurama has a fraction of the heartbeat to brace himself before lightning tears through his chest, Kakashi's kunai punching a hole right through him. The smell of charred meat rises and agony grays Kurama's vision, but even as he staggers, coughing up blood, he doesn't allow himself to falter. He's already healing, can feel bone and muscle knitting together, and forces himself to move. Kakashi is sluggish with horror, both eyes wide and shocked, and Kurama mercilessly takes advantage. One fist snaps out, striking Kakashi's jaw squarely, and the kopinin goes flying back again, spine slamming into the tree's trunk and skull bouncing off the wood with a loud crack. In the same movement, Kurama twists, ignoring the spots of darkness that dance across his eyes, and snatches Naruto up in his arms. The little boy yelps, clearly startled, but Kurama can't comfort him yet. Before Kakashi can recover, he turns and flees, each step jolting his wound, but Naruto clutched tightly to him. Behind them there's a shout, but the world is already starting to blow past with their speed, and Kurama isn't about to stop. They reach the wall in a moment, and Kurama clears it with a long bound, lands, and immediately hurls himself into the surrounding forest. His Naruto once knew every inch of these woods, and that Kurama has managed to remember clearly. Even with Konoha Nin in pursuit, even injured, Kurama knows he can outrun and outmaneuver them here. There's blood soaking his new shirt, sticky and clammy against his skin, and his breath rasps in his throat, each one hurting like there's a knife in his lungs. Small hands clutch at his collar, his hair, even as a face presses into the cove of his neck, and Kurama grips Naruto to him with his uninjured arm, holds him tight to his uninjured side, and runs as fast as he can force himself to. It's only when they are miles from Konoha, in the dimness of a deeply shadowed grove, that Kurama finally allows himself to stagger to a stop. His muscles are trembling, though he can't tell if it's from adrenaline or exertion. Either way, he drops to his knees with a groan of relief, carefully easing Naruto to the ground in front of him. Vaguely he realizes that his head is spinning, but he can't focus on that. Instead, he looks at the boy in front of him, who has tear tracks on his cheeks and wide eyes. "Are you okay?" he demands, as gently as he's able. "Naruto, are you okay? Did we hurt you?" Blue eyes turn up to him, and Kurama can read both confusion and wonder in them. Naruto pauses, then smiles, and it makes Kurama's breath catch painfully, makes his heart trip over itself as it beats. "I'm fine," he insists. "Don't worry about me." That's it. That's Naruto's smile, his real one. And regardless of whether this Naruto knows him or not, he's giving it to Kurama anyway. With a choked sob, Kurama drags Naruto forward into a hug, pulling the boy tight against his chest and burying his face in blonde hair. "Naruto," he whispers. "Naruto, Naruto." "Oh, thank the sage. I was so scared." There's a hesitation, and then arms twine around his neck, gripping tightly. "I'm okay," Naruto repeats. "Sorry, Oji-san. I just wanted you guys to stop fighting. I'm sorry I scared you." "I wouldn't have hurt him," Kurama promises, and it's only slightly untrue. I didn't want them to take you away from me. I finally found you, Naruto, I can't give you up again." Small hands, so small, so breakable when Kurama is used to his old juggernaut of a Jinchuriki, tug lightly on his hair, and Kurama reluctantly pulls back to look Naruto in the eyes. There's a mulish set to his features, and once he's sure he is Kurama's attention, Naruto declares fiercely, "I was worried about you. You're really my uncle, right?" "Of course." He doesn't know Kakashi yet. At best, the Jounin is a stranger on the street. Given Kurama's declaration of shared blood, it makes sense for an orphan boy who's never known his family to be drawn to that. Even so, despite all the logical explanations, Kurama feels warmth flood through him like sunlight, and he smiles. Reaching up, he smooths a hand over Naruto's flyaway hair, even worse from the wind of their flight, and then leans in to press a kiss to his forehead. "Thank you, Naruto," he says quietly. "I'm sorry to grab you and ran like that. I wasn't thinking." Another bad decision, and even more than facing Kakuzu unprepared, this one was unspeakably stupid. He just made himself a fugitive from Konoha, one every shinobi in the village will be eager to capture. After all, the Jinchuriki are powerful weapons, and Kurama just made off with one. Beyond that, he was moving entirely on desperation and instinct. There was little reason behind the fight, and with the terrified fury finally ebbing, Kurama can see that. But But how could he have chosen differently? They were going to take Naruto away from him. Kakashi tried, and Kurama wasn't willing to suffer a separation like that, even in the name of his goals. Because Naruto was sad, hurting, and the loneliness in him echoed Kurama's. There was no way Kurama could have stayed there, watched Kakashi pull Naruto away, and not reacted badly. It feels overwhelming now, the scope of this change. Naruto is meant to be in Konoha, learning and growing, suffering, because Kurama will never again allow himself to forget that much, making friends and connections. And now Kurama has taken him away from that, away from the safety of the village when he may shortly end up with the entire Akatsuki organization on his tail. Taken him into danger, into a situation where Kurama has no food, no home, and a rapidly decreasing amount of money. His eyes burn. There was no good decision there, no way to win. Maybe, if he'd managed to restrain himself in the beginning, things might have been fine, but there was absolutely no chance of Kurama not reacting to Naruto's loneliness. He'd carve his own heart out before he left Naruto to that pain. Sorry, he whispers, his voice ragged, and presses his cheek to Naruto's palm. Thank you. Yes, I'm your uncle. I'm your family. Naruto beams, leaning forward and hugging him, for the first time of his own volition. Oken, he says enthusiastically. Can I call you that? Despite himself, Kurama laughs. Laughs even as tears slip down his cheeks, because this is Naruto, because Naruto already likes him, and he answers, anything you want, Naruto. Anything. He's never spoken true words. Even with Konoha after them, even on the run and entirely unprepared for it, Kurama has Naruto again. And for that, to keep Naruto beside him for the rest of time, Kurama will do absolutely anything and not regret it for a moment. Kakashi's fairly sure he has a concussion. There's a certain dizzying sort of pain that he's far too familiar with, and his vision keeps graying out around the edges when he moves too fast. That's a large part of the reason he's only just extricating himself from a dent in the tree trunk when the Hokage sweeps in, face set in grim lines and an ANBU contingent around him. Kakashi, he asked sharply, and the tightly contained lash of his chakra is enough to make even Kakashi shiver. Hokage-sama, he answers as steadily as he's able, even as one of the ANBU slips forward to press a green-glowing hand against his skull. The ache recedes, and he breathes out a silent sigh of relief. Uzumaki is gone, and he took Naruto. I attempted to stop him, but failed. The word leaves a bitter taste on his tongue. Failed the same way he failed to save Ovida, save Rin. The same way he failed to keep his promise to Minato and make sure his son stayed safe. He was not quite relaxed around Kurama, but his guard slipped. Seeing him with Noha, seeing him in the street last night, he'd thought he understood the Uzumaki, thought he had seen enough to judge. Apparently he failed at that, too. Politely constrained fury darkens the Sandame's eyes, even as he folds his hands behind his back. I see, he says after a long moment. Were you able to discover his motivations, by any chance? 6-year-old. In mimicry of Kurama's own movements, he reaches out and twists his fingers into blood-red hair, holding tightly. Will you come with me? He asked sullenly. Kurama feels a little like he wants to cry again. I can't, he says, and that's helpless too. I have promised my best friend I'd do something for him, and I have to finish it. If I go back to Konoha, they'll treat me like an enemy and lock me up, and I promised. Naruto, as ever, understands the value of a promise. He looks torn for a moment before the stubbornness sets in again, and he offers, if I tell Hokage that you're not a bad guy, will you come back? He'll believe me, I know it. The implication is all too clear. There's a fist around Kurama's heart, tight and getting tighter, but it isn't hard to realize what he has to do. No, the hard part is actually forcing himself to follow through. Sorry, he whispers, arms tightening involuntarily. Sorry, Naruto, I'll take you back. Maybe the Sandame will listen. You'll probably be better off there. Fuck, but it aches. How had he ever thought he could steal a glance at Naruto and then go on his way without a care? Not even half a day with Naruto returned to him, and already Kurama feels like he's losing him all over again just contemplating letting him go. It's a little like dying, knowing that Naruto would rather be in Konoha than with him, even though Kurama is fully aware that Naruto has no reason to stay. Another moment of silence, and then Naruto says, but don't you want to go back, Oken, with confusion clear in his voice. What? What? Kurama asks, pulling back to look at the boy. Naruto is frowning at him. But you look so sad, he says, touching Kurama's cheek gently. Okken, and you said about leaving the village. Isn't that why you want to go back? There's a flicker of nearly extinguished hope in Kurama's chest. No, he answers quickly. No, Naruto, you're my home, not the village. I don't care about them as long as you're happy. I want you to stay with me, I swear. That's all I want. Then I'll stay, Naruto says cheerfully, as though it's as simple as that. Hokachuji will be sad, but we can send him a letter and ask if he'll tell everyone you're not a bad guy and I can become an awesome ninja, and when we go back they'll have to make me Hokage. Then I'll make it a law that you're allowed to stay and no one will care. Whether he's 6, 16, or 36, Naruto's logic always sounds exactly the same. Kurama laughs before he can help it and leans in to kiss Naruto squarely on the forehead. A moment later the giddy joy is too much and he spins Naruto around in his arms, still laughing. Naruto laughs too, bright and delighted, and it's so very much everything that Kurama has missed. Thanks, he says. Thanks, Naruto. Come on, let's go find you some chakra. A flare of it, a tight little knot filled not so much with malevolence as it is determination, though there's a thread of undeniable hatred in there too. Familiar chakra, and Kurama curses, spinning on his heel. He leaps upward into the branches of the tree above them and sets Naruto at the highest sturdy branch he can get to. Stay here and be as quiet as you can, he warns. Let's see how good you are at ninja stealth, okay? Naruto's eyes are a little bit wide, but he nods agreeably all the same, making a motion like he's zipping his mouth shut. Kurama gives him a relieved smile, ruffles his hair, and then uses the tip of one claw to scratch a seal onto the trunk below him. It pulses once, then fades to a pale glow that will hopefully be missed, and Kurama throws himself back towards the ground. He extends his senses, but Naruto is completely hidden, from the sound of his breathing to the feel of his chakra, and though Kurama wishes he had the time to be more thorough, that will have to do. If he can distract the trackers, it will be enough. It is to be. Even as he veers east and breaks into a run, he casts his attention back, trying to judge the size of the group. It's hard, because only Kakashi is truly angry, all the others are some flavor of determined, and emotions like that slide from Kurama's grasp before he can really touch them. Still, they are almost close enough for him to sense normally, and is fairly certain there are 4 of them. He's even more certain that 3 of the 4 are all too familiar. Kakashi, of course, is easy to mark, and Kurama hadn't really expected anything else. Obviously the Jounin was going to pursue him, that's simple logic. But right behind him is a familiar trickle of power that registers like the biting sharp scent of new sap rising to Kurama's nose, and that's a bad sign. Naruto's second sensei, the baby Makiden user, which would be bad enough on its own, but one step behind him is the mirrors and smoke feel of one particular brat. His presence really means Kurama is screwed. And as if that's not enough, there's the itch of another, unfamiliar Uchiha right behind Itachi. Really? Makiden, and not 1 but 2.5 Sharingan all at once. If Kurama had to design his worst day ever, it would probably go something like this. This would all be so much easier if he could just turn into a 20-story fox and sit on them. The group is moving quickly, obviously having spotted his chakra, and Kurama gives a low growl of frustration and redoubles his pace, leaping fallen trees and ducking low branches as he races towards the rushing rumble of the river in the distance. He's too late to throw them off his scent by crossing it, but with any luck, not that Kurama honestly expects to have much, he can knock them into it with a hurricane or something. Whatever. He's still working on a plan, but it'll come to him. He's out of time, though. Just as he breaks through the last stretch of trees and into the open ground before the river, a wall of wood shoots up in front of him and forces Kurama to leap aside before he brains himself. Even as he lands, fire roars towards him, vast enough to swallow him whole. There's no time to dodge, no chance to avoid it, and so Kurama doesn't try. He plants his feet and lets his chakra surge, because fire is his element. There's always the chance that it can hurt him, but like this. Prepared and braced, with sufficient warning. Kurama is a god of fire and wind, of devastation, and even being trapped in a fragile mortal body can't take that away from him entirely. He steals the flames before they can even touch him, wraps himself in their light and heat, and laughs as his hunters leap from the trees to confront him. The fire roars, leaping and crackling, and Kurama lets it swirl away, lets his chakra devour and consume it like fuel. There is a wary and startled, and Kurama grins, bloody bright and showing teeth. Come for a rematch, Hatake, he mocks. How cute. And you even brought friends this time. But face me again and I warn you, I'm not going to hold back. I could swear a one last time, Kakashi says mildly, and it's almost impressive how well he manages to hide the ender seething inside of him. Where's Naruto, Uzumaki? If that's even your name. I didn't lie to you, Kurama snaps, bristling. Naruto is mine, my blood, mine to care for. I won't let him grow up an outcast just because you're terrified of the Kyuubi. I love him more than anything in the world, and I'm not about to let him suffer. Kakashi's shoulders draw into a slightly tenser line. So you do know, he says softly. Kurama snorts. That is a Jinchuriki. I know better than anyone. You blind fools will never understand even the smallest portion of what it means to be a Jinchuriki, but I do. And I'll make sure Naruto does too. You want to punish him for it? Cast him out. Fine. But I'll teach Naruto just what it really means to wield the power of a Bija. Kakashi must give some sort of signal he doesn't see, because half a heartbeat later the ground explodes underneath him, spears of wood and grasping roots trying to knot around his lens. Kurama swears viciously, leaping clear and whirling to slash one hand downward. Waves of force smash into the reaching branches, shattering them into sawdust, and Kurama flips in the air, coming down right in front of Itachi and lashing out with a scything kick. The Uchiha ducks, darting away, but Kurama doesn't attempt to follow. He vaults a trio of kunai, touches down in front of the unfamiliar Uchiha, and rises with an uppercut leading. The boy is too surprised to dodge and goes flying, and Kurama slips around another ball of flyings and casts his own right back. 4-against-1 isn't something he'd have had trouble with in his Bija form, but as a human. The odds suck balls. Thankfully, Kurama knows a way to fix that. Balancing and compressing chakra for a Bachdharma is simple. This is beyond that. It's like breathing or blinking, entirely involuntary and unthinking. Fingers up, chakra flaring, and a shadow clone mirrors Kurama as he leaps back towards the river. It's tempting to go for Naruto's usual overkill and summon 1,000 of the things, but Kurama doesn't quite dare. He's not sure how his chakra will react with the clones, given that is a Bija, and beyond that is a manifestation of anger and malice. He doesn't want evil, mindless little versions of the Kyuubi running around. While that would definitely distract his hunters, it probably wouldn't be good in the long run. The clone splits off, heading for Itachi, and Kurama wishes it luck as he spins to avoid Kakashi's kunai. The blade just manages to skim his hair before Kurama lunges forward, knocking Kakashi's arm wide with an elbow and then driving a knee into his side. Even as Kakashi chokes and staggers, more roots burst from the ground, reaching for Kurama's lens. He snarls and tears his way free, then throws himself towards the Mukiden user, who has his hands raised in a seal and an expression of grim concentration on his face. When he sees Kurama coming, dark eyes narrow further and the hand seal shifts. Another wooden wall bursts up, this time curving into a dome around him. Kurama's claws tear gouges in it, nowhere deep enough to even begin doing real damage, but he doesn't have time to try again. Kakashi is on his heels, kunai out and slashing. Damn you! Kurama hisses, sliding under the blow. He comes up with a weak shockwave, still not aiming to kill, and feels a rush of pure frustration when Kakashi disappears into the ground, swallowed up by his own earth jetsu. At the same moment, a thick beam of wood shoots right at his gut, catching him hard in the stomach. Kurama loses all of his breath in an explosive rush as he's lifted right off his feet, ribs creaking threateningly, and goes flying back into the trunk of a tree. Beneath him, the earth erupts, and Kakashi grabs his ankle, yanking down. Kurama automatically kicks him in the face, earning a loud yelp, and then lunges for the Mukiden user again. The man spins away from his claws, leg lashing out, but Kurama ducks the high kick and slams bodily into him, one hand fisting in his uniform. A snarl, a surge of effort, and Kurama hurls the man directly into the unfamiliar Uchiha, right as the boy is calling up a fireball. Tense. Kakashi shouts, and a moment later a dragon of fire slams into the ground where Kurama had been standing. Kurama whirls past it, bringing his claws to bear, and almost succeeds in slicing Kakashi across the face. The Kopinin dodges at the last second, managing to avoid all but a shallow scrap across his chin, and Kurama lashes out with a snarl. "Naruto is mine," he roars. "Stop trying to take him away." When screens past him, sharp-edged like blades and fueled by rage and chakra in equal measure. It knocks Kakashi right off his feet, dispels Kurama's clone in a puff of smoke, and sends the two Uchiha staggering. It's a small opening, but it's an opening nevertheless, and if Kurama can move fast enough, maybe set a fire behind him, he'll have enough time to get to Naruto and then hightail it for the Suna border. He turns to run, but before he can take more than a single step, branches like steel cables catch him. They twist around his limbs, his torso, catch him in the choking grasp and drag him down to his knees even as he screams in rage, claws slashing ineffectually at thin air before they are immobilized. "Shisui," Kakashi orders, a whip-crack of sound in the hurricane's wake as he staggers to his feet. "Captain," the Uchiha acknowledges, stepping into Kurama's line of vision. His dark eyes spin to red, shifting into a kaleidoscope of ebony and crimson, and Kurama knows all too well what that means. He snarls a denial, struggles redoubling as creepers lock his head into place, but is well and truly trapped. The only thing he can see is that hated Dogetsu, already strapping away his will in a surge of bone-deep horror. Just those eyes, red and black and rising to swallow him in a tide of fear and loathing. Kurama meets them helplessly, hatefully, and can only think, "Sage, not again." Chapter 10, X. Nepenthe. Nepenthe then penth, but Droke described in Homer's Odyssey as banishing grief or trouble from a person's mind, anything that brings welcome forgetfulness. From Latin in pens, hode for soothing, from Greek in penth, sorrowless. If there's one thing Kurama hates above all others, it's helplessness. It's having his will stolen and twisted and having another's will forced on him. Madara did it twice, Kaguya tried it, Obito managed it. That would be the reason for his loathing of the Sharingan, because he fears it. He fears it more than anything, that a single moment of eye contact can strip away everything that makes him Kurama and turn him into a mindless weapon. "If you do this," he hisses, "I'll rip you apart and eat your corpses, you fucking bastards." At the edge of his line of vision, Kakashi shifts. "You won't," he says flatly, and at the same moment Shisue's chakra crests. Kurama tries to look away, slam his eyes shut, but he already knows it's too late, can feel himself falling. There's a sharp pop, a puff of smoke, and something small and white drops out of midair to land right on Shisue's head. He yelps, leaping back, and 3 fluffy tails swing down to slap him in the face. Another cry and he lashes out, sweeping a kunai over his head, but the creature leaps clear with a neat flip, bounces off Itachi's face as he heads for his clansman and sends him reeling, and lands lightly on the ground. "Which one?" it shouts, darting around the Uchiha's attempts to grab it, and that's definitely a female voice. "Which one is it?" From the bushes there's a sharp, eerie screech, and a small scarlet shade bursts out and bolts across the battleground. It slams bodily into Kakashi's leg even as he tries to dodge, and sharp white teeth flash. Kakashi yelps in pain and overbalances, and the little red fox abandons its victim to throw itself at Kurama. It grabs a vine in its teeth and wrenches hard, but Kurama sees movement and shouts a warning as more roots sprout. Smoke whirls, chakra flares, and the white vixen disappears. In a place is a girl who looks no older than 14, with long white hair and 3 tails peeking from under her red kimono. She claps her hands together, and ords of multicolored fire whirl into being around her. A flick of her fingers sends them spinning out, aiming for the Konoha shinobi, and in the confusion that follows she leaps forward, alighting next to Kurama and the red fox. "Kyuba-sama," she asks, already ripping at the roots binding him. "What on earth did you do to get yourself trapped in that body?" "Long story," Kurama says gruffly, but relief leaves him shaky and almost breathless as he helps to free himself. He catches a flash of lightning from the corner of his eye and swears, lunging forward and scooping the kitsune and fox both up into his arms as he jumps clear. It impacts behind him, scorching the Mukiden user's trap and leaving a deep crater, but Kakashi doesn't pause, driving forward with a kunai leading. Really, Kurama is getting tired of this. He snarls, boosting the fox up onto his shoulders and tacking the vixen under his arm like a sack of rice as he strikes, and this time he doesn't hold back. The shockwave tears across the earth, flattening trees and cracking rock, forcing Kakashi to tumble away. In his place Tense tries to lunge forward, but the vixen makes a sound of triumph and brings her hands together again. There's another pop, and a leaf goes tumbling off her head as she shifts again, flowing out of Kurama's grip like smuck. This time it's back to a fox, but large, much, much larger than the tiny form she appeared with. As big as a pony, she plants her feet, opens her mouth, and spits a bolt of lightning right at the Jounin. There's no time to see the result. Kurama spins, catching the hilt of the tad descending at his skull, and snarls at the Uchiha who tried to take his will. He slams a foot towards the boy's gut, but the blow doesn't land. There's a faint shimmer, a flicker of speed that's almost too much for even Kurama to follow, and he has to knock the red fox clear, then throw himself forward and down into a roll to avoid the blade aimed at his back. He twists back to his feet just in time for a kick to knock his legs out from under him again, and he snarls. As a Tacha strikes out at him, Sharingan bright with power, Kurama summons fire in a wave and forces the boy to dodge it. Staggering upright, Kurama locks eyes with Kakashi, who's approaching at a run. He bares his teeth, brings his claws up, and ignores the red fox when it claws its way back up to his shoulders and curls defensively around his neck. Why? Kurama demands. Why all of this? Naruto doesn't even know you. You've never been there for him before. Kakashi's poker face is too good to tell if the barb landed, but he slurs, circling Kurama warily. That's not what this is about, he says. Naruto belongs in Konoha. You have no right to take him away. I have every right. Kurama snarls. You bastard, I know who trained you. Naruto might as well be family to you, but he doesn't so much as know your name. Justify that. Kurama is used to anger, hate. They've been his companions as long as he can remember, and he knows all too well how to use them. He grabs for the now, for power, for balance. Positive and negative chakra spin at his fingertips, condensing down into 5 marble-sized balls of purple-black light, and Kurama lets them go. They whirl out, and Kakashi's eyes widen. He shouts a warning, throwing himself back towards the river, but Kurama can't see if he makes it. When the Bichdama impact, it shakes the very earth and fills the battleground with choking smoke. Okay up there? Kurama asks, putting a hand up to touch his passenger, and the small fox yips quietly. A moment later the smoke parts and a shining white shape slips through. The vixen bounds over to them, then drops into a crouch. Get on, Kyuubi-sama, she orders. I cast a few illusions, but it won't distract them for long. Kurama doesn't hesitate to vault onto her back, twisting his fingers into her long ruff as she leaps forward, long legs eating up the ground as she races into the forest. Naruto, he manages, and when the red fox's claws scrape at his neck he pulls the creature down into his lap. I have to get back to Naruto, he's alone. I'll take you to him, the vixen promises, pausing in a small dip. Which way? The red fox barks, scrambling off her back, and races up the hill. Kurama glances around and is startled to recognize it as the same spot where he helped the fox earlier. He slips off the vixen's back as well, touching her shoulder in gratitude. Here, he says. Hey, thank you. You saved me. Okken, a voice calls, and Kurama spins, instantly sidetracked. Naruto, he shouts back, and a small body bursts out of the bushes and slimes into him. Kurama lets out a breath of pure relief and wraps his arms around the boy, clutching him close. Naruto. You're okay. Fine, Naruto says and looks up. His eyes catch on the white vixen and go wide with wonder. Okken, what is that? Oi, don't you mean who? The vixen protests, and the red fox pulls back under her paws with a yipping laugh. Kurama laughs as well, too shaky and glad to do much else. Thank you, he tells her again, lifting Naruto into his arms. I don't know how to repay you. Then he crouches down, holding out a hand to the red fox, and adds with a smile, and thank you as well. That was very, very clever and tricky of you. I bet you'll be earning that second tail in no time. The fox gives a rumbling purr and twists under his hand like a cat, then licks his fingers and slips away, vanishing back into the undergrowth. He wanted to repay you, the vixen says, a smile in her voice as she crouches beside him. And when he told me the greatest of our kind was nearby, I had to see for myself. Not what you expected, huh? Kurama asked wryly, rising to his feet again. Thank you for the help, but I should go. Those 4 won't be distracted for long. The vixen snorts softly. Don't be a fool, she says, tone arch. I can take you anywhere you want to go, Kyuubi-sama, and do it much faster than that silly human body. This is true. Kurama hesitates, but he doesn't really have any other choices. With Konoha's best trekker on his tail, his options are shrinking by the second. Casting a glance at Naruto, he arches a brow and asks, "Up for it, kid?" Naruto looks awed. "We are gonna ride a fox," he demands, and beams widely. "Yeah." With a laugh, the vixen turns to present her back. "All right, then. Glad to have your approval, kid. Where to, Kyuba-sama?" "Call me Kurama," Kurama offers, settling himself behind her shoulders with Naruto in front of him. "You're likely to give someone a heart attack otherwise. And I was headed for Suna." That gets him another laugh, wicked and tricky, as she rises to her full height. "I'm Fuji," she offers. "And Suna it is. Can we stop for Odin on the way?" "Ramen," is Naruto's input. "Can we get ramen too, Oken?" Kurama chuckles, kisses some bright hair, and answers, "Yeah. Meals on me." "Thanks, Fuji." Wide ears flick back, then up, and the vixen leaps forward into a run, all sleek muscle and inhuman speed. "I've always wanted to meet you, Kurama-sama," she calls back, "so believe me, the honor is mine." Kurama wonders a little wryly how to tell her that she's more or less met two of him in the space of a few minutes, but decides to save that conversation for a later date. "I have this nagging suspicion that didn't go anywhere close to how we planned it," Shisui says as he fights his way free of Tenset's desperately erected shield, because there's a sarcastic asshole who thinks he's funny. "Someone hit him for me," and mud-coated Ten's requests, dragging himself out of the river's shallows, which a very clever genjutsu made him think was solid ground. "And make it hurt, please." Obligingly, Itachi reaches out and smacks the back of his best friend's head. Shisui yelps and ducks away, looking wounded, and protests, "Hey, easy. You didn't have 20 pounds of fox just land on your skull." Itachi, who has 4 muddy paw prints smeared across his face, narrows his eyes and glares. "Technically not your skull," Shisui reminds him, grinning. For all their sakes, Kakashi sweeps his feet out from under him and dumps the elder Uchiha on his ass. Given Shisui's speed and reflexes, it's likely that he allows it to happen, but either way it's still vaguely satisfying. Turning his attention away, Kakashi looks over his dirty, slightly battered Tane and resists the urge to sigh. The riverbank around them is a complete disaster, more a collection of craters than anything, and the dust and smoke in the air is only just now clearing. "All right," he asks Tens, who took the brunt of the attack while shielding the rest of them. Tens nods agreeably in the process of wringing out his flak jacket. "Marvelous. Thank you for asking, senpai." Something that may or may not be a small fish flops out of a pocket and falls to the ground, and he gives Kakashi a pointed smile and chucks it back into the river. "Really?" Kakashi is surrounded by comedians. To be honest, though, he isn't feeling all that enthusiastic himself. Given that his one-on-one fight against Kurama ended with the Uzumaki taking a Raikiri to the chest, he'd expected a 4-on-1 fight to go a little more smoothly, or at least not disastrously. Tens, Shisui, and Itachi are all A and BU, after all, and the 4 of them are fairly well-versed in working as a Tane. They should have been able to overwhelm Kurama easily, but Naruto doesn't even know you. You've never been there for him before. It is maybe just slightly possible that Kurama's words affected him rather more than he would care to admit. The problem, Kakashi thinks, is Kurama's certainty. He is so utterly convinced that Naruto is better off with him, and Kakashi has been on Naruto's guard enough to know just what the boy's life is like. There's always the possibility that, if Kurama really is telling the truth about who he is, Naruto really is better off elsewhere. It doesn't matter, Kakashi tells himself. This is a mission from the Sandaime Hokage. This is his duty. Naruto belongs in Konoha, in Minado's village, and not in the clutches of a completely unknown man who clearly knows far too much about Jinchuriki. He could be planning to use Naruto as a weapon, or to brainwash him, or just to hurt him, and that's not a risk Kakashi can take. It doesn't matter, he tells himself, and tries to believe it. Uzumaki seemed oddly wary of your Makiden, Itachi says to Tens, startling Kakashi out of his thoughts. When he glances over, the boy offers a small shrug. He went out of his way to avoid Tens and keep him at a distance. I thought it was interesting. That's true, and Kakashi had hardly noticed. There's a brief pause as they all consider this, and then Shisui hums thoughtfully, stretching his legs out in front of him and wrapping an arm around his knees. Are we sure, he asked carefully, that all the other Jinchuriki are accounted for? Kakashi lets that rather awful thought sink in for a moment and grimaces. They're really not. Jinchuriki are weapons. After all, villagers don't tend to announce when they acquire them, and they are always jealously guarded. IWA has more than one. Konoha suspects that Kumo does as well, and Suna has admitted to having the Ichibi, but beyond that it's anyone's guess. Yuzushio never had a bijou, though, he points out, crouching down beside Shisui. Kurama is gaining a lead, but is barefoot, tired, and cold, still recovering from Kakashi's Raikiri. With a 6-year-old who can't move nearly as fast, Kakashi is confident they can make up the distance. Suna might have only told us because they had to, but Yuzushio was an ally. They wouldn't have lied. Tense half softly. Are we so sure that this man was telling the truth? He counters. He could be anyone. Nothing guarantees that he's really an Uzumaki. He wasn't lying. In feigned surprise, Kakashi glances over at Itachi. The 11-year-old meets his stare evenly, tipping one shoulder in a feigned shrug, but says nothing else. Tashi. Shisui prompts looking curious as well, and his cousin glances at him for a second before nodding in agreement. When he spoke of family, he wasn't lying, Itachi clarifies. He was angry, but there were no micro-expressions indicating falsehood. As far as Kurama believed, he was telling the truth. Naruto really is his family. Ten sighs faintly, but doesn't argue with the Sharingan's ability to pick up on such things. Then he is an Uzumaki, he concludes. Which brings us back to whether or not he's a Jinchuriki. I think we can safely assume he is, Kakashi says slowly, remembering Kurama's words about teaching Naruto to use the strength of a bija and how they could never understand a Jinchuriki as well as he could. Those abilities of his have to come from somewhere. Given his looks, maybe he's one of Kumo's Jinchuriki gone rogue. It would explain some things, and they'd hardly broadcast losing one of the tailed beasts. It makes more sense than Kakashi would like it to. An Uzumaki man, the father of Konoha's second Jinchuriki, but with no real ties to either Konoha or Yuzushio, would be a valuable commodity in Kumo. If Kurama had escaped, made his way back to Yuzushio before it fell, it would also make sense for him not to have told anyone what he was. It's a lot of speculation, but the pieces are adding up. You mean we are going to have to fight a Dan Jinchuriki? Shisui demands, sounding distinctly unhappy. Fuck me. We already have, Itachi reminds him, at the same moment as Ten's answers, not even if you paid me. There's a moment of silence as the three team members stare at each other. Kakashi puts his head in his hands and regrets every single one of his life choices with even more fervor than normal. I was referring to the fight we just finished, Itachi says carefully, ignoring the crimson spreading across his cheeks as he pointedly looks away. Ten snorts out a soft laugh, rising to his feet and shrugging on his soggy flak jacket. Well, I was referring to screwing Shisui, he clarifies helpfully. That's fine, everyone knows you're hung up on the captain anyways, Shisui shoots back, and really, Kakashi would like to be anywhere else at the moment. Always going senpai, senpai, I'm embarrassed for you, Tens. Technically, the expression Tens offers him is a smile, but it's weird and darkly creepy and makes even Itachi wince faintly. I've decided. You can sleep outside when we stop for the night. What? Come on, Tens. Which we haven't yet, Kakashi cuts in, relieved to have found a place to end this conversation. Get up, and let's get moving. Uzumaki can't be too far ahead, and I want him caught as soon as possible. Of course, because everyone in this squad was handpicked to test his patience, that's not the end of things. Still, Shisui and Tens have long since found just what volume they can bicker at without giving themselves away, and it's low enough that Kakashi can pretend not to hear as he takes the lead. Surprisingly, Itachi falls into step with him as he scouts the edges of the trees. There's a precise sort of blankness to his face, and his voice is tightly quiet as he asks, "Are we going to kill Uzumaki?" Kakashi pauses, glancing up at the boy. He doesn't say anything, but the faint lift of one brow is enough to make Itachi look away again. Doing anything for family, I think I can understand it, he explains, picking each word with care. And Naruto is my brother's age, and if we do have to. He doesn't have to say that losing the very first person to claim family ties to him, especially in a violent, gruesome way, will scar Naruto for life, maybe even start a seed of resentment against the village rooting in his heart, but he knows he doesn't need to. Kakashi has had all these thoughts already, and they twist themselves up in knots in his brain every time he tries to push them away. Taking a breath, Kakashi says quietly, carefully, I would prefer not to. But the Hokage orders are clear. If Shisui can manage to use his Kodo Matsukami, we'll have no trouble, but I don't think Kurama will come quietly otherwise. That's another thing he doesn't want to think of, the expression on Kurama's face when Shisui caught his gaze. It was more than fear at being beaten, because that was terror, stark and bone deep. But Shisui's Mangekyo isn't well known, especially outside Konoha, so it wasn't of that. Some people fear the Sharingan in general, but that much. It's a piece that doesn't fit, a curiosity, a mystery. Kakashi has never liked mysteries. 12 solid hours from Konoha, on the border where Wire country meets river country, the forests thin practically to nothingness, and there are several small villages, more a couple of buildings grouped around the road than actual towns, interspersed with farmland. Fuji, who seems to have a sense for Odin that's equal to Naruto's ramen intuition, carries them right to the edge of one such village before letting them down. It's mid-morning, with several people visible in the distance, but their strange little group hasn't been noticed yet. Probably for the best, Kurama thinks a little wryly, helping Naruto slide to the ground. Okay, Naruto, he asks, crouching down beside the little boy, who's still blinking sleep from his eyes. The cheerful grin he gets in response is so familiar that it aches. Can we get ramen now, Okken? He asks enthusiastically, latching onto Kurama's open hand. Kurama can't help but chuckle, giving the small hand a gentle squeeze. Sure, kid, he answers, and maybe he never would have called his Naruto that, he always defaulted to brat, because that's what Naruto forever was, but here and now, it fits. This Naruto is like a fox kid, wide eyes and bright smiles with a trickster's grin hidden beneath, small and cute but with a predilection for mischief. Just seeing him lets the hurt in Kurama's chest scab over, quiets the rolling grief that has been fighting for days now. I never get real ramen for breakfast. Naruto cheers enthusiastically, dragging at Kurama's arm to urge him towards the village. Let's go, let's go. Fuji laughs, bounding after them. She snatches a stray leaf off the ground, tosses it up, and lets it fall to land right on top of her head. As it does, there's a puff of smoke, and a moment later she latches onto Kurama's free hand in her white-haired little girl fawn. Odin, she agrees with equal enthusiasm. This is one of the best noodle stalls I've ever been to. It's so good. With a snort, Kurama bids the remaining why he is farewell. Not like he'll ever find something better to spend it on than making Naruto happy, though. Yeah, he huffs, trying to sound grumpy even though he's smiling. I could use a meal, too. No more than 10 bowls apiece, though, got it. I'm not made of money here. Naruto's eyes get very, very wide. Really, he demands, staring up at Kurama as though he had just handed Naruto the Hokage's hat, no strings attached. I can have 10. Hokage only ever lets me get 2. I'm not your Hokage, Kurama reminds him. If you want ramen, we'll get you ramen. Besides, it'll make up for not having dinner last night, right? Eat all you want. Naruto beams. Thanks, Okken. He hesitates faintly, but then asks, did you really know my mom? What was her name? The reminder that Naruto knows absolutely nothing about his past, doesn't know his father or mother or anything about his clan, is enough to make Kurama set his jaw and force him to shove down a fiery lash of pure anger. Yeah, he says when he finally manages to get his temper under control. I knew her, probably better than anyone else. Her name was Kushina, and she loved ramen just as much as you do. And really, damn the Hokage. Damn Kakashi, Uchiha Makoto, Norishikaka, everyone and anyone who ever knew Minato or Kushina, whoever counted them as a friend. If they had a single decent bone in their bodies, they'd have done something to make Naruto's life less of the hell it has been for the past 6 years. The boy is silent as Fuji pulls them both into the noodle stand and gives the cook their orders, ramen for Naruto, Kitsune Odin for herself and Kurama, and is looking down, so Kurama can't read his expression. He tries not to worry as he boosts the boy up to sit on a stool, but he can't help it. There's nothing in the world he wants less than to make Naruto sad. But when Naruto finally looks up, he's smiling. Just a little, small and grateful, but it warms Kurama's chest. She did. Just as much. Just as much, Kurama returns and can't resist ruffling the kid's hair again. You've got your mom's temperament to go along with her chakra. She was a lot like you are, even wanted to be Hokage. The light that fills Naruto's face is pure joy, and he laughs, leaning across the gap between their stools and wrapping his arms around Kurama's elbow. Yeah, he says, all determination and enthusiasm. I'm gonna fulfill my mom's dream, too. I'm gonna be Hokage for both of us. Kurama debates telling him that his father actually managed to gain the hat, but decides not to just yet. Honestly, Kurama never liked Minato all that much, probably because the bastard was the one to seal him just when he'd gotten free, but likely also because he had to listen to a smitten teenage girl rambling about Minato's amazing everything for years on end, and Naruto is more like Kushina anyway. She's the better one to focus on. I'm sure she'd be incredibly proud, he tells Naruto, giving the cook an absent wave of thanks as their bowls are set in front of them. She always wanted a strong son, and I know she loved you more than anything. Naruto contemplates this as he empties his bowl, and Kurama leaves him to it, picking apart his aburage before he eats it. The food settles his empty stomach, and Kurama hadn't realized quite how hungry he was until he finds himself staring at uncovered porcelain. He orders more for all of them, since Fuji is almost done with her oden as well, and is just about to ask Naruto whether he likes his when the boy suddenly says, I always thought my parents must have been really bad people, because everybody hates me and calls me a monster all the time. It takes effort not to let his claws dig gouges into the counter. Kurama takes a slow, careful breath, all too aware of the cook's attention on them as he works, and answers sharply, never believe them, Naruto. Everyone in Konoha is a fucking moron if they can't see just how amazing you are. I will never regret taking you away from them, even if they kill me for it. You deserve to be happy, kid, and I know someday you'll prove all of them wrong. I've never met anyone less like a monster. Naruto's face screws up like he's about to cry, and he rubs furiously at his eyes. They weren't bad guys, he asks, almost desperately. No, Kurama answers to hesitation, reaching out to pull the boy into his lap. Your mom was a jounin who laughed all the time and liked to play pranks. They called her one of the most beautiful kunoichi in the village, and she could make chains of golden chakra to fight with. Your dad was a jounin too, and a genius, even if your mom always beat him with a sword. They both loved Konoha and gave their lives so that you had a chance at surviving. They loved you, Naruto, and so do I. Naruto leans into the hug desperately, arms tied around Kurama's neck, and Kurama presses his cheek against Naruto's hair, pretending he can't hear the choking sobs against his shoulder. Last time, when Naruto learned about his parents, he'd already made a place and a name for himself. He knew he wasn't a monster, knew just why the villagers had always hated him. But right now he is none of that certainty, none of the assurance that he's more than the whispers. Only his own determination, and for all that Naruto's will has always been incredible, he's a 6-year-old without a single friend. If Kurama can ease that sorrow, of course he's going to. You really do, Oken? Naruto asks thickly. You love me? Kurama smiles and kisses the top of his head. More than anything, he confirms. And nothing will ever change that, I promise. With a smile that all but banishes the tears on his cheeks, Naruto sniffles and gives Kurama one last hug before he slides back to his stool. I love you too, Oken, he says firmly. Can you tell me more about my mom and dad? On the road, Kurama agrees readily. Eat your ramen, Naruto. We've got a ways to go before we reach Suna. Besides, Fuji looks hungry. If you're not careful, she might steal it for herself. Definitely, Fuji chimes in from Kurama's other side, slurping up the last of her noodles. Ramen's not as good as Oden, but I like it anyway. Naruto gapes at her, looking almost horrified. Ramen's the best, he protests. Oden's okay, but ramen. But Kitsune Oden has a burage, Fuji counters, just as horrified. Nothing's better than a burage. Kurama laughs, drops a hand on each of their heads, and lightly shoves them back towards their meals. Shut up, brats, he says, and can't quite hide the fond humor in his tone. Just shut up and eat. Fuji pulls one lower eyelid down and sticks her tongue out at him, and Naruto cries, you're a mean, grumpy old man, Oken, but they are both grinning, too, and Kurama can't help but count it as a win. Chapter 11, Specious. Specious, SPSHS, superficially plausible but actually wrong, misleading in appearance. From late Middle English species, beautiful, from Latin speciosus, fair, from Latin species, appearance, form, beauty. So what's in Suna? Fuji asks, leaping across a narrow creek and landing lightly enough that she doesn't even jar her passengers. You seem pretty desperate to get there, Kurama-sama. Hokajiji says it's another ninja village. Naruto chimes in helpfully. Are we gonna be ninjas there? Kurama rolls his eyes at the two of them, but keeps his gaze on the horizon, with the rolling yellow dunes of wind country as slowly coming into focus. Already the grass beneath them, the last sign of river country's lushness, is patchy and dry, and the air is warmer. It's a relief from the chill of northern fire country, but Kurama's a little weary of it regardless. They have water, if only a few bottles bought with his rapidly dwindling funds, and enough food for a few days, but the desert is wide, and Suna is well protected just by its distance from anywhere else. A friend, he answers after a moment. Hopefully. There's one of the others should be there, and if I'm lucky he can watch Naruto while I finish keeping my promise. The Ichibi. Fuji sounds surprised. I thought he wasn't well. He's batshit insane, Kurama agrees without hesitation, but a lot of that's the seal they slapped on him. If I can fix it, he should be fine. Seal? On your friend? Naruto sounds confused. Is it punishment because he did something bad? Kurama pauses, debating, but he's not going to lie to Naruto. He might not tell him the full truth, but he won't keep everything to himself. Can we stop for a second, Fuji? He asked quietly. This might take some explanation. Of course, Kurama-sama. The white fox slows, then comes to a stop beside a stand of dusty brown rocks. She crouches down, letting them slide off her back, passed back into her tiny form, and promptly flops down on her side, stretching out on the sandy earth. MMPH. I was getting ready to take a break anyway. Sorry, Fuji, Kurama offers, tugging gently on one pointed ear. She's the sole reason they've managed to outpace and lose their pursuers. Fuji only has 3 tails, but she's fast and can hold a transformation for a long time. It's not entirely impossible that Kakashi will manage to pick up their trail, but it's fairly unlikely since he has no idea of Kurama's intended destination. After all, he never even mentioned Suna in the Kopyanin's presence, and it's a long shot as it is. He's well aware that Shukaku is not actually mother material in the least, and that Gaara doesn't exactly have a life of luxury even if he hasn't already been psychologically traumatized, killed his uncle, and gone nuts. But it's still safer for Naruto than parading him right under Akatsuki's collective nose, and if Gaara's uncle is still alive, well, maybe that's another tragedy Kurama can head off at the pass. His Naruto would want him to save Gaara the pain of that incident if possible, after all. If Yoshimaru is already dead, things are going to be a little more complicated, but even so, Kurama thinks he can swing it. Naruto is fairly self-sufficient, and Gaara is living separately from his father. The kid's older siblings are too scared of him to do more than hover on the outskirts of his life, so if Naruto keeps his head down, something he's had practice doing, in Konoha, everything should be just fine. Maybe that's too optimistic, but Kurama honestly can't think of any other options that will let him see Naruto again before the kid is old and grey. Bringing him back to Konoha is definitely out of the question, and no innocent child should ever be exposed to Killer Bee except as a world is ending weary old screwed sort of last resort. Since Kurama doesn't have a clue where any of the more level-headed Bijou are at the moment, Gaara and Shukaku will have to do. Okken? Naruto asks, tugging at his sleeve. Okken, are you okay? Kurama smiles, sinking down to sit in front of the boy with his legs crossed under him. I'm fine, he says reassuringly. But you know how I told you about your parents and the village not hating you because of them. Do you want to know the real reason? Wide blue eyes stare up at him, traced with equal parts trepidation and resignation. Are you gonna hate me too? He asks, expression heartbreakingly solemn. Never, kid, Kurama swears, ruffling his hair. I already told you that, didn't I? And besides, I already know why, and I just think they're stupid. The Warrener slides into determination, and Naruto nods, looking set. I wanna know, he says firmly. No matter his age, Naruto will always forge blindly ahead no matter what. It makes Kurama smile a little, and he leans forward to rest his elbows on his knees as Naruto drops to sit across from him. Well, I already told you about your mom. But what I didn't say is that she was the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Do you know what that means? When Naruto shakes his head, Kurama sighs and drags a hand through his hair. It means she had such powerful chakra that she was chosen as a container for one of the tailed beasts, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Horror and devastation creeps in around the edges of Naruto's expression, and he tenses like he's about to run. The demon fox, he manages, but his voice wobbles. The one that attacked the village. Yeah, Kurama says gently. Your mom was the Kyuubi's host, and when she gave birth to you, the seal weakened and the Kyuubi escaped. Then someone took control of the fox and turned him on the village. Your mom and dad defeated him and sealed him into you in order to save Konoha. That makes you a Jinchuriki just like Kushina was, but a lot of idiots don't understand that being a Jinchuriki means you're not actually the Kyuubi, just as container, so they get scared. But I'm not, right? Naruto demands. I'm not the Kyuubi, right? I'm not a monster. Gently, Kurama raps his knuckles against Naruto's skull. Of course you're not, he scoffs. Anna would know. I used to be just like you, kid, and I can tell the Kyuubi is asleep inside you, but is not you. Fuji, silent until now, makes a noise of startled understanding. Another nine-tailed fox, she demands, rolling partly upright. I thought there was only one. Kurama ignores her, keeping his eyes on Naruto. The boy is staring back at him, looking torn. Then, slowly, the confusion shifts into determination again, and he squares his shoulders. My mom was the same as me, he asks, and when Kurama nods, he smiles bravely. Then I'm gonna be just as amazing as she was. I'm gonna be Hokage and a Jinchuriki, and I'll prove to everybody that I'm not a monster. The rush of relief is heady, and Kurama smiles, kissing Naruto's forehead soundly. Good. That's a good goal. Now, any more questions? Naruto's face scrunches up for a second, and then he asks, can I learn to turn into a fox like Fuji can? For half a heartbeat, Kurama thinks about explaining the intricacies of the tailed beasts and their various forms, up to and including a Jinchuriki's ability to let the bijou inside them manifest, but at the last moment decides that that's a conversation that can wait for a later time. As it is, he just chuckles and shakes his head. Sorry, Naruto, but Fuji's a fox summons, not a human. She's a fox who can look like a human sometimes instead of the other way around. Yeah, Fuji chimes in cheerfully, apparently over her surprise. There's a bunch of us who live on Mount Inari, and every time a fox lives long enough to get more than one tail, they can become a summons if they want. But nobody has signed our contract in a long time, which makes it boring, so I sneaked out to go explore. If Kurama needed a reminder, beyond the fact that she has just 3 tails, that Fuji might generously be considered a teenager in the lifespan of a kitsune, it's that. However, given that he's hardly one to talk about responsibility and thinking things through, he rolls his eyes and lets it go. Ever wanted to make a clone, he suggests, because there's absolutely no reason not to. That much I can teach you. Naruto's face screws up in consternation. I don't know, he says dubiously. Iruka-sensei showed us how to do a clone, and I'm really bad at it. That's stupid, Kurama counters without hesitation. You're a Jinchuriki, of course you can't do the Academy standard clone. With as much raw chakra as you have, you need something a little more impressive. Like the multiple shadow clone jutsu, which I know you'll be good at. If Naruto's eyes get any wider, they're going to fall out of his head. He stares at Kurama for a moment before his gaze goes watery, and he throws himself at Kurama. Small hands tangle in his hair, and then Naruto beams up at him, nova bright. Thanks, Oken, he says happily. I promise I'm gonna make you proud of me. Ilradian, Kurama laughs, helpless to be anything but painfully honest. Naruto, Iron. Just being yourself is all I ever need to see you do. That's my promise. And I always keep my word, kid. Just like me. Naruto looks entirely infused by this idea. We have the same Nindo. That we do. Kurama heaves himself to his feet, then reaches down, offering Naruto his hand. Come on, Naruto. Let's go see if there's a hill around here that we can scout from while Fuji takes a break. We might be able to see Wind Country if we've come as far as I think we have. Naruto grabs his fingers, small hand barely able to close around Kurama's, and chirps, sure, Oken, as Kurama holds him up. On a whim, Kurama catches him around the waist and heaves him up further, swinging the little boy up onto his shoulders. With a theatrical grunt, he grips the kid's ankles, holding him in place, and feels hands twist into his hair. Easy on the goods, he teases. You've got quite the grip there for a 6-year-old. With a laugh that's close to delighted, Naruto lists forward, wrapping his arms around Kurama's neck as much as he can. Your hair's so red, he says. It looks like it's gonna be hot, but it isn't. Kurama snorts, because that's just the sort of whimsy he expects from his Jinchuriki, and hides his smile by looking away. Yeah, I've heard it all before, he grunts. It's pretty close to your mum's color, though hers was a lot blonder. I don't look like her? Naruto asks, sounding disappointed. Before he can help it, Kurama laughs. Sure you do, he reassures the boy. You look a whole hell of a lot like your mom, kid, and you act like her, too. All you got of your dad was his coloring, far as I can tell. Hearing the soft sound of concern, he adds, it's a good thing, believe me. He was smart, but unless lies were on the line, he was the ditziest scatterbrain I ever saw, especially when your mom was in sight. When Kurama tilts his head back to check how this is going over, not that he's worried, because he's pretty sure that any sort of knowledge of his parents will make Naruto happy, Naruto looks somewhere between overwhelmed and overjoyed and very, very sad. Deciding that the conversation's taking a turn he doesn't like, Kurama bounces the kid and makes him yelp delightedly, then offers slyly, one time, right after they started dating, your dad asked your mom out to dinner. But when he was halfway to their meeting place, he realized that he hadn't gotten her any flowers, so he grabbed a bunch from the first training ground he came from. What he didn't realize was that the Abirame clan had been breeding a new type of bug, and it loved those flowers. When he pauses for effect, Naruto wriggles impatiently. So he demands. What happened? What did he do? Kurama repeats, grinning, as he heads up a fairly steep slope. Well, he walks right past the Abirame clan lands, happy as a clam and so proud of himself. Your mom's waiting under some trees, all dressed up, and suddenly this huge cloud of black bees comes pouring out the gates and swarms after him. Course, your dad's a lovesick moron, so he only has eyes for Kushina, and she's pointing behind him and trying to warn him, but he just thinks she's waving. He waves back, and then the first one bites him. He turns to see what got him and screams, just like a little girl. Kurama laughs at the memory and grins up at Naruto when he hears the kid laughing too. Yeah. At that point Kushina has stopped trying to save him and is laughing so hard she can barely breathe, and your dad goes flying past her with a vast swarm of bugs after him, and because he doesn't realize that they are after the flowers and he doesn't want to drop them when they're a present for Kushina, he lets them chase him all around Konoha for hours. Your mom was pretty impressed by his determination and his stupidity. Naruto is snickering, and he crosses his arms on top of Kurama's head and drops his chin on top of them. Did she prank him a lot? He asks cheerfully. He sounds like he'd be really fun to prank. All the time, Kurama promises. She'd pull the greatest tricks, and then when he turned around to accuse her, because she always laughed, not that I blame her, she'd just give him this innocent, hurt, big-eyed look with a pout. Naruto pulls it, and it's so much like Kushina's that Kurama snorts. Yeah, that one exactly. She'd pull that and he'd fall over himself to apologize for doubting her, and then they'd do it all over again. She sounds like the coolest shinobi ever, Naruto says, clearly awed. There's a pause, and then, you said she could make weapons from her chakra. Her chakra chains, Kurama confirms. They were strong enough to hold the Kyuubi back until your dad could seal it. He was better with seals than Kushina, because your mom liked sharp, shiny stuff too much. Naruto banes. Can you teach me that, too, Oken? He asks excitedly. I want to learn to be just like Ka-chan. There are, quite honestly, far worse people to aspire to emulate. Kurama nods. Sure, kid. You're gonna be better at the big stuff than the little stuff, so I think you'll manage pretty quickly. At the top of the rise, he stops, staring out at where the land opens up before them. Just a short distance ahead, sand peeks through the scrubby grass, getting more prolific with every meter. On the horizon the dunes start, long and sloping, only interrupted by the sharp jet of rock formations protruding from the earth like shattered bones. There, he murmurs. That's wind country. Lots of heat and wind, our affinities. We'll get across just fine, Naruto. The small chin presses a little more firmly against his skull. Is your friend gonna like me? Naruto asks wistfully. Shikaku doesn't like anyone, Kurama huffs, torn between amusement and aggravation at the mere memory of the pissy tanuki. But he'll take care of you if he knows what's good for him. And besides, he's got a kid with him right now, just about your age, Gaara. I think you'll like him. You two have a lot in common. The thought of a friend seems to lighten Naruto's mood slightly, but a moment later he frowns again. I'm gonna miss you, Kurama and I, he complains, and Kurama blinks at the shift in names, but doesn't comment. He'd rather be a big brother than an old uncle, anyways. I'll miss you too, kid, he says a little gruffly and looks away. But it won't be for more than a month, I promise you that. All I have to do is break something and throw a wrench into this one group's plans, and then we'll be good for a couple years at least. It'll give me plenty of time to come up with a better idea on how to deal with them. Okay. Naruto's apparently decided to be cheerful again, and the force of it is nearly tangible. Now can you teach me that cold clone jutsu, Kurama and I? Kurama huffs. Now's not exactly the, he stops. Reconsiders. Actually, you're right. Now is the best time. We are going to lay a few false trails, Kit, and you're going to help me. Naruto laughs like a fox with a trick up his sleeve, and Kurama grins right back, swinging him down and then dropping to the ground to start the impromptu lesson. He knows every inch of Naruto's chakra reserves intimately at any age. Maybe Iruka never managed to teach him how to make a clone, but for Kurama, this is cake. Kakashi hums warily, crouched in the sparse grasses that mark the border with Wind Country. It is, perhaps, just slightly telling that Tense twitches like he's looking for the best cover to dive behind. He echoes. Senpai, why do I get the feeling that that's not a good noise? What exactly are you implying, Tense? Kakashi asks mildly, pinning the other man with a raised brow. With a low groan, the Mokkiden user raises his hands. That you're the best trekker in Konoha and shouldn't be sounding like he just took the wrong turn to Tanzakugai, he defends. We're right next to hostile territory, I'd prefer to know exactly where we are going. Technically Suna is Allied territory, Itachi points out, crouching down a few feet from Kakashi to study the tracks as well. This is why Itachi is Kakashi's favorite. Also, he's a very subtle smartass when he's a smartass at all, which is whole leads better than either of the other two, who are never anything less than utterly blatant about their insubordination. Shisui scoffs, shaking a rock out of his sandal. Technically, the only reason why there aren't Suna shinobi trying to slit our throats in our sleep is because they are too poor to afford a war right now, he counters. Kinda like Curry, they'd kill us if they could, but that would mean they'd have to stop killing their own shinobi first, and that's not going to happen for another decade at least. Weren't you impressed by that one Curry shinobi you failed to kill? Tenz asks, sounding vaguely amused. With a huff of laughter, Shisui drops into a crouch, stretching out his shoulders. That slippery guy with the stolen Byakugan. Yeah, he was pretty impressive, but Ao is old guard. Like Nadei Mizuki's kind of old guard mindset. He's the type to keep his mouth shut and follow anyone who can make Curry strong. A lot of Water Country shinobi are like that. It's one of the reasons it's been so hard for Curry to change. Power is the currency there. Sounding aggravated and mildly pained, Itachi sighs, rubbing at his temples. You know mother and father think you're an imbecile most of the time, he growls at his relative. Why don't you ever talk like that around them? Being Shisui, he just laughs at Itachi's expression and rocks back on his heels. Because it's fun watching them try to figure out how I graduated at the top of my academy class like this, he says cheerfully. And it's really amusing to watch their faces when someone promotes me and they just smile like they know why, but they actually so confused. It's possible that Itachi whimpers. For the sake of the boy's dignity, Kakashi pretends not to hear it. Anyway, he says pointedly, and is mildly surprised when they all stop bickering to listen to him. It's a minor miracle, honestly. The set doubles over itself here and then separates. One set heads towards AME and the other heads deeper into river country. A false trail, Tense concludes. But which one? Kakashi considers, but Kurama's not in the best situation right now. He's just moving, trying to put distance between them, to give himself a buffer that will keep him safe, and that means there's a 50-50 chance that he's running on instinct or blind panic as opposed to calculated reasoning. Kakashi can account for reasoning, can figure out how most people think. Blind panic is a whole hell of a lot harder to predict. The scents and tracks are perfect copies. Chakra lingers around both sets, just the faintest trace visible to his Sharingan and fading quickly. Each set has the prints of a man's bare feet, a child's shoes, and a small fox's paws. They are over a day old, which is annoying, but Kakashi thinks he can close the gap quickly now that the trail is clear again. Well, mostly. I don't know, he admits, rising to his feet and dusting off his hands. They are perfect copies, and we don't have the time to run one to ground if it turns out to be fake. We'll split up. For a wistful moment, he thinks of assigning Tans and Shisui to one team and taking Itachi for himself. The kid may be 11, but is smart, capable, professional, and above all easy to work with. However, having Tans and Shisui in close proximity for extended periods of time is just asking for one of them to end up buried in a shallow grave somewhere, so he dismisses that thought with a resigned sigh and says, "Shisui, you're with me. We'll head north. Itachi, Tens, take the southbound tracks. I'll send one of my Ninkan with you so you don't go off course. That way, at least, there's one shinobi in each party capable of subduing Kurama if they do run into him." After all, Kurama was wary of Tens's Mokuden and nearly had a heart attack at the sight of Shisui's Menjakia. Hopefully, splitting them up will double the team's chances for success rather than cutting it in half. Tens makes a soft sound of assent, though his expression is grim as he reaches up to adjust his Hapura face guard. Kakashi's seen it enough times to recognize it as a nervous tick. "If we lose the trail, should we turn around and try to reach you, or head for Konoha?" he asks. "Head for us," Kakashi answers after a moment of contemplation. "It will probably be too late to help with the capture, but I don't think Kurama is going to come quietly, not after the last fight. Hauling him back to the village will probably be just as hard as catching him." Even Itachi grimaces faintly at that. "Good luck," the boy says quietly, clearly under the understandable impression that they are all going to need it. "Yeah," Kakashi sighs and turns north. "Be careful." "Shisui." Shisui gives his cousin a quick, one-armed hug, nods to Tans, and flickers over to Kakashi's side. "Ready when you are, Captain," he offers, all brazen cheer and knife-sharp resolve hidden behind dark eyes. Kakashi just sighs. This is going to be a long trip. They don't see it, but once all sense of their chakra has faded, another set of tracks shimmers out of nothingness. One set of fox's paws, large and weighted down, heading towards the setting Sunday.